Hello and welcome into the 336th episode of the Dean Withers Show for everybody joining us on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for giving me some of the time out of your Sunday evening to tune in to hear the breaking news and to listen to some debates. If you've never been here before, here's a rundown of what we do. We have transparent, in the moment of dialogue with real Trump supporters in an attempt to change their mind, because from my perspective and the perspective of the very silent majority, Donald Trump is the worst president in modern American history, the worst president in my life, the worst president in yours, and the worst president in the lives of all the viewers tuning in. Now, we get the Trump supporters to talk to over on TikTok. They have a guest request function where you could hit a button, request to talk to me, and I accept it. It's almost like a call-in show, if that makes any sense. Now, one thing I will really ask from all of you guys is, listen, I get it. Everyone has the ability to call in, but only take advantage of that call-in feature. Only join the guest request if you are a Trump supporter. We have had a lot of issues over the course of the last week or so with a lot of people who aren't Trump supporters calling in, and we want to keep it specifically to MAGA. So because of that, myself as well as my mod team are going to be implementing some very strict rules here, where if you come up here and you're not following our rules, which will be on the phone screen when we're looking for people to talk to over on TikTok, of course, you're going to get banned. And even if you're just inside of the guest requests and it is clear on your profile that you're under the age of 18, you're not American, you're not MAGA, you're also going to get banned. But anyways, I digress. Let's go ahead and hop into the breaking news because it is pretty, dude, insane. Like, it's kind of like really crazy. It's a developing situation. It just started today. I'm learning more about it as I'm speaking to you guys. Violence is erupting in Mexico following a U.S.-backed Mexican operation to take out one of the kingpins of a cartel down in Mexico. So violent clashes have erupted in parts of western Mexico today amid a military operation that led to the death of the Jalisco New Generation cartel leader, El Mencho. So that's what happened earlier today. A Mexican operation took out El Mencho. And now in response to that, from that cartel, we have seen violence across the country, from putting grocery stores ablaze towards putting cars and trucks ablaze in parking lots of Costco's and the highways and the roads. Pulling up to gas stations, putting guns to the head of the customers getting gas, forcing them to leave, then taking the gas, putting it everywhere and lighting it on fire. I mean, the pictures and the videos that are coming out of this are truly terrifying. And I feel for everybody within these 5 affected states so far down below in Mexico. You could find these images in these videos, the imagery of what the hell is going on the internet if you'd like. There are travelers in airports and resorts, in hotels, hostels, Airbnbs that are in lockdown, can't leave, have to stay inside because those that are going outside are now finding themselves in fires and havoc and very crazy situations. So please do, if you're religious, make sure to pray for those in Mexico. And if you are secular, give your best thoughts because it is very, very scary. It is very, very scary. And of course, this is a rapidly developing situation that we will only learn more about as it continues to progress. Now, about me and what my thoughts are in the situation, I think it's a good thing to crack down on the cartels. I'm not sure that if one head rolls, that there will be no more drugs, no more havoc, no more death, no more violence. So I'm really interested in seeing how the situation develops and what the strategical approaches of those in power, the Mexican military backed by America, to saving life and reducing the tyranny and death that we see downstream of these cartels. So we're going to go ahead and hop into those debates. I'll keep you updated with that situation as we learn more. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you are over on TikTok. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, we already have our very first guest of the day connected and loaded into the live stream. Go ahead, take it away. Miss Sophia, tell us why you support Trump.
I just personally, the biggest thing I have right now is that he's trying to close the borders and get criminals out of our country. That's something that I really support about him. That's probably my top thing right now.
Okay. How do you do it? How do you do it? And what I mean when I say that is, how do you look at somebody who is guilty of a victimless federal misdemeanor, typically prosecuted in civil courts if prosecuted at all, and you say, you're a bad person, you need to get the hell out of here. But then when
I
you
don't
look
think that
at
they're
a
bad.
34-count felon who's also held civilly liable for rape by a civil court, who's also been held civilly liable for lying about the valuation of his properties, who's also been held civilly liable for defrauding his own university and charity, can't open one in New York because of it anymore, who's infringed on the Constitution 8 times in the last year and a half, and now his DOJ is culpable for breaking federal law, more specifically the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in the tune of 3 million times. How do you do it?
I don't think that the people that come here are bad people. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm in criminal justice, and I just think that everybody should follow the laws, and I don't care if you're illegal or not. Like, if you're a criminal, you should get in trouble for if you're doing something wrong, and if you know you're doing something wrong.
Okay, so if you're a criminal, you should get in trouble. Okay, so what do you have
Right,
to
like
say to the Trump
accountability.
administration and the Trump DOJ, okay, not holding the criminals, the predators, and the pedophiles in the Epstein files accountable, and allowing them to scapegoat any trouble by not publicly releasing their names and their identities, contrary to what the law would obligate them to do?
So I'm not saying that Trump is obviously perfect. Nobody's perfect, and I think that everyone makes mistakes, and I think that that's wrong, and that they should be held accountable for what they do or what they did.
Did you just try to use the quote-unquote everybody makes mistakes line for those
because nobody's
incriminated in the
perfect.
Epstein files?
Yeah, and they should get in trouble for that.
I don't really feel like the everybody makes mistakes line applies here. I mean, there's people in the files like eating babies.
Yeah, I think those people should be getting the death penalty.
Right. Your response to that is just, oh, everyone makes mistakes?
No, I'm not. I wasn't saying
So
that.
who is that
I
in
wasn't talking about those
response
people
to?
specifically.
So
I was
who
just
is
saying,
that everybody makes mistakes in response to?
Okay, everybody fucks up, and I think that if you're gonna sit there and willingly do something you know is wrong, then you should get in trouble for that.
Okay, but
Some
who's
mistakes are big
everyone
mistakes.
here? Like, who is this in reference to? That phrase, everyone makes mistakes. Who is that in reference to in this equation?
Everybody that we're talking about.
Like the child rapists in the Epstein files.
You're making what I'm saying so much more dramatic than what I'm trying to say. You're taking it so out of context.
I mean, I just don't think you're really thinking too much before you speak, because it's clear here. I mean, I don't think it's
honestly,
appropriate. Listen, I don't think it's appropriate in the slightest to use language like, oh, everybody makes mistakes, everybody fucks up, oh, whatever, in reference to like child rapists. Like, I feel like that is so uniquely wrong. One of the worst things that anybody can ever do, where using phrases like everybody makes mistakes in response to them.
I think that people that
just
were
kind of
involved
brush
in that
the
should
cover
be
up
in
off your
trouble.
shoulder of those in the Epstein files, like really erodes and demeans just how wrong and violating that heinous action is.
Oh yeah, people that did that are obviously not okay, and they should be in trouble for that. That's not what I'm saying. But overall, I'm just saying I think that everybody should take accountability for what they do.
So why is it
And, like-
accountability for thee but not for me in the eyes of the Trump administration? There's no accountability for him infringing on the Constitution, eroding our checks and balances, or the 174 people that he pardoned that were guilty of violent attacks on police officers on January 6th that he labeled as patriots. Zero accountability for his 34 felonies. Zero accountability for the civil court that held liable for rape. He has still not paid a settlement. On top of zero accountability for what happened on J6 caused by him, or zero accountability for refusing to abide by a court order to feed the 16 million starving American children during the last 12 days of the government shutdown last year. There's no accountability for the lawlessness of the Trump administration. And now they're extending, that provision of no accountability to those in which been the need to them, like ICE agents who have been culpable for the murder of citizens, such as Renee Good, Alex Brady, or Keith Porter. They're murderers.
Okay,
They're being labeled as
right
patriots
there, I
themselves
don't-
for taking out a domestic terrorist, and they're still on the job. Zero accountability whatsoever.
can I
And
say
if you want accountability, this is not the administration that you should support. Even when like bodies try to hold Trump accountable, like SCOTUS 2 days ago, where they're ruling on his tariffs as unconstitutional, in response he doesn't say, okay, my bad, I want to honor the Constitution. No, he accused them of being paid by foreign countries and then unleashed his wrath on the American people by imposing baseless, trivial, likely illegal tariffs again on every other country in the world to the tune of 15%.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, so the whole Renee Good thing with that, so obviously I don't see that as he murdered somebody that was innocent, because if you watch the video, literally her wife tells her to drive, and then she refuses to listen to their orders to get out of the car, and then if you watch the video, it looks like she does try to run him over, and he had a split second to make a decision that he thought would save him and his other police officers that were with him.
Okay.
So
I
I
think
don't
that
see
she
that
was
as
murdered. I think that she was innocent. She told the agents that she was going to pull out before they even approached her vehicle after waving them
yeah, but
on
why didn't
when they were pulling up
I'm
in their
not
car.
saying
One
that it's
moment.
okay that anybody should be killed or whatever. Like that's not okay. Like obviously he didn't want that to be the case either. But my thing is why couldn't she simply just listen to their orders to get out of the vehicle?
I understand that she didn't listen to them when they told her to get out of
Right.
the vehicle.
Right.
Okay? But not complying doesn't mean that you lose and forfeit your right to life.
Right. But when you sit there and you choose to not listen to orders, then you got to know that something bad is probably going to happen.
Not listening to somebody doesn't mean that you deserve to die. Not morally, not legally.
Yeah, but the guy that shot her thought that he was going to be run over. That's why he did it.
The bullet that
At
killed her,
least
his
that's
third
what
shot,
he says.
was when she was driving away in the opposite direction of him, and he was having to chase down the vehicle on foot in order to land a bullet in her brain. Not to mention that by the time he fired his first shot, he was already off to the left of the vehicle. And we know that he knew that she was turning away from him from a cell phone footage that clearly shows her turning her wheel as hard and far to the right as possible, which we know he saw because he had to be looking at her in order to line his gun up with her head.
I see what you're saying, but from how close he was staying to the vehicle, he probably could not see where the tires were turned towards.
Well, I'm not saying it's the turn of the tires that told him that she was turning away from him. It was the turn of the wheel of the car through the windshield that he saw that told him she was turning away from him.
I can see what you're saying.
Awesome. If you could see what I'm saying in reference to
I'm
how
not here
and
to
why
argue.
Renee
I'm
Good was
genuinely
murdered,
curious of
then
what you
I
have to
think it
think.
should be much more clear for Alex Preddy. I mean, what happened to Alex Preddy is about 1,000 times more clear than what happened to Renee Good.
Was that the nurse
and
guy?
even what
Is that the one
happened
you're
to
talking
Renee
about?
Good was clear as hell. Yes, Alex Preddy, the man who was forced down on his knees on all four, unarmed, then shot in the back 12 times and killed. That is an act of murder that is now being defended by the Trump administration. One moment, please. That is now being defended by the Trump administration. And the murderers are still on the job. Trump is telling us to stand by them. Kristi Noem is telling us that Preddy was a domestic terrorist, and Stephen Miller is telling us that he was a trained assassin gunman there to cause maximum damage and carnage. Once again, this all relates back to our conversation about accountability and how you support the Trump administration because you want people to be held accountable. This is one of the most notable examples of the Trump administration demonstrating their adversary to accountability when it is them or their followers, their loyalists, who you attempt to hold accountable. They care so little about accountability for themselves or their loyalists that they won't even hold a murderer accountable.
What murder are you referring to? The police officer?
Yeah, the ICE agents who killed Alex Preddy.
I do agree that whole thing was a little out of hand. That could have been handled a lot better. And definitely, I do agree with that.
So you agree it was murder?
I do agree that they went a little far, yeah.
But do you agree that it was murder? Because you could go a little far without murdering, so we just need to be very clear with our language here.
I only saw the video once or twice, and they claim that they thought he was pointing out a weapon, and that's the reason they shot him, but I don't see why he would need to be shot 12 times. It's kind of ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I don't think that excuse works either, because his hands were on the ground, and the weapon that he did have was on his waistband, and that was taken by him from an ICE agent. Taken from him by an ICE agent.
Yeah.
I don't find there to be any good reason, to believe that they reasonably believed he was trying to pull out a firearm. That's ridiculous.
Right, and I do agree that there was enough people to where they could have just grabbed him and got his hands behind his back to arrest him instead of having to shoot him. I do agree with that.
Well, I mean, I think it's because they want violence. We saw Alex Preddy pepper sprayed. We saw him beat. Now he's on the ground, tackled by 7 dudes. And, I mean, at that point, it should have been conversation over. But no, then we saw him get pistol whipped in the head 4 times and shot in the back. They want violence.
Right.
Clearly, they want violence.
Yeah, I don't think that... I mean, there's bad people and everything, and I'm obviously not every ICE agent is a great person. Nobody anywhere is. And I think that some people make everybody look bad when they're the bad, if you get what I'm trying to say. I think there are people that have true good hearts.
What you are trying to describe to me is the bad apple argument. saying that not every apple is ripe, not every apple is fresh. There's some that are bad. But we can
Right.
clearly distinguish between the fresh, ripe apples and the bad, sour apples. But
Right.
see, the thing is that this isn't just an individual incident that is clearly condemned by those in power. No, it is one in which is defended by those in power. The Trump administration is labeling him a patriot.
Okay.
And I mean, just going back to what you shared with me before I even started the live stream over on YouTube, you told us that you support Trump because you think he's a good man and a good Christian. I mean, how Christian is it to defend, the murder of thy neighbor in which Jesus told you to love?
Well, another thing that I respected was like when that whole Charlie Kirk incident happened. That was kind of another thing that kind of put me more towards Trump because I'm like not fully decided on a single like Democrat or
flying all the
Republican.
flags at half mast.
Yeah, like
Yeah, why
I
weren't the
just
flags at
like-
half mast for Jesse Jackson?
if I'm being honest, I don't know who that is.
Oh, a civil rights leader who stood with MLK.
Okay, well,
The flags were at
I'm-
half mast for a podcaster, but not for Jesse Jackson.
well, I just think that obviously everybody knows that what happened to Charlie Kirk was very terrible and very sad, and I just liked how Trump went out there and like did a whole thing for him and like got stuff out there, like awareness of the whole situation. I just kind of didn't, and when I was online like looking at everything, I didn't see like a single Democrat that was like saying RIP or anything like that. Everyone was just like, I'm glad he's dead, like all this stuff like that. And I didn't see a single Republican say anything like that. That's all I'm saying.
You didn't see a
That's
single.
another-
You didn't say a single Democrat say that it was bad that Charlie Kirk got shot.
From what I was viewing, no. Because and then
Okay,
my
no,
friend
really.
posted a TikTok because it was like a trend to post like how like you're staying with Charlie Kirk, and then we just had all these
Yeah.
people on there like saying how like we should be dead and like all these messed up comments and stuff. It was crazy.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's wrong. I think that what you're saying
Definitely.
is incorrect. I think that what
No
you're saying
matter
is
what you stand with,
Please,
you should
please
never
allow me
say
to finish speaking here. I think that what you're saying is incorrect. Okay.
Okay.
I think the vast majority of people on the left do believe that Charlie Kirk didn't literally deserve to get shot and die.
Well,
all right?
nobody does,
But
obviously.
acknowledge, okay, that a bad person's death doesn't turn them into a good person. Okay, that's like the most nuanced and appropriate view to hold here. He was obviously a terrible person, clearly.
Who?
Charlie Kirk. Okay,
How is he a
but
terrible person?
very racist.
I think everybody's allowed to have
very
their own opinion.
misogynistic.
That's okay.
I mean, he told us all that if his 10-year-old daughter was raped and impregnated, that he would force her to maintain that pregnancy.
Yeah, I don't fully agree with that stance, but
Right, that's a terrible stance that terrible people hold.
I think that he was trying to say it a different way and it came out sounds wrong.
This happened in front of me. I mean, I was 10 feet away when I heard him say this.
I know, I saw the video.
I don't think it came out wrong. That's what he believes. He's repeated it many times.
I think that he just very much believes in innocent people getting to live their lives.
Then okay, yeah. But then he'll turn
But
around and
I
call
don't
for
agree that if
Biden to
you
be
get raped-
executed. Innocent people to
I-
live their lives. I don't really think that a 10-year-old girl could live her life too well.
Well, yeah,
when
let me
she's being
finish what I was going to
forcefully
say.
impregnated
I am
for 10
personally
months.
pro-life, but I think that there are circumstances where, like, if you're raped or something, you should have the choice to be able to, to have your options of if you want to keep it or not, because that's
Right.
different.
Right. I want to go back to this conversation about about Christianity and Trump. The first
Okay.
thing that you said is that he's a good Christian. Why do you think that?
Well, I didn't say that he was a good Christian, but I didn't ever see anything about, like, Democrats being, well, any of the ones I saw that were trying to be president that were Christian. I just personally would vote for someone that's Christian.
Okay, I want you to name me one Democrat president that we've ever had that wasn't Christian.
Well, I'm not saying that they weren't. I'm just saying I didn't hear anything about them being, because I'm not really,
Because
Like, I don't
every
really-
single president that we've ever had has been a Christian. Obama,
That's not what
Biden,
I'm saying.
Bill, they've all claimed to be a Christian. Kamala Harris is a Baptist.
well, anyone can claim to be anything, but
Right, exactly. But then they show themselves to be wolves in sheep's clothing. And that's what I'd say about Trump. I mean, Damn, he doesn't really even claim to be Christian. I mean, we have a clip of him saying that he's not Christian. We have another clip of him saying that he's never repented to God for any of his sins. And then, I mean, his personality, his character, and his policy is just so antithetical to that of the values described in the scripture. You know, like, I'll challenge you here. Please tell me, what is a tenet of the Trump administration in which just screams true, clear Christian morals?
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, I just like the idea.
Exactly.
Because,
Isn't that an issue? You don't
I
really
mean,
know
yeah,
one core tenet of the Trump administration that screams true, clear Christian morals, from loving thy neighbor to caring about the poor to being
I don't think we've
inclusive of
had that in a
all.
long time.
Right? Like, come on. You're like, come on. This is craziness. Like, and the reason why you don't know one is because his administration is so antithetical to true Christian values. I mean, Jesus says to be loving and to everybody. I mean, he was loving to the Pharisees that were trying to kill him. Donald Trump, on the other hand, says, if you're Muslim, I'm going to try to implement this unconstitutional travel ban to prevent you from coming into this country. If you are a low-income American, I'm going to make sure my people think you're poor and lazy. Then I'm going to turn around and take healthcare away from 10 million of y'all, even when we already have 51,000 of y'all die every year via lack of access to healthcare here in America. Same thing with food stamps, to fund them by $156 billion to take food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans to further fund a 3% tax burden on average for the top 1%, on top of the general wealth redistribution from the average American that makes at or under $51,000 per year to those that make above that dollar amount, disproportionately benefiting those that make even more, according to the CBPP. I mean, this is so anti-Christian. This is so hateful,
Well, I have
so divisive.
another thing.
Not to mention his own character. I mean, I don't think that true Christians rape women like a civil court adjudicated him to be guilty of 2 years ago. I don't think that true Christians, boast about how they've sexually exploited women and girls like he did on Howard Stern's radio show in '05. I don't think that true Christians cheat on all of their wives, including one with a porn star like he has. And I could go on all day.
Yeah. I have another thing to talk about that I agree on. So, like, the transgenders, like the males that claim to be females that go into the women's sports, like, what do you think about that?
I think it's important for us to understand, okay, that there aren't males who claim to be females. There's not females who claim to be males. That's you equivocating the way that you use the words man or woman to the way that trans people use the words man or woman. Okay. But that aside, I mean, I'll be very blunt here. I don't think about it. You asked me what I think about trans women competing inside the NCAA. I don't think about trans women competing inside of the NCAA.
So just
because
you
I
don't
think that
about it means it
16
doesn't
people,
matter?
one moment, because I think that 16 people in the NCAA, all right, are probably the smallest concern that could ever exist, ever, to our federal government. And I think it's insane how the GOP was able to invest like $500 million in anti-trans ads to get you distracted away from the economy, to get you distracted away from human rights abuse, to get you distracted away from crumbling transatlantic relationships and our allies, NATO, UN, so on and so forth, to get you distracted away from, the division and tyranny being rained down by ICE on average everyday Americans, people of color, and undocumented immigrants, by making you focus on 16 trans people.
Okay, well, you said that, okay, you were basically trying to say that I look at male and female different from trans people. Is that what you said in the beginning there?
I said that you use different definitions of the word man or the word woman than trans people do.
Okay, so what do you think a woman or a male is to you?
Well, here's the thing. If I were to give you my definition of what a woman is, how would that further the debate about why you support Trump?
Because I like that he is making the sports back to how they should be and letting women have their chances and letting men have their chances.
So you think that Donald Trump is progressive for women's rights?
I feel like he's trying to help people in those areas, yes.
Okay. You understand that more women have died from complications in pregnancy due to his abortion restrictions than there is trans women in the NCAA, right?
aren't you, when you have if you need an abortion for health reasons, you're allowed to have an abortion if they know it's going to kill you.
Doctors are scared to perform even life-saving abortions on women who need them because they are scared that they will be prosecuted by their state for the abortion restrictions. This has happened, and that's an undeniable fact.
Okay, well, how's that Trump's fault if the doctor, like, if he
Because
says
he's
that
the one that imposed the abortion restrictions.
Right, but I think everybody knows that if they think you're gonna die from having it, then you should be allowed to have an abortion.
Actually, no, not everyone agrees to that. We also have 10 states where victims of rape can't access legal abortion either. And
That should be changed.
the point here is that it makes it harder for medical health professionals to perform life-saving operations, okay, when you make very similar operations illegal. It just does, okay? Because then all of a sudden, they got to make sure that this woman who's literally about to die checks all the boxes for what is legally required to ensure that that doctor doesn't lose their medical license and doesn't go to jail for murder, okay? And because of that, women and girls have died. I think that we should have legal abortion in all 50 states. And in fact, I'd argue that Roe being overturned, now leading to 60 victims of rape being denied access to abortion every single day in this country, on top of the 66 to 70 million American and women and girls who do not have access to elective abortions in this country, is sickening.
Right.
And that's just one way that he's hurting women and girls. I'll let you respond to that one first before I go into how he is harmful to victims of SA, how he's actually causing more SA. We'll talk about that too, but I'll let you respond to that first point.
Okay, I just personally, I believe that, because I just think that the people that sit there, like the women that sit there and basically use abortion as birth control, that's what I think is wrong. I'm not saying having an abortion is wrong if you get raped or something. I just think that the people that use it as birth control is what's wrong.
Can I be honest? I hear that claim a lot. It's wrong for women to use abortion as birth control. And I still don't know what it means. What does that actually mean? How can you use abortion as birth control? What do you mean?
Like, if you sit there and you're willingly choosing to have sex and you're not using any sort of protection, then that's what I'm basically saying.
Okay. And this tells me that the reason you think abortion is wrong is not because of the intrinsic value you see in the life of a fetus, but rather because you want to punish and control women that have differing values of romance, intimacy, and sex than you do. Because you're telling me here that if we look at 2 abortions, one abortion was conceived by unsafe sex with no, plan B, condoms, birth control, so on and so forth. And then another fetus that was conceived by a married couple of 40 years with a condom, plan B, and birth control, but these provisions failed, that the first abortion is going to be wrong and the second abortion is not going to be wrong, even though the lives of the 2 fetuses are identical. And the only thing that differs here would be the mental states of the woman going into the action of sex that led to the conception of said zygote turned into a fetus. And that's an issue. I think that's a really big issue. I think if you want to sit here and tell us that abortion is wrong and we should punish the next generation of children because pro-life legislation reduces family incomes, reduces education levels, increases poverty, reduces real median wages, and leads to more children being thrown into the terrible foster care system where we see higher levels of SA, higher levels of drug abuse, and higher levels of suicide. And you want to punish the women because now all of a sudden you're shifting the family dynamic from financially well-off adults that consent to starting a family, that desire to have kids, into forcing 18, 19, and 20-year-old boys and girls, women and men into becoming fathers and mothers because their state legislators think that the woman's body should be an incubator for the next 9 months. You got to have reason rooted within the immorality of the action compared to disdain for the mental states of the woman.
You can't force somebody to be a mother or father. If they're sitting there willingly having sex, then you know the consequences that can happen. I'm not saying that they should be punished for that because you chose to sit there and have sex, but you should know what consequences can come out of it if you see it as a consequence.
Yeah, and you also know what you can do to deal with those consequences. Like abortion.
Murdering an innocent baby?
How do you define the word murder?
Okay, so you know how they say if a pregnant woman gets murdered, that counts as a double homicide?
Yes. And I agree with that.
Okay, so exactly. That is not just a fetus. That is a baby that is about to become a full human when it comes out. Like, it's a human in the womb, but when it comes out,
I don't think that pointing out that if a gunman were to kill a pregnant woman, it would therefore be double homicide does anything to furthering the argument that abortion is murder.
that's just, I'm just trying to prove my fact that that is a living being.
Well, one moment. Can I tell you why I don't think that claim does anything to further the position that abortion is murder?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
The reason why I think it's double homicide when you kill a pregnant woman is because it is unjustified to kill the life of the fetus, rooted within the fact that there's not consent of the pregnant woman. I'd argue that the definition of the word murder is the unjustified termination of a human life. And I don't think that it's unjustified when a woman chooses to access abortion, because she is doing so not just in respect to the fact I don't see moral value in the life of the fetus, but also in respect to her own bodily autonomy and giving consent for that fetus to be evicted from her womb. But when a third party would murder a pregnant woman, killing her and the fetus, they are unjustifiably killing that fetus because it is only within the right of the pregnant woman to terminate that life. So technically, it would be murder. But that fact doesn't really do anything to further the position that abortion is murder because of the very clear distinctions.
Well, just as a Christian, God says he knew you before you were in the womb, and he knitted you in the womb. Like, you have a purpose. Everybody that is conceived has a purpose, no matter what it is. So this is a view coming
from the Bible. So if I have a wife and she cheats on me and gets pregnant, is it okay for her to get an abortion?
No. Does that change anything?
I thought that we were operating off of the Bible. Numbers 5, 1 through 34 says clearly that if your wife cheats on you and gets pregnant, you should take her to a priest and have her drink the bitter waters, and her abdomen will swell and miscarry.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so you disagree with the Bible when it's convenient to you, but then you use the Bible as a weapon of hate to tell other women and girls that they can't access healthcare. Why? That's so inconsistent.
No matter what the circumstance is, that is still a living being. It doesn't matter
what. That's not what the Bible says.
The Bible still says that everybody has a purpose.
Well, Numbers 5:34 says if your wife cheats on you and she gets pregnant, take her to a priest to get an abortion.
Okay, but that was also back in what times? Like,
it would be forever ago, because it's Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you'd say that abortion's murder because it violates the Ten Commandments, right? Like thou shalt not kill. They thought
about things differently.
Can you answer my question, please? You're telling us here that you think abortion is murder because it violates the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not kill?
I did not say that. I just said that it has a purpose. Nobody should be taken away from that.
Do you follow the Ten Commandments?
I think everybody tries to the most they can.
Why? They're in the Old Testament, the same book of the Bible in which you just disputed as a reasonable foundation to yield the conclusion that abortion's not murder when your wife cheats on you because it's the Old Testament. But apparently now you completely disregard that fact as it would relate to the Ten Commandments found in Exodus, the very next book after Numbers inside of the Old Testament. Well, actually, I don't know if that's right. But go ahead. You get my point.
I get your point. Yes, you're good. I'm just saying, everybody has a purpose, and I believe that everybody should have the chance to be loved and go out and be happy and not being killed.
Can you respond to my argument, please?
Which part? You kind of say a lot.
The fact that you told me that you don't believe that Numbers is accurate when it describes that abortion is okay for pregnant women that get pregnant by cheating on their husbands because it's found in the Old Testament. But then you turned around and said that you follow the Ten Commandments regardless of the fact that they're found in the Old Testament.
Okay.
Do you not see how that's a clear contradiction?
I mean, back then, like, when people would, like, when women or whoever would cheat, they would get, like, stoned to death and killed for it. Like, back then, that stuff was a really big deal. But nowadays, cheating is a lot more normalized to a lot of people.
So you're not going to respond to the position?
I'm trying.
Okay. Well, I mean, that wasn't a response. Maybe I could attack this from a different angle. So ultimately, the view is that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, right?
Depending on the circumstances, that's like I've said, yes.
Okay. So your position is that elective abortion should be illegal because they're a sin. I have a question. What branch of Christianity do you follow?
Christian? I don't know. I'm not Catholic or whatever.
Yeah, you just read the Bible, non-denominational?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where in the Bible does it say that one sin is worse than any other? outside of
I don't
blasphemy?
know. I'm
of
not a
course.
Bible genius. I don't know where everything is in it.
So do you hold to the pretty conventional belief that Protestants do, that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy?
The Bible says that you can repent for any sin.
It's not the question that I asked you. The question that I asked you is, do you hold to the more common Protestant Christian belief that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God?
In some ways, yes.
What does
I
that
mean,
mean?
obviously,
What does that mean in
like,
some ways? That doesn't make sense.
well, obviously, some sins seem worse than others. Like, if you murder somebody, like, that's a lot different than just going and, like, stealing something.
Where do we find that in Scripture?
Find what?
That concept described, that the sin of abortion is worse than the sin of lying, for instance. Where do we find that in Scripture?
I don't know. Do you know?
No. Well, actually, yes, I do know. We don't find that in Scripture. And that's my issue with wanting to dictate a criminal justice system on the back of the Bible, is because the Bible is insufficient for dictation of a criminal justice system, because it doesn't include or describe the level of nuance required to run a criminal justice system. You know,
Okay.
it's like the inevitable view here is that, oh, well, abortion should be illegal because it's a sin. Okay, but it's like also a sin to bear false witness, and that's technically what you're doing when you tell your children that Santa Claus exists. So you have just as much reason rooted in the Christian Bible to criminalize abortion as you do telling your children that Santa Claus exists.
Okay, I get what your point you're trying to make here, but out of just me personally, out of Christianity, out of whatever, Republican, like, out of anything, I just personally believe that everybody has the right to live. That's all. Like, there's not really any argument.
So your argument that abortion should be illegal is not found or rooted in Christianity, right?
In some ways, you can have it rooted by
But I've
Christianity,
already described
but
the issues and rooted it in Christianity, because if you want to root it in Christianity, then all of a sudden you got to criminalize Christmas. Telling your children that Santa Claus is real.
well, not everybody tells their kids Santa Claus is real, but yeah.
Okay, being Soup's theory. I was never talking about the people that don't tell their children that Santa Claus is real. You would be
Okay, we're on the
criminalizing
same
Christmas
page.
for
Good.
millions of families, okay, if you were to make it
Okay.
illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists.
What?
You don't even understand the argument.
No, you talk so fast. I can't.
I don't know if I'm talking fast. I don't know. Listen, I could repeat it for the fourth time. You
Has it been
cannot
4 times?
root
Are you
your
sure?
argument that abortion should be illegal in the Bible. Else you would also have to principally hold to the view that other sins should be illegal, like lying, like telling your children that Santa Claus exists.
Oh, God forbid.
And that is absurd.
So absurd.
You agree? So you agree that your argument is absurd.
I'm just saying. Like, God, you keep repeating yourself. I'm just saying.
You
like,
asked me to
I
repeat myself
personally-
because you said I talked too fast for you to understand what I
You
said.
do talk fast. I didn't say you didn't, but
So why
I'm
are
just
you?
saying.
Why are you like? Will you respond to the argument?
like, you just keep like completely going over what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what else you want me to say.
Okay, so you don't have a response to the counter position that proves your view to be false, right?
I'm just saying everybody has the right to live. I don't know what's like else there is to say about
I
that.
listen.
Like,
I don't agree. I don't think that merely
Okay,
being a
that's
member of
fine.
our
You're your own
species gives you
person.
the right to. Oh wait, so it's fine for me to disagree with you. Then why isn't it fine for women and girls that want to access abortion to disagree
no,
with you? Because you want to make it
everyone's
illegal
allowed
for them
have
to
their
do so.
own opinions.
No, that's
Everyone's
actually
allowed to
not
have
what you
them.
think. You don't think that women and girls are allowed to have their own opinion about abortion because you say if you don't agree with me, then guess what? You're a criminal.
That's not what I said one time.
Okay, so then you don't hold to the pro-life perspective of thinking that access to abortion should be criminalized in this country.
I told you that I think that if it's under certain circumstances, then I can understand why the woman would want an
We're
abortion.
talking about elective abortions here. You just tried to tell me that you think it's okay for people to have a differing opinion because you're getting cooked in a debate and you don't know how to respond to my opinion that contradicts yours. Meanwhile,
I
the
don't
policy
feel
that you're
cooked. I
advocating
just-
for does not give people the right to hold to their own perspective on the issue because you think they shouldn't have the ability to legally access abortion at all, and you think that your opinion reigns supreme and that all other women and girls should abide by it.
I didn't say that. You said that.
So you don't think that
I-
abortion should be illegal?
I've said multiple times that I just believe that everyone has the right to
But
live.
do you think that like women and girls should be able to legally access elective abortions?
I think that under certain circumstances, you should be allowed to access abortion.
But the certain circumstances aren't elective circumstances. That's why I asked you the question. Do you think that women and girls should be able to legally access elective abortions?
If you have been raped as a woman,
That's
and you
not
don't
an
want
elective
that
abortion. Do you know what an elective abortion is?
No, you can go ahead and explain that to me then.
Elective abortions are abortions that aren't gotten because of rape, incest, or like issues with the life of the mother.
Okay, so
Elective
basically,
abortions are the
get pregnant by having
97%. So do you think that women
Okay.
and girls should be able to legally access elective abortions?
I don't think that, like, okay, if you sit there, like I said, if you sit there and choose to have sex, knowing what can happen, then no, I don't believe that you should just be able to abort the baby.
Okay, so then earlier when you were trying to virtue signal and tell me that, oh, it's okay for us to have varying opinions, you were lying because you don't think it's okay for us to have varying opinions.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to judge somebody for their opinion. Like, I'm not that kind of person.
You actually are. Like, literally, not even metaphorically.
I'm not judging, I just
you want
get my
people
side.
to have to show up to court and be, like, actually judged and, like, sent to jail if they get an elective abortion.
I'm not the one that chooses that. I'm not the
Yes, you are, because you're telling us that that's policy that you support.
I just support life. That's it. Like, there's
no, dude, you're not getting the point. Why can't you get the point? It is so simple. I feel like everybody should be able to understand what I'm saying. Listen again and listen very closely to every word. The point that I'm making here is so abundantly clear. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. Listen,
well, maybe try
please.
to have a conversation
Okay?
instead of, like, act like you're trying to argue. Like, I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Here's a point that I'm trying to make that I really want you to listen to.
Go ahead.
5 minutes ago, you're saying, Dean, we have different opinions, and that's okay. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinions. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I just said that.
Do you understand how it is contradictory to, in one breath, say, everybody is allowed to have their own opinions, and then in the next breath say, if you hold any other opinion than me, you're going to jail?
I can see what you're saying, I guess, but I'm not the one that, like, okay, let's say that I was on, like, completely on your side. Like, I'm still not gonna, like, I just don't get what, like, you're trying to act like I'm the one that's putting them in prison. Like, I'm not.
You are advocating
putting
for
them in prison.
policy to criminalize abortion.
I just think that babies, like, because I'm sure everybody here has done something. Like, if you're gonna sit there and choose that, then you know what's happening. Like, I just don't get, like, what's so hard to understand about that. I don't get it.
You're gonna sit there and choose sex, and you know what's happening, you know the consequences that could follow, sure. So if I sit here and I choose to smoke a cigarette, knowing that that could give me lung cancer, if I do get lung cancer, I should be denied access to medical resources because I knew the potential consequences of smoking when I picked up the cigarette, right?
That's a completely different thing, though. Like, that's not comparable.
But the one similarity that these two scenarios share is knowingly engaging in an action that runs a potential risk. And in one scenario, you're saying because you're knowingly engaging in an action that runs a potential risk, you have to deal with that risk and you take responsibility for that risk if it were to occur. But in the second situation about smoking a cigarette, you say you don't have to deal with that risk. You don't have to take responsibility for that risk if it were to materialize. You should be able to go to the hospital. You should be able to seek treatment from a medical health professional to terminate that risk.
Okay.
You don't
Like,
get it?
I know I get what you're saying, but, like, okay, I can see your side too.
So, but my side proves your side wrong.
If that's what you want to look at it that way. I know a lot of people that have had miscarriages and, like, people that I'm close with.
No, my side proves your side wrong. Do you have a response?
I mean, not really. Like, I mean, I still have my own opinion. It's not going to change it. Like,
So your opinion is unchanged by a counter argument in which proves it to be false.
I mean, I'll look at things differently and I'll take in what you've said, but I'm not going to change my whole mindset in 2 seconds.
Yeah, you don't change your opinion when there's information that's true and which contradicts it. Listen,
I mean,
I think that
even with
the abortion conversation is just a bit much for people that aren't like super well read on the subject matter. I have another question for you. Would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president?
If I support what they are saying that they're gonna try and do, then yes. I don't care what you are, as long as I support what you're trying to do.
That's a first. That's a first. Usually we get a no to that answer. Okay, let me ask you another question. If Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and girls, would you still support him as president?
If there was like, because I know that they say there's that claim that a woman said she was raped by him, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I tried to look into that and I couldn't find any hardcore proof on that, which is why I'm like iffy about it.
Okay, well, here's a jury verdict form where the court agreed with her.
Okay.
But I mean, this isn't even what I was going to ask you about.
But wasn't that civil though? That never went to like really high up. That was just like a civil thing.
What's the difference between civil courts and criminal courts?
Well, I know that criminal is more higher up.
What do you mean by that?
Like, it's not usually when they have more proof of that situation. Like, I know they never had any hardcore proof of it.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So you're saying that you know they never had any hardcore proof of it. So you read the court documents. What's one piece of proof that they did have?
Well, I didn't go and read the whole thing. I'm just saying, like,
but you can,
I don't.
You should clearly, if you're making the claim that they didn't have any hardcore. One moment. Clearly, if you're making the claim that they didn't have any hardcore proof, this means you looked at the proof and you determined it wasn't hardcore.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
So I'm just simply asking you what the proof was that you looked at and determined wasn't hardcore. So what was one piece of evidence that the jury used to hold Trump liable?
I mean, I'm pretty sure if it was true, he should be in prison for that.
Why aren't you answering my question?
That's as much as I know.
Okay, so you don't know any of the proof. So then how do you know it's not hardcore?
Because if it was hardcore, shouldn't he be in prison like anybody else would be for raping somebody?
Okay, so you're saying if it was hardcore, then it would have been prosecuted in a criminal court.
That's what I would hope.
But is that what you think? Like, are you saying the reason you think there was no hardcore proof is because if there was hardcore proof, it would have been prosecuted inside of a criminal court of law?
That's what I would think.
Also, wait, you said that you were studying criminal justice. Okay. Do you know what statute of limitations are?
No.
Yeah, well, that's
I'm still in high school. Like, I'm not studying college criminal justice yet.
Said that you were 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a senior in high school.
Yeah, I forget that 18-year-olds could be in high school. See,
yeah,
I was 17 in college, so I do college that classes. People can. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was living in the dorms, going to college at 17. I forget that 18-year-olds can be in high school. But I'm going to try to repeat what I said here. So you don't know what a statute of limitations is? I'll try to tell you, and then we'll probably move on. Statute of limitations is what can prevent criminal actions from going to a criminal court of law because the I don't know. I'm trying to find a good way to describe this to you. Let's say that a crime has a statute of limitations of 5 years. This means that crime could be prosecuted within a 5-year time span after the crime is committed. Okay? But if we are after that 5-year time span following the time that crime is committed, then it cannot be prosecuted inside of a criminal court of law, regardless of the amount of evidence that you have. Basically, the moment you commit a crime, a clock starts and a stopwatch starts. And by the time that stopwatch ends, you can no longer be prosecuted for it. And this is what happened to Trump and E. Jean Carroll. The statute of limitations had ran out for Donald Trump raping E. Jean Carroll to ever be prosecuted inside of a criminal court of law. So the evidence doesn't change anything here. If E. Jean Carroll, the woman who he raped, had a video of it, he still would not be prosecuted inside of a criminal court of law because the statute of limitations had expired.
Okay, well, I'll take that into consideration. I'll do more research on it. I mean, that's good to know.
Yeah, I'm going to move on. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, okay?
Yeah, bye.
I guess, I don't know. I don't feel too comfortable debating high schoolers, if that makes any sense. I guess if I do, it's probably like a good thing for me to be a bit kinder and just to help like genuinely explain these concepts. Because like, man, let's face it, high schoolers, like, they're young, dude. If you're in high school, you're young. You're young, man. You're super young. I understand them only 21 saying this, but you know, there's a really big maturity difference from being in high school to even being out of high school for a handful of years. Welcome in, Lyle. Do you support Trump? Lyle's not here, so we're going to go and disconnect him and move on to the next guest. For everybody hanging out with us inside of the live today, welcome in, folks. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen if you're watching over on TikTok, sharing out that live as well. Spam that chat. Let me know what's going on. And I appreciate y'all so much. There's a handful of people that I do have to thank for incredibly kind contributions over on Venmo and PayPal. We're going to do that as soon as we're able to get this next Trump supporter loaded up into that box. So only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, help make things easier. We're going to go ahead and repeat what I said at the beginning of the live stream. I only want to talk to people who are American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. The rules in which you have to follow if you do want to request to join the live stream are on your phone screen right now, given that you're watching on TikTok. And we're going to be cracking down very hard on everybody who breaks the rules, folks. If you are breaking our rules and you find yourself inside of the guest request, then you will be banned. Myself, alongside my moderation team, are even looking at the guest request. And if we can identify that you're clearly not a Trump supporter, predicated on an observation of your account name, maybe your bio, maybe your own post or repost, then we will go ahead and ban you as well. So if you're in that queue right now and you're trying to get up here and you're not a Trump supporter, just go ahead and leave that queue, because even if you don't get up on the stream, there's a high chance that you're going to get banned. So just don't do it. But let's go to move on to the next guest. At this point in time, we got the next guest being privileged loading up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. The rules are going to remain on the phone screen until we're able to get that next guest up in here. Hello, Pink Privilege. You support Trump? Okay, they're not ready to debate, so we are going to go ahead and ban them. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. We got Brandon loading up into the box right now. Hey, Luna, thank you so much for the 12 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for your kindness, Luna. Show some love to Luna down below, folks. It's good to see you today. It's good to see you today. Shout out to Luna. Shout out to Luna. Moving on to the next guest right now, we got Kaylee Elizabeth connecting into that live stream. Everyone do. Oh, well, Kaylee Elizabeth left. Kaylee Elizabeth, I hate to do this to you, but you're banned. Moving on to the next guest. A lot of women inside of the queue today. Usually we don't really get too many women that join the live stream. You know, if you've noticed that, you know, like women that support Trump are very rare to have on the stream. I think in the last week we've maybe had like 3 in total. And today there's a lot of women in the queue. There's a lot of women in the queue. So well, maybe we'll get a little bit more of a different perspective than we usually hear from the Trump supporters of the stream. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Thank you all so much for following the rules. The rules are in the middle of the phone screen. To quickly repeat what I just said, if you hop inside of that queue and you're not a Trump supporter, you will be banned. And make sure if you find yourself in that queue that you're ready to debate. Even if you come up here, load in, and then leave, don't say a word, I will have to ban your account like Sienna right now. Sienna connected to the live stream and is automatically leaving, so we got to ban her. Moving on to the next guest, Orion. Here we go. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you speak up a little bit for me, my friend?
Oh, yeah, I'm right here, man.
How old are you?
I just turned 18.
What year were you born in?
I am born 2006.
Okay, Ryan, you're really bad at math. Banned for breaking our first rule. You got to be 18 plus. Moving on to the next guest, we got Rainy Princess loading up into the live stream right now. That's a kid, dude. That's a fucking kid. Holy cow, man. Welcome in, Rainy Princess. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
All right, sorry, Rainy Princess. You are banned for breaking the third rule, which is to be MAGA. Moving on to the next guest, Joey. Here we go, everyone. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Joey?
Hi. Yes.
How old are you?
I am 18. That's what you asked, right?
And what year were you born in?
May 25th, 2007.
Okay, there's a lot of people in the queue exposing themselves as terrible at math. Somebody inside of the queue just said...
that is literally 18.
Oh, I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to people in the comment section. There's people... I just saw somebody in the comment section say that 2006 is 18, bro. No, bro. It's 19 turning 20. Get out of here. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you so much for being up here. Hopefully we'll have a good, productive conversation about why you're MAGA, and we'll be able to change your mind. Now, before we hop into that dialogue, I just want to thank a couple people that have been very kind to me today. Let's start out over on YouTube. Z, thank you so much for the very first super chat of the day over there with the $30. Thank you so much for that love, Z. I want to see 300ZW. Z says, I've been watching for years and this is my first time donating. What you do is valuable. Please know that. I didn't expect you to talk about Mexico, but as a Mexican, thank you. Expect to see more donations from you. Well, Z, thank you so much for the $30 on super chat. And I hope that you and your family are doing all right. Hope that y'all are safe. Same thing to Finney. Thank you for the $10. She says, Dean, thank you for helping me open my eyes. Well, I appreciate you for the $10 donation. Same thing to Sally with the $10, who says, not even Erica Kirk was upset. She mourned him at a mega church type event. Yeah, with the fireworks and the music is crazy. Catherine, I'd also like to thank you for the 20 euros over on YouTube super chat, who says unsafe sex is prevented through better sex ed and negative social impact to men pushing vulnerable women into having sex without protection. I could not agree more, Catherine. We need to be pushing better sex ed and free access to contraceptives. Thank you so much for the 20 euros. Same thing to JK. Thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars, who says, hey, Dean Canadian here. My boyfriend is currently in Puerto Vallarta. He was supposed to leave today, but that was canceled. Yeah, man, flights are grounded. I am praying for your boyfriend. That is a very scary situation to be in. Thank you so much for the love. Same thing to Nike. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for that love, Nike. It's good to see you. And we are all caught up over there. Yeah, has anyone been following the Olympics? That's actually what Nike just brought up to me. I mean, USA has been killing it, man. Alex, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube, over on Venmo. Says, love you, Dean. Have you heard about Trump using the pseudonym John Barron to call into C-SPAN and rant? I did see that. It was unhinged. Diana, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, thank you. Well, thank you so much for that love, Diana. And then Lauren, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, it's frustrating how MAGA supporters keep shifting the goalposts to suit their agenda and twisting religious texts into justifying their views, especially when it feels like certain people are feigning ignorance. I know, right, Lauren? It is so frustrating that MAGA has weaponized the Bible to hurt people and destroy lives. It's sad, man. Thank you so much for the $20, Lauren. It's also very disrespectful to true Christians. And then Katie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. Then Darius, Allison, and RM, thank you guys for the $5. Then Diana, thank you so much for another $20 donation. He says, my fiance and me literally watch you every day. You're awesome and advocate for everything I stand for. That is awesome. Then you go on to say here that your fiance proposed to you like an hour after I stopped watching a stream of yours yesterday. Oh, well, I hope that the marriage goes all right, Diana. Shout out to you and your fiance. That is super exciting.
Interesting debate.
And then Vanessa, thank you for the $10. Who says you're awesome. Thank you so much for that love, Vanessa. Sean, thank you for the $5. Then Fussy, thank you for the $15. Rami, thank you so much for the $25. And let's hear Oscar. Thank you so much for the $11. I appreciate y'all. We are all caught up with thank you people over on Venmo. I seriously do really appreciate y'all for the love. One thing that I've been hearing a lot recently is that I take too long when I thank people. So I will attempt to kind of break it up into smaller chunks, and like every hour, we'll try to thank people every 20 minutes or so. So I appreciate y'all for the way. I just want to make sure that I do show love to everybody who supports me. Thank you guys so much for the love. There's still yet a couple people to thank over on PayPal, but I'll just kind of take a moment and start talking to this dude. Okay. All right, man. So everyone in the comment section is spamming fourth post. I don't really understand why people are spamming fourth post, but whatever. Why do you support Trump?
I like when he was first president. That's what kind of made me like him. I like what he did there.
So like 10 years ago?
Yeah, that's why I still like him. Is because of what he did then.
You're like 8 years old.
Again, YouTube is a thing.
Okay. So you support him because of what he did in his first term. Well, this is a losing argument. You'll see that quickly. But what did he do in his first term that makes you support him today?
I like how he handled the Democrats in the debates against Hillary.
So he debated Hillary good 10 years ago, and that's why you support him as president today. Not because he's like making the country better, pushing a positive agenda, making us stronger, making the economy prosper. Dude, if being a good debater would make you a great president, I guess you should sign me up for the presidency and vote me in 2040, because I guess I kind of did cook on my 1v20 on Jubilee when I was 19, right?
Yeah, I mean, make you president.
Great. I don't think that argument tracks, man. You have to tell me what he's doing that is positively impacting this country to justify your support. At least I'd assume that's what you
I
have to
like
do.
what he's doing with ICE. Another reason why I support him.
The mass deportation?
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about that, but let's keep it simple. What is one way that Trump's mass deportation positively impacts this country?
I think it will get rid of a lot of the Mexican cartel that's linked with fentanyl.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, now I gotta ban you, but I'll clarify to you why you're wrong. The Biden-Harris administration was actually deporting undocumented immigrants with criminal histories and DRUG dealers at significantly higher rates than the Trump administration is today, because the last administration kind of focused more disproportionately on those with prior criminal convictions. Meanwhile, the Trump administration today's focusing on anybody and everybody, including legal immigrants like asylum seekers and undocumented minors. So, but we got to kick them out. Just so you know, for everybody watching, you have to be at least 18. You got to be American and you got to be MAGA to join this live. But you also can't say the names of any DRUGS when you are on the live. I know that that's a really weird rule, but that's TikTok for you. Nothing I can do to change it. I'll get the stream taken down if you come up here, say the name of a DRUG, then I leave you on. Unfortunately. We got the next guest loaded up into the box. Okay. By the way, everybody in my TikTok chat was spamming to look at his fourth post sound. I saw the name of it. It was just Slut Me Out by NLC. Like by Choppa. Well, like, okay. All right. I mean, was that it? No, it was a different sound. Well, that was his fourth post was about Slut Me Out. That's not what you guys wanted me to see. Did he say okay, what was the sound? It mentioned the KKK? Oh, that's horrendous. Well, he's gone now. Thea, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, she's snoring. She's napping. All right, we're going to leave her to her nap. I apologize, Thea. We'll probably end up waking Thea up at some point in this stream because I have a proclivity to scream sometimes. I guess I'll try to keep it low key for Thea. Okay, I got to keep that in mind. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
24.
24. Yeah, and what year were you born in?
02.
Okay, hotel. All right. Well, actually, what month were you born in?
December. Wait, you don't believe me?
Just let me do the math here. Wouldn't you be 23?
No.
I mean, I think you'd be 23.
Can I ask you a question?
No, because I think that you're lying to me about your age. Get banned, buddy. Get banned. Get pushed. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. That's what we do. You break our rules, you get pushed. Let's go to get that next guest, Ray Smith, loaded up into the live stream. Okay, all right. Yeah, it'd be like 23 turning 24. I welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Ma'am, you like Donald Trump?
No, I kissed Donald Trump.
You like Donald Trump?
Don't know what Ray Smith is doing. I don't know what the hell we just heard. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. I'm taking a look at the queue right now. And quite frankly, I don't really see a whole lot of people in it that want to come up here and debate. That was weird. I don't know what audio we just heard.
Yo,
Well,
what's
welcome
up,
in.
bro?
Do you support Trump?
Like a little bit.
A little
but
bit.
I've been like reading the news and stuff.
How
and
old are
it's,
you?
Like, pretty bad. I'm 15.
Banned. All right, we're going to put the rules on screen, guys. You have to be 18 plus, you have to be American, and you have to be MAGA. And you have to be ready to debate if you want to join. Me and my moderation team are going to be looking at the people that join the guest requests very closely. If we take a look at your profile and there's anything clearly identifiable of you to be a liberal or anti-Trump anywhere on your account, like posts, bio, profile picture, name, reposts, you're going to get banned even if you never join the live stream and see the light of day. We're going to be running through this pretty quickly because we want to keep the live stream to call in for American adults that support Trump, and that's about it, folks. So do follow those rules, or else your account will be gone. It'll just be Thanos snapped into into the oblivion. So don't do that. Don't do that, everybody. Yo, Fussy, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, also good to see you, Dean, brother. Hope things go well. Well, I hope that today we have an all right stream, Fussy. It's good to see you, too. You're here like every day, man. All the love in the world to you. And over on PayPal, Miss Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is insanity. Thank you so much for that love, Kathy. That is Kathy with a C. Queen Kathy's back in the building. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Kathy with $100 says, and men's hockey won gold. Love you. Love you too, Kathy. You know that. Yeah, dude, the USA did great at the Olympics. I mean, it kind of has me feeling a little bit patriotic. And then the winners are, these absolute, wokies, like pro-Palestine, anti-Trump. Love to see it. Thank you so much for the $100, Kathy. While we're trying to find that next Trump supporter to debate, I want to see y'all showing some love to her down below. Welcome into You Sport Trump, Meg Umi.
Yes, I do, partly for Aussie.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm 07 August.
Okay,
11th.
and what time is it?
Currently is where I'm at is was it? It says 23:48 where I'm at.
Can you repeat that, please? Did you say 16:28? 11:48.
It's 11:48.
All right. Well, I'm going to go to ban you because you're breaking that second rule. You have to be American. There's not a time zone in America where it's 11:48. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Book Talk loaded up into the box. Y'all follow the rules. I mean, they're literally on the phone screen. They're right in front of your goddamn eyes. Please open them. Take a look. Very simple. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. Book Talk loaded up and automatically left. I'm going to go to ban you as well. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Isn't this crazy? I mean, how do you guys explain this dilemma of, telling everyone the rules, having them on the phone screen, banning people in the queue that even just, look liberal, and us still just having no Trump supporters? No, I don't want to join. I didn't mean to join. Can you ban me, please? I don't want to. Yeah, you are banned. You are definitely banned. Moving on to the next guest. Why do you guys think that this happens? What phenomena just drives people to do this to us? Welcome in, Sam. Do you support Trump?
Kia ora, bro.
Do you support
What's
Trump?
up, bro? No, but my grandparents do, and I need it.
All right, I'm going to go to ban you for breaking that third rule, which says be MAGA. Moving on to the next guest right now. Take a look at the rules. Make sure that you're following them. Did he say Kiora? Isn't that isn't that an indigenous tradition in New Zealand? Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello, Logan? All right, you have 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to ban you generally for not being ready to debate. Moving on to the next guest, we got Paige Miller loading up into that live stream. Hey, dude, Jessica, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Jessica. Jessica with the $50 says, hey, you are amazing and you help change things. Keep going. Love you. Jessica, I love you too. You've been so kind recently. I remember the day before yesterday, you came in here and dropped a huge, very, very kind donation. Just know that I really appreciate you. $50 goes a long way. Show us some love to Jessica down below in that comment section for the $50. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to Kristen. Let's get 250 Kristen W's for the $25 donation, who says, listen to you every day. Did you see the article in The Guardian about a 65-year-old UK citizen with a valid visa being detained for 6 weeks by ICE? Yes! It's insane! Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25, Kirsten. I appreciate you for bringing that up. Then same thing to Lucy and Cully. I appreciate you both for the $10 donations over on PayPal. Show some love to Lucy, Cully, Kathy, Kirsten. Thank you guys so much. Paige, welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yo, do you actually use a vape?
Well, I'm actually banning you for breaking the first rule. You got to be 18 plus. Moving on to the next guest, Jackson. Guys, if you are an actual Trump supporter and you want to skip the line, let me know down below in that comment section. I'll happily let you come up because it seems like the queue is really overwhelmed by people breaking the rules. So let me know down below in that comment section if you want to come up. Once again, I'm just going to re-request my moderators as well as myself to take a look at the accounts of the people in the queue. If you see anything that clearly identifies them as a non-Trump supporter, we will go ahead and ban you. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, banned. Guys, make sure that you're ready to go once you come up here, because if you don't, immediately say something the moment that you join, we'll have to go ahead and ban you as well. Welcome in, Big Chuck. Do you support Trump?
I used to.
You don't anymore, man. That's really good to hear, man. But right now we're only looking for MAGA, as it says in the middle of your phone screen, and as I've said about 1 billion times. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Okay, welcome in, Matthew. Do you support Trump? Oh, nope, they're banned too. Sounds good. Moving on to Devon. Here we go, y'all. I mean, guys, this is why at the beginning of the live stream I was talking about the dying MAGA movement. Hi, Devon. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
05.
What month?
11/11.
Okay, why do you support Trump, Devon?
I just got a question, bro.
No, I want an argument for why you support Trump. I'm sorry.
All right.
Because I'm not confident.
All right, I got you. The gas prices are down. Everything's down, bro.
Everything's down. Well, I mean,
prices are down, bro.
Prices are down
what?
According to the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. Prices are up.
Well, that's not true, because where I'm at right now, the prices are down.
Do you even know what the CPI is?
Prices are down, though, are they not?
Okay, I would definitely expect you to not know what the
Why
CPI
you ducking,
is if you're
bro?
willing to discount it so
Go look at the
easily.
prices in New York right now, bro.
Okay, all right. Let me know when I have the mic, because I don't want you to interrupt me.
All right, you're good.
All right. So, no, nationwide prices are not down. Prices are up. I agree that the price of gas is down. Don't think that's because of Trump. But when we look at general goods, you say bang?
Yeah.
So is that like the gotcha? The price of gas is down?
I mean, you said they weren't down, and now you're saying they're down, so you got to pick one, bro.
No. What you're doing is you're equivocating two completely separate statements. So it is true that the price of gas is down, but it is not true that prices as a whole are generally down.
I mean, that's just not true, though, because I just told you the prices
So according
are down
to the
where
Bureau
I'm
of
at.
Labor Statistics, the price of all goods are up by around 2.2% on average. Meanwhile, the price of energy, like home electricity, is up by around 4% on average.
Where, though? Where are you getting these statistics from?
I just told you the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You could go to
I think that's wrong, bro.
bls.gov/CPI.
So could you explain why prices are down where I am at? Literally everywhere.
The price of what?
Food, gas.
Like what food?
Housing. Eggs, like actual food, not like fast food shit.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know the claim that you're making. When we want to attempt to
I told you that I'd
dictate the economy as a
voted
whole.
for Trump because prices, and I told you why, and then now you're just like you're kind of
Okay. So
clueless.
you're just like disputing like macroeconomic data, saying that it can't be true even when we are getting this macroeconomic data from the Trump administration. So why would the Trump administration lie about prices being higher?
But they're not higher though.
That's what the Trump administration is saying. So why would they lie?
About like what pricing? About what though?
The prices of goods.
Well, they're incorrect about their own statement because prices.
Yeah, why would they lie about that? Why would they lie and say that prices are higher? Why would they do that?
That's pretty odd.
Why would they do that?
Prices are down. I don't know.
You do so. Can you agree that it would be
prices are down,
very
though.
unlikely for the Trump administration to lie?
When did they say this?
Once again, bls.gov/CPI. We get monthly reports on this.
Okay, when was the last report? February 1st?
No, literally, yeah, February 1st, yes.
I don't know, bro. Prices are down, though. Literally.
Okay, so what did Trump do to make prices go down?
Shit, become president? I don't know.
So how did his presidency reduce the price of
prices
of
are down,
things?
though.
Prices
Bro,
are down.
last
Can you give me
year,
any
gas
evidence
was
that
at
prices are down?
$4 per gallon, bro.
Okay,
now
so
it's at $1.90.
So what has Trump done to reduce the price of gas?
Tariffs and shit like that, probably.
Well, we want to expect tariffs to reduce the price of gas. We'd expect tariffs to, if anything, increase the price of gas.
Yeah, increase, and then over time, it comes back and decreases stuff.
But this would imply that the price of gas hasn't gone down yet, and it's still going up. right?
No, but it is going down though.
Okay, but it wouldn't be going down because of the tariffs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but so why did you say that the tariffs are what caused the price of gas to go down?
What? I'm telling you. Do you not
Like,
understand?
you just agreed that the tariffs would not make the price of gas go down, but then you turned around and argued that the tariffs are why the price of gas go down
over time because it made it more expensive and now it's down.
Okay, how do tariffs drive the price of gas down?
I don't know, but that's what they did. They did. No,
how do you know that they did that?
What do you mean? How do I know?
Because the price of gas is down. Sure.
Prices are down.
Well, I mean, like literally, like high school macroeconomics would explain why you're wrong. So, price is controlled by what? Do you know?
Could you tell me? You tell me.
Okay, because you don't know. The intersection of the supply and demand curve. So the equilibrium price of a good is the intersection of the supply and demand curve of said good. So when you have a consistent supply and then the demand goes up, so does the price. If you have a consistent supply, then the demand goes down, so does the price. If you have a consistent demand and the supply goes up, the price goes down. If you have a consistent demand and the supply goes down, then the price goes up. Right? Very simple. The reason why tariffs would literally never make the price of gas go down is because A, we would expect the tariffs to limit the overall supply of oil in this country because they are preventing, to some level, the import of foreign oil, meaning that the overall level of oil supply in this country is down, meaning that there'd be an upward pressure on equilibrium price.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Were prices up more last year or before Trump was elected or now?
The price of gas was higher a year ago, according to the EIA, but this doesn't mean that tariffs have a positive impact on that price.
That's not what I'm
asking. What we'd expect
bro.
here is that the tariffs would have a upward pressure on the price of gas, but there's just been merely overweighing and outweighing downward pressures on the price of gas.
So you're saying Trump had nothing to do with the prices going down right now?
Well, I mean, that's what I believe, but no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you're wrong when you attribute tariffs to the reduction in the price of gasoline, and I just proved it with like high school macroeconomics.
Okay, it might not be completely all tariffs, but it was definitely.
Well, it wouldn't be tariffs at all because I mean, the very simple and basic rudimentary like information I just gave you concerning equilibrium price and supply and demand would indicate to us that if anything, tariffs would have an upward pressure on the price of gasoline.
But you don't think Trump's doing a better job than Biden did?
Well, I mean, now you're trying to completely change the topic of discourse to Trump and
I'm
Biden
saying,
compared to your claim that the tariffs are what drove the price of gas down. So if you want to concede that claim that the tariffs are what drove the price of gas down, I'll happily have another conversation with you about something else. But first, we're going to need a concession.
No, my claim was that you asked why.
Oh, so you're going to make the claim. So you're going to make the claim that you did not claim that tariffs drove the price of gasoline down. So just to clarify, are you saying that you never said Donald Trump's tariffs caused gas to be cheaper?
When did I say I didn't say that?
Like 3 seconds ago.
I said I didn't.
So just to clarify, you did make the claim that Trump's tariff drove the price of gas down, correct?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. Have I now refuted and disproven that?
Somewhat.
Somewhat. What do you mean by somewhat?
You don't think tariffs had no part in it at all? That
is exactly what I proved. Yes.
I don't know, bro.
You don't. So you don't know if a lower level of overall supply would have an upward pressure on prices. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, what'd you say? I didn't hear you.
You don't know if a lower level of supply of a good is going to have an upward pressure on the price of that good?
Bro, tariffs increase the price of something.
Can you answer my question?
What?
So you don't know if having a total lower level of supply of a good would increase the price of that good, given that.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, bro. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that.
Okay. So then you don't know like basic economics. Listen, dude. I think that it's important before you start like entertaining very shitty economic theories. You first know the basis of economics. The basics.
You still haven't answered my question, though. Could you answer my question, please? I asked one question. You got to answer it. I said, were prices more down now than they were a year and a half ago?
I actually did answer that question, yes.
And what'd you say?
What was the answer? Lower today than they were a year ago.
There you go.
What does that tell us?
That's why I vote for Trump. It tells us that Trump is better at managing the economy than past presidents.
Because it happened under his administration?
Exactly what I'm saying.
So if something happens in the economy under his administration, then it's to blame on him. So do you blame the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years on him because it happened under his administration in his first term?
Nope.
Why? It happened in April of 2020. Who was president? Trump.
April 2020. Okay, but that was also during peak COVID.
So you're saying that there's external variables that can influence how and what things happen inside of an economy.
That's
You're interrupting me.
Pandemic.
Little boy, sit down. Listen to the real man for
Little
three
boy.
3 seconds. Yes, you heard me.
Little boy.
Mentally and physically. Just calm down,
I
please.
bench
Thank
more
you.
than you, bro.
Okay, you definitely don't.
Okay.
What's your max bench?
265.
In your dreams. In your dreams.
In my
But anyways, back to what I was saying, because I need you to understand this. It's very important. You just argued that if something happens in the economy, then it is necessarily to blame on the president. I then give you a compelling counter argument to that position because I pointed out that under Donald Trump, during his first administration, we experienced the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years since the Great Depression in April of 2020 at 14.8%. You then pointed out, no, Dean, we can't attribute that to Trump because what else happened in that same time? COVID, the pandemic, global shutdowns of businesses. And you're right. You walked into the point. Just because something happens in our economy does not mean that the president caused it because of about 1,000,000,001 external variables. In fact, an assumption otherwise that we can just blame whatever happens in the economy on the president would be an example of a correlation causation fallacy. You have to prove the causal factor, okay, between the Trump administration and lower levels of and lower prices of gasoline by telling us what he did to influence lower levels of gasoline, which is not something you can do.
Your theory is flawed, though. That's the thing, though, because you can't just say... You can say that about literally, like, anything, bro. The main reason why employment was low, you know, is because of COVID, bro.
I do know it was because of COVID.
There you go. And you can't say that Trump didn't lower the gas prices.
That's the point. The point is that something happened in the economy that was caused by something other than the president.
Okay, so what happened in the economy right now that prices are lower?
It's not my burden to tell you. I could.
Exactly.
But it's not my burden.
You don't know.
I do know. But it's not my burden to tell you because you can't assume that it was Trump. Right. You have to prove because you have to prove your claim that it was Trump.
And I did.
How so?
Him being president.
By pointing out that it happened in the country while he was president. Do you see the issue here?
Not really.
Not really.
You didn't answer it though, because you don't know it.
It's because of Trump. It's not my burden to tell you what caused lower levels of gasoline
prices. Were up.
Because
prices were up for 4 years, and magically when Trump.
One moment. Listen, it's not my burden to tell you what caused a lower level of gasoline prices, because it would rather be your burden of proof to demonstrate that the claim that you are making is true. All right, like listen, I could sit here and explain to you why there is lower level, why the price of gas has gone down. Okay, and if you really wanted to know the reason why the price of gas has gone down is because under the Biden-Harris administration, we of course imposed sanctions on Russian oil once they started their invasion of Ukraine, and that completely shifted the global production of crude oil because Russia had primarily accounted for around 25% of the global production of oil. We sanctioned their oil, we stopped buying it, massive shortage. So then Biden approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land compared to Trump in his first term, and then American oil producers kicked it into hyperdrive. We became the world's leading producer of oil for 7 months. And because of that, American oil companies, okay, experienced the highest levels of profit they have in the history of this country. And instead of stopping the production of oil and slowing it down once we're able to stabilize the market, they kept fucking going because of how much money they were making. So then they restabilized the average price per barrel of oil from around $70 to $85 to $50 to $65, which is now allowed, okay, oil companies to sell their oil for significantly lower prices because of that restabilization of the average price of a barrel of oil. That is what has caused a lower price of gasoline today. But I don't owe you that explanation because it is not my burden to prove you wrong. It is your burden to prove yourself right. And I've already demonstrated how your claim here that, well, it happened in the economy while he was president proves that he caused it is false by pointing out other things that have happened in the economy while he is president that you do not believe Donald Trump caused, like the 14.8% level of unemployment that we experienced in April of 2020 under his first administration.
Okay, but like, so you're saying none of that had to do with Trump?
Yes.
So there's no way you think that, bro.
Well, there's no evidence to indicate the contrary.
So you think nothing with Trump caused the prices to go lower?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Dean, bro. I think
there's no evidence.
There's some bias here. I think there's some bias.
There's no evidence for the hypothesis that Trump reduced the price of gas, and there's an abundance of evidence for the hypothesis that Trump did not reduce the price of gas.
Well, he did reduce it though.
What's the evidence?
I told you already at the beginning of the stream.
The evidence is that it happened while he was president?
No. What did we talk about?
Then what's the evidence?
We gotta remember here, bro. Come on,
you tell me. What's the evidence?
5 minutes ago, I told you it. I don't gotta repeat myself. You remember what I said?
I'm very forgetful. What's the evidence?
Clearly, you remember.
No, I don't. I'm very forgetful.
Yes, you do.
What's the evidence? Are you gonna repeat it, or are you just gonna like whine like a little child? This is a bad look for you, buddy.
How?
How? Because you're not stating the evidence for the hypothesis that Trump reduced the price of gas. Then calling me crazy for telling you otherwise. Oh,
I just told you.
So explain to me how the tariffs reduce the price of gas.
I did already.
5.
I did already.
I don't know. You actually did.
You got to become a better listener, though.
I guess so, but I'll really listen this time. I'm like I'm 5, like I'm literally 5 years old. Explain to me how tariffs reduce the price of gas.
I don't like to repeat myself, bro.
Oh well, I don't think you ever gave that explanation in the first place.
You just had nothing to prove that I was wrong.
No, listen. I'll tell you exactly what you said. You just claimed.
Oh, so you remember now? You just remembered it came back to you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You just claimed that the tariffs reduced the price of gas. You didn't explain how the tariffs reduced the price of gas. No, you didn't.
I told you. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, bro.
Prove me wrong by doing it again.
Oh, so again? But I thought I didn't do it though.
I know you didn't do it, but you're claiming that you did. I'll speak on your terms.
I did though.
No, you didn't.
I don't like to repeat myself, bro.
The reason why you're not telling us how the tariffs reduce the price of gas is because you don't know how the tariffs reduce the price of gas because you are economically illiterate and have the same education on economics as a 5th grader.
All right, don't crash out. Don't crash out.
Simply because I'm calling the shots and I'm saying the sky's blue doesn't mean that I'm crashing out, sir.
No, you're crashing out a little bit. Got chill.
You're calling me a crash out because I'm just accurately representing yourself.
Because you were screaming, bro.
I wasn't screaming.
You raised your voice at me. I don't like that.
Listen, I'm not your mom barging into the basement at 3 a.m. because you're still 20 living there and banging on your table when you lose in Fortnite. I'm not screaming. But I just want, well, I mean, nothing's wrong with that, especially under the Trump economy. He's over here saying that we need to increase
the prices are down. Actually, I can probably move out.
But I want you to tell me here, how did tariffs reduce the price of gas?
Why do I have to repeat myself, bro? You remember what I said?
Listen, you're exposing yourself right now. You don't know.
Don't scream.
You don't know.
Bro. I promise you I explained it.
No, you didn't. You don't know. You literally have no clue. This guy's a clown.
Right.
Listen, you're exposing yourself right now. You're just continually repeating that you already explained how tariffs, reduce the price of gas. Okay, you can't do it. Listen to this.
I didn't.
I will send you. Listen, I will give you $100 if you could explain how tariffs reduce the price of gas.
I told you already, bro.
I know. Tell me again for $100.
But if you already know what I said though.
No, I actually don't. Listen, I'm being real. I'm legitimately being real. I'm actually being real. I don't know. I don't know what the hell you said. If you tried to explain how tariffs reduce the price of gas, I obviously didn't get it. Yes, actually. So I will give you $100 if you could apparently re-explain how tariffs reduce the price of gas.
You don't get a lot of things.
Okay, well you're about to get $100 if you could re-explain how tariffs reduce the price of gas.
I don't want your money, bro.
You don't want $100?
Nah, I don't need it.
Let's move it to $1,000.
Maybe 4 years ago.
Listen, let's move it to $1,000. I will give you $1,000 if you could effectively explain how tariffs reduce the price of gas.
That's a bargain.
You don't want $1,000?
I don't like to repeat myself though.
You won't repeat yourself for $1,000.
I think my pride is more important than money. I don't sell myself out for money.
How about this? Another question that I haven't asked yet, that you haven't answered yet. What is a tariff?
Bro, you don't think I know what a tariff is, bro?
Tell us, what is a tariff?
You're just rage baiting. I don't like the rage
answer the question.
I don't like the rage
Why can't you answer the question?
Because I know what it is.
Wait. Questions and debates are rage bait? Are you 5?
Yes, that shit is rage bait, bro.
How so?
If I'm explaining how tariffs lower the prices, I could explain what a tariff is.
Okay, so do it.
So do it. No, I'm not going to do it.
You don't know what a tariff is.
Why would I do that? Okay.
So please tell me how you know that tariffs have reduced the price of gas while not knowing what a tariff is.
I know what a tariff is.
What is it?
Why do I have to explain if I literally told you
to give us evidence for the claim that you know what a tariff is?
But I showed you how it works, though.
No. In order for you to give us evidence for the claim that you know what a tariff is, you have to define the word tariff.
I don't, though.
Okay, so then you don't know what a tariff is.
I know what it is because I explained what it was.
You don't know what a tariff is because you can't define the word.
but I told you how it worked, and if I didn't know how it would...
No, you didn't.
What? Like, bro, you're
Dude,
actually
you didn't
rage baiting so
define the
hard
word
now.
tariff. Oh my god, what a fucking fool. How does it feel to get absolutely cooked into goddamn oblivion? I have you up here looking like a complete dumbass. You denied
That's not true.
$1,000 for taking 30 seconds to describe how tariffs cause the
I'm not a
price of gas to
sellout
go
like you,
down.
Dean.
And then, okay, you exposed yourself for not even knowing what a tariff is, because I asked you to simply define the word and you can't. Devon, how about another question? How many branches of government are there?
What?
How many branches of government are there?
It's 27.
There's 3. Once again,
Yeah, I know.
idiot.
It's a joke.
How,
It's a
how-
joke,
how
buddy.
many members are there in the House of Representatives?
I don't know that one. But I know prices are
435.
down, though.
What are the 3 branches of the federal government?
I don't know them by heart. Bro, you gotta
don't-
understand.
You don't know.
I'm
Yeah,
not-
yeah, yeah.
I'm not a
How many
hard-
continents
I'm not
are
a-
there?
Listen.
How many
listen, I'm not a
continents are there?
hardcore- 7.
How many continents are there? 7? Name them.
I don't fucking know.
Wow,
That doesn't-
dude.
Why are
it
you
doesn't-
trying to
listen,
you're trying to
listen.
side-
You don't know what a tariff is. You don't know what a continent is. You don't know what the
You're
continents
sidetracking.
are. You don't know how many branches of government there are. You don't know what the branches of government are. You don't know how many people there are in the House of Representatives. You don't know how tariffs reduce the price of gas. But you know that Trump is a good president, and this is a reliable source of information that we should all trust.
You gotta
Listen,
let me speak,
I think
or
that my
can I
point here.
speak?
No, sit down. Good boy. Thank you.
No,
I think that my point
no.
here has been proven. Okay, that MAGA is legitimately one of the most stupid political movements in the
Just don't let me
history of
talk.
American politics. Okay, these
Don't let
people
people
are
talk.
fools and which bend the knee for a wannabe
gotta let me
dictator
talk.
that is eroding our checks and balances, stealing money from the working class, and taking his ravage out on the American people by imposing 15% global tariffs in response to SCOTUS ruling them as unconstitutional. And the best defense that there is for this movement is some
boy.
screaming 20-year-old
Let me
living in
talk.
his mother's basement that can't tell us what
What's
a
wrong
tariff
with
or
that, bro?
continent is.
All right, so if you keep muting me, bro, that's just like you're proving that I'm winning because you're not letting me talk.
The reason why I
So-
didn't let you speak is because I was speaking, and only one person can speak at a time, Devin. I know.
Okay,
it's hard,
but when I
I'm here
come
to help.
back, when you talk for 5 minutes and I come back, you can't just mute me and then go on another rant. That's just
Buddy,
not how
that was like
the works.
45 seconds. I would expect.
Okay, so
you.
like I was saying,
I would expect
like I was
you.
saying-
Well, like I was saying, I would expect you to confuse 45 seconds for 5 minutes if you're picking up on what I'm putting down.
that was so corny. Killing, that was corny. But all right, can I speak now?
No,
Are you
listen,
done?
there's nothing corny about a sour sex
Okay.
life. I think it's just sad.
Right, because I'm sure you know, bro. Receiving end. All right. All right, so could you like,
Wait, did you just ask
Alright,
me what I
before-
know about what it's like to be on the receiving end? Yo.
buddy? You already know how it's like.
Whoa,
All right, let's
dude.
not get off topic.
Whoa.
You said
Okay.
yourself,
All right.
bro.
Whatever.
You said
No.
you
No.
emphasized the
I listen.
receiving end.
Listen. This is a political conversation.
I know. So
okay?
why you?
Don't ask me what it's like to
You
be at the
shifted
receiving end. Oh my goodness, guy, dude, Devin, we're talking about politics here. We're talking about Trump. Oh my goodness, we're talking about Trump here. All right, feel free to ask about the receiving end some other time. Just answer the
Buddy,
question.
you
What's a tariff?
empathize with that though.
Oh, but he really wants to talk about gay sex.
You
my
literally
guy.
brought it up, bro.
Dude, I listen. This is a debate live to talk about politics, not gay sex. All right.
All right, I'll control myself.
Okay. Yeah. Stop talking about gay sex and start talking
All right, I'll
about
control myself.
what a tariff is.
Yep. Okay. So like I was saying before, I'm not a hardcore politic guy at all by any means. Like I don't know all that. I'm a casual, if you will. So, but prices are down because of Trump. It's not. You can say what you want about it. It's just a fact. Prices are down way more than they were 4 years ago, and it's because of Trump, not because of what you said. Partially, but it's mostly from Trump. You saying that prices are down and it had nothing to do with Trump is just bias.
Okay. So actually, prices
I
are
already
up
explained-
2.9% in New York over the year.
They're not though. They're not.
I'll actually just show you evidence. Look at the phone screen.
Okay,
So
show me the
this
evidence.
is,
It's not true.
This is BLS.gov. That is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is right now controlled by the Trump administration. Can you read that?
I actually can't. The chat's in the way. Let me look it up real quick.
Can you read that?
Hold on.
Area prices are up 0.3% over the month and 2.9% over the year.
What was that? Hold on. Can you say it one more time? I'm telling
in
you,
New
bro.
York, prices are up 2.9% over the year.
Look up if gas prices are down in New York right now.
One sec, we're having two different conversations here. You're starting by talking about prices generally, then talking about the price of one commodity. So we're going to finish our conversation about prices generally before we talk about the price of one singular commodity.
All right.
Okay,
But
so you
prices
can see
are
the
down.
prices. So that's
They
not
are,
what
though.
the Bureau
Housing
of Labor
is
Statistics
down.
says. So what's your source that the Bureau of Labor Statistics is wrong?
The source is me driving by my house and seeing the prices.
So
And going
hey,
on,
you don't,
going
you
on
don't,
market,
you don't
going
see,
on market
you
to
don't
seeing the
see
housing
the
down.
prices of groceries when you're in your car.
I'm talking about the gas, bro. Talking about the gas, bro.
Okay. So which one is it? Are prices generally down, or is the price of just one commodity down?
Everything. Housing is down. Bro, look
Wait,
up the housing prices,
but the
bro. I
Bureau of
live
Labor
here.
Statistics just said that that's not true. So what is your source
what is
that
that?
proves
What is
that
that
the Bureau
source
of Labor
from?
the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
That's just not right.
Okay,
It's
what is
literally
your
just
evidence?
not correct. It's just not correct.
But what is your counter source?
What is my counter, bro?
Is it just trust me, bro?
Go on Zillow right now.
It's just trust me, bro.
prices
It's just trust me, bro. Okay, it's just to trust me, bro. Listen, I get it. You don't have evidence.
I
Here, let me
live
thank
here.
somebody, yo. TE, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for that love, TE. TE with $100 says buy something special. I'll have to buy something special for my lovely lady. Thank you so much for that love, TE. That is so much money. I really do appreciate you for your kindness. I want to see 1,000 TEWs down below in that comment section for the $100 over on Super Chat. Genuinely, thank you so very much for the love. I want everybody watching right now to show some love to TE down below. Same thing over on YouTube, over on TikTok. KK, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you so much for the kindness. Show some love to KK down below. One moment, everybody, just give me 1 second here. There is a couple other people that I did want to thank super quickly. Thank you for the $5 Altered. Show some love to Altered. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5. And then Sophia, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Says that this guy's absolutely wrecked. I know he could be more wrecked and he doesn't even know it. Let's get 200 Sophia W's down below in that comment section. I'd also like to thank Haley. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo as well. Show some love to Haley down below. Thank you so much for that love. Who says, I just found out my boyfriend who just moved to the US from Brazil on a visa a year ago supports Trump. Yeah, good luck with that, Haley. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Haley W's down below. Same thing to you, Morgan and Claire. Thank you for the $5. Mary, thank you so much for the $5. And then Sean C, thank you so much for the $15. Who says most of these Trump supporters could climb to the top of their ego, jump to their IQ, and the world would still be a better place. Thank you so much for the $15, Sean C. And then Casey, thank you for the $5. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Over on PayPal, thank you for the $30. Keenan, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Keenan. Show some love to Keenan down below. That is Keanin. Show some love to Keenan. Keenan with the $30 says, OMG, Trump called into C-SPAN as a John Barron to complain about the Supreme Court and to call Hakeem Jeffries dumb. Yeah, I saw that. What a lousy doofus. Thank you so much for the $30. And then Shannon, thank you so much for the $14 over on Venmo. Says, bro, what's a statistic in all caps? He has no fucking clue. Don't be asking him. And then Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, do you think that since even people from allied countries are now being targeted by ICE, that the FIFA World Cup will bring even more trouble? Oh, that will bring so much trouble. Like, I'm surprised that they haven't canceled it yet. And then Kathy, thank you for the $5 as well. We're all caught up. Show some love to our daughters down below in that chat. And by the way, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. Been message over on the YouTube stream, as well as the handle is at the top of that phone screen.
W beg. All right, let's go back to what we were talking about.
W beg?
W begging, yeah.
Do you think I'm begging for money?
You are.
Do you think I'm grifting?
Yeah.
Yeah. How am I grifting?
I mean, you're begging. Yo, my Venmo's in my fucking bio, bro. Please send me money, please.
Right. I don't think that just merely pointing out how people can support me if they want to support me means that I'm grifting. It just kind of sounds like you're jealous.
Yeah, I'm so jealous.
I mean, clearly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not even gonna bring up your past about that shit, but let's keep it on topic.
Feel free to. I mean, I want to hear like a cogent argument insofar as why you think I'm a grifter. That's pretty absurd.
Did you not like fake be an alpha male and just scam people with courses?
Well, no, I never scammed anybody.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Then what was it?
Oh, I help people make e-commerce stores because I'm an internationally credited web developer.
Oh, okay, sure. All right, so
Nikki, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat to support the grift. Thank you so much for that love, Nikki. I'd also like to thank Rodney for the $10 who says MAGA going to claim Trump did it when prices go down with tariffs removed. Right? Thank you so much for the $10, Rodney. And then Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube for Devon's IKEA voucher so that he could get himself a new, well, I can't say that, but thank you so much for the $24,
Hey,
Luna. Show some love to Luna down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the kindness. If you don't support bullying, then you want to support Trump. And then
He doesn't bully, though.
Kirstine,
He's not a
thank you so
bully.
much for the $15 over on PayPal. He says, sorry, I can't donate more. I listen every day and you give me so much hope in the future, helping my little kiddos grow up to be like you. Oh, dude, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Kirstine and Luna. Show some love to Luna and Kirstine down below, as well as Katza. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says, please continue the grift. I'll never stop grifting, Katza. Thank you so much. Can you say thank you, Katza, for supporting the grift?
W Grift supporter. Let's go.
Good boy.
Right.
Right. Then you also
Okay.
said that Trump wasn't a bully. Okay. All right.
Who's he
Remember when
bullying?
Well, I don't know. Remember when he called for the execution of Democratic lawmakers in Congress?
I mean, remember when Democrats tried to kill everyone? Forget about that.
I don't remember.
No? Did it not just happen like literally 2 days ago?
I don't remember when Democrats tried to kill everyone. What?
No, you know what? Trump, did he not just almost get assassinated like 2 days ago?
Oh my God.
Did you not see the headlines?
Oh my God. I can't do it. I truly can't do it.
Did he?
Okay. Listen,
Did you not see it?
Let me try to explain
No,
this to you.
don't shift from this. No. Did you not
Don't
see
worry.
it though?
Don't
This is
worry.
important.
I'm not shifting from anything. Let me try to explain this to you. So when
right.
one like crazy guy, okay,
Multiple.
goes on Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun, that doesn't reflect on the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party condemns people going on Donald Trump's lawn with a shotgun. However, what does reflect on the totality of the GOP and MAGA is when not just a random person, but the president of the United States of America goes on Truth Social and says that Democrats in Congress deserve to get hung publicly.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So if
No, I
you're
don't want you to ask me anything. I
What?
want you to respond to what I said. Respond to Donald
Yeah,
Trump
that's not-
publicly
it's not
calling
very
for the
nice.
execution of his political
That's not good.
opponents.
That's not good.
Oh, it's not good at all? Okay, so can you
That's not
agree
good.
that the president shouldn't be calling for the execution of their political opponents? And if they do, they shouldn't be president?
I don't know about all that, but
You don't know about...
He's
okay.
obviously not gonna do it.
So then what's one thing that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him?
him being a rapist, a convicted one, not just his name being in the files. If he literally got proven guilty from it, I would.
So if a court...
He
found him
literally,
guilty
he's
of
not.
rape-
Why are you smiling? It hasn't happened.
So if a court found him guilty of rape, you'd stop supporting him?
If there was literally proof of like,
Yeah.
not like obviously like, but like he hasn't been found guilty of it. He hasn't.
Actually,
He hasn't. He hasn't.
Has.
He
There was
hasn't.
a court case concluded 2 years ago. It was E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump. Unanimous jury and I agreed that Trump raped her.
Was he found guilty?
Yes.
Then that's just not true, though. I don't think.
Yes. Would you like to see the verdict form?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Then why is he not in prison?
Because there's a civil court. Civil courts don't send people to prison.
There's no shot. I don't think that's true, bro. No. I had to block the chat. It says no right there.
Oh, it says no to question one.
Yeah.
It does. It does say no to question one. Want to know why?
Why? Because that was Trump?
Because the court determined that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers, which is something that we colloquially understand to be rape and is legally considered rape in 23 of our 50 states. But in New York at the time, the legal definition of the word rape was only the penetration of the female member or the male member. It did not include the penetration of the female member of the fingers. So therefore, you can only legally find him guilty of sexual assault. That does not change that it was rape.
So what you're saying is he really wasn't found guilty.
He was found guilty of rape if you consider a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers to be rape.
How do we know it's true and she's not just lying about it, though? Do we
He was
actually have
found
like...
guilty by a court?
Okay,
I mean,
but
that was your standard,
so many
not
people
mine.
were found guilty about it, and it turns out it was fake, though.
Well, now you're just contradicting yourself because, like,
I'm not.
literally 3 seconds ago, you said that you would stop supporting Trump if a court found him guilty of rape, but now you're saying that you don't really care
I'm talking.
about a court finding.
Did you hear what I said after that?
One moment. But now you're saying that you don't really care about a court finding Trump guilty of rape for the reason being that a lot of the times the courts get it wrong.
No, I said if you actually have proof of it actually happening,
Okay.
like
there was
actual
proof.
definitive proof. Her saying it doesn't mean that it
Name
actually
one.
happened.
Do you even know one piece of evidence in the court case that you didn't know about 30 seconds ago?
I didn't look at it, but I'm just saying.
So then,
was
how
there
do you know the evidence in the court case?
was there
her
definitive
testimony?
proof that
One
it
moment.
happened?
Then how do you know that the only evidence in the court case was her own testimony? How do you know that?
I never said that. I'm just.
Yes, you did.
Could you show me that? Show me
Yes, you
more
did.
then.
1 second. You said that the reason why you didn't believe the outcome of the court case is because you think the only evidence was her testimony.
Wait, what?
You said that the reason why you do not believe the outcome of the court case is because you think the only evidence was her testimony.
I never said I didn't believe it. I'm just saying, like.
You did say that you didn't believe it.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so you
I
believe
literally
it?
said.
Wait, so do you believe it or do you not believe it?
I don't. I'm neutral right now. How am I a pedo protector, bro?
You don't know.
What?
Okay, well, happily clarifying what the evidence is. So not only did she give her own
Could you show the
testimony-
evidence of it? Could you
Yeah,
show the
don't worry.
evidence now?
I'll describe it. So not only did she give her own testimony, okay, but she also had her testimony corroborated by 7 others that she's told since the 90s, and corroborated by therapist notes from the 90s, where she actually told somebody that she was raped by Donald J. Trump. On top of the fact that she submitted the dress that she was raped in by Trump to the court, claimed it has that dress had his DNA on it. The court confirmed it had male DNA on it, and then when they asked Trump to provide his DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA in the dress, he said, no, that's something that only a guilty person would do in my mind. Not to mention the inconsistencies within his testimony inside of that courtroom. He testified to the fact that he never met her, which she then responded to with a picture of them together, and he testified that he'd never do anything to her because she wasn't his type, but then confused a picture of his ex-wife to be her, meaning that she was his type. And this is on top of his character priors, in which indicate this to be certainly true, like in 2005 on the Access Hollywood tapes, where he said he could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first. And that is exactly what the jury of this court found him guilty of doing. Grabbing E. Jean Carroll by her vagina and inserting his fingers without asking her first. On top of secondary facts, like the fact that also in 2005, he admitted to sexually exploiting women and girls. That's something that we'd expect a rapist to do. He was best friends with Epstein, sending him letters depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. That's something we'd expect a rapist to do. Okay? He was hitting on 10-year-old girls, hitting on his own daughter. That's something we'd expect a rapist to do. Having over 8 credible accusations in the e-files. That's something we'd expect a rapist to do. So, I mean, I think that it becomes very clear that, yes, there's undeniable evidence that that court was right.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, if that is actually true and you're not lying about it, then yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So you're no longer a Trump supporter. If everything that I just said were to be true, would you still support Trump?
No, but listen, you gotta listen though.
Okay. Well,
I never said I like Trump for his person.
Prove it to be right. But I'm done with you. Let's move on to the next guest. We're not going to have this next guest up for more than a couple seconds. I just want to regroup with them after a couple days ago. Isabella.
Hi, I'm back. Yeah, no, that was crazy.
Your mom is crazy. I'm sorry.
I didn't really. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I left my phone at home while I left, so I didn't get to hear like half of the conversation. But then I had to like replay it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
but I didn't really like listen to a lot of it. But I didn't like how you said that last stuff. That was really mean.
I was definitely mean to your mother, and I understand why you wouldn't like it when people are mean to your mother. But from my perspective, I think I was very justified in being mean to your mother because of what she had said to me and about victims.
Well, I didn't really see what she said, so.
Right. Listen, I'm not bringing you back up for a debate because we talk a lot, and I don't think it'd be too productive to have another conversation with you. But I just wanted to touch base about debating your mom a handful of days ago. I understand why you hold the beliefs you do. Please do your own independent research, Isabella. I'm begging you, dude. And that's really all I have to say. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Man. That was one of the crazier debates I've had in a long time. All right, guys, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Make sure that you're not hopping in that queue if you're a crazy vegan that hates me and wants to make documentaries on me and thinks that I'm an ableist hypocrite because I think rape is wrong, but bacon is tasty. Hi, Earthling. Are you a Trump supporter? Or do you
Hi,
happen
can we
to be
talk about RFK Streets Initiative?
a crazy
That's
vegan
important.
that thinks I'm an
Please?
ableist
Okay, well,
hypocrite for
your
thinking rape
followers
is wrong,
are
but bacon is
messaging
tasty?
pictures of disabled children to bully me. Do you think that's funny?
No, I don't.
Your followers are messaging pictures of kids with Down syndrome to bully me.
Then go
You think
report
that's funny?
them. The fuck?
No, but that's your followers, Dean. So can we talk about the Streets Initiative?
1 second.
So the language crazy.
You follow
Please
me.
talk about the Streets Initiative.
1 second. You follow
Dean.
me. Does that mean
No, this
that
is important.
wait? Does that mean that whatever
please
you
talk
do
about
reflects
your-
on me?
Ableist language. You're
Wait,
supposed to be protecting
do you think that these very
Stop
positive
talking
vegan morals in which you espouse reflect on me since you follow me? Earthling, can you answer the question, please?
Can we talk about RFK's wellness farms? And they're going to round up
After
your
you answer
followers.
my question.
No, this is more important than your silly little question, Dean.
Okay.
I'm a
so
black
you're-
triangle. Don't call
so
me
you're
crazy.
not. So you're
Do you know
not
what a
going to
black
answer my
triangle is?
question.
You know what a black triangle is?
So you're not going to answer my question. I'm going to need an answer to my
You
question.
don't know what a black triangle is.
I'm going to need you to answer my question.
You don't know what a black triangle
I'm
is.
going to need you to
You
answer
don't know
my
your
question.
history. What's your silly question,
I'm
Dean?
gonna, well, I already asked it. Do you want me to repeat it?
I don't think you're to blame for your followers, but you hold some responsibility for your toxic community. Yes, Dean. Now, can we talk about the Streets Initiative?
I don't think I hold any responsibility for the actions
do
of
hold
somebody
some
who clicks a
responsibility for
follow
your
button
toxic
on their
community.
fucking phone screen. No. Damn! He just got banned for harassment and bullying. Holy shit! Quickest ban yet. No, I don't think that I hold any responsibility. I understand the argument that people in positions of power and influence can hold responsibility of those in which follow them if they were to influence those actions. However, because I like clearly didn't influence anybody to like mock disabled children in your DMs because I condemn that. No, I don't hold any responsibility whatsoever. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. There's Earthling's time for today. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support Epstein and his big old meat.
Okay, so you are banned, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Do give me one moment here to get the next guest loaded up inside of that queue, y'all. Only up inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as Heather. We got the next guest loading up in here. Okay, they didn't load in. Everybody, just do give us one moment, y'all. Make sure if you're in that queue, once again, that you support Trump. We're just looking for Trump supporters to have some conversations with. Hey, Rodney, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chats. Who says that man that attempted at Mar-a-Lago was an avid Trump supporter, Austin Tuck Martin. Bro, why are they always Trump supporters? Like, I guess I gotta like fact check that, but like, why are they always MAGA? Like, why is there a bunch of like Trump supporters trying to kill Trump? Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you support Trump and you're following our rules. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. We got Mia loading up in here. In fact, we are just going to go ahead and reinforce the rules, guys. If you break the rules, we're just going to go to menu rather quickly. We'll go ahead and put the rules up on the screen right now. This person's profile picture is an AI photo of me kissing Trump. What the fuck are you doing?
Hello?
What is your profile picture?
My profile picture is, Oh, do you not remember the good times, Dinny boy? Dean, do you not...
That person, that person is, not okay, to say the least. Hi. Do you support Trump, Thomas?
I don't, but I have a few questions.
Gotta break you. Sorry, gotta ban you for breaking the third rule on that phone screen. Moving on to Emmanuel. While we're moving on to Emmanuel, hey, Crystal, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Crystal. Who says, hey, Dean, I live in Kansas and just found out that we'll be hosting the Algerian soccer team and we'll be their home away from home. We've already seen ICE in our city detaining people. I'm afraid it's going to get worse during the time of the World Cup. It will absolutely get worse during the time of the World Cup. The 2S are being forced to give DNA samples. They're going to be out there arresting. It's going to be a shit show, dude. Thank you so much for the $20, Crystal. Show some love to Crystal down below. Same thing to D. Thank you for the $15, who says, I've been watching since Trump started running for a second term and wanted to say thank you because you've shown me what was right from wrong and how evil Trump is. Let's go, D. Hell yeah, I love hearing that, man. That's why I do what I do. Show some love to D down below. Thank you for the $15. What's up, man? Do you support Trump, Jay?
Yo, bro, what's good, bro? Yeah, I support Trump, bro. I support Trump. I'm not 20. I was born January 3rd, 2006.
Okay, give me one moment here to thank a couple people, then I'll pass the mic to you. Miss Shannon, thank you so much for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shannon. That is so very kind of you. Shannon with the $40 says, enjoy your lives on the daily. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the $40 donation. That is a lot of money. Just know that I really appreciate you. Show some up to Shannon down below, please. Same thing to you, Zach. Thank you for the $10. Saying for the grift. Thank you for supporting the grift. And then Jasmine, thank you for the $5 for the grift. We're all caught up over there. To quickly get caught up over on PayPal, Tracy, thank you so much for the $41. Who says, Dean, that last guess was just about as bright as the sun in Scotland. Little did you know that the UK is looking to hand back Diego Garcia and lease it. Trump is raging mad about it. Hope you get something nice for you and your lovely lady. Diego Garcia. Are you talking about like Abrego Garcia? I'm not sure who you're referencing. Maybe I'm just out of the loop, but thank you for the $41. Show some love to Tracy down below. Same thing to Samuel. Thank you for the $5. And then Kayla. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. Who says, thank you for what you do. Love the streams. Well, thank you so much for your kindness. And thank you so much for the $25 donation. Let's get 250 Kayla W's. I appreciate y'all. Now, everybody is spamming in the chat that you are 16. Is the allegation true, Jay?
No, I'm 20. I was born January 3rd, 2006.
Okay,
Why the fuck would I be 16? I can't even join.
Do you go to school or university?
No, I graduated.
You graduated university?
No, I graduated high school. I'm not in school right now.
Okay, so do you work?
No, not right now. But I'm getting a job soon. Why are you asking that, bro? We're supposed to be debating, bro.
Clarifying questions to ensure you are the age you say you are. Chad, is there any evidence that this guy is 16? I'm not really seeing any. I think that everybody just kind of hopped on the bandwagon of spamming it in the chat. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your best to like bring evidence when you make that claim.
For real, bro. Your friends are AI.
If you guys could supply evidence that he's 16, we'll happily kick him. But go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I mean, bro, come on. Like, he's a family man, bro. He's a fantastic man, bro. Why else wouldn't you support him?
Do family men typically cheat on all the wives they've
and
ever
what's
had?
crazy is too, bro. I'm Ecuadorian. I have a lot of family that come here illegally, and I think they should be sent back. It is what it is.
Okay, so you support Trump because he's a family man that's going to deport your family.
Yes, bro. I have too many of them coming in. You need to go back, bro. What are you talking about?
Dude, what a lunatic. Okay, let's start with that first claim. So he's a family man. Do family men typically cheat on every single wife they've ever had?
Yeah, bro. Come on.
They do? Yeah, family men cheat on their wives?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why? Oh,
It's
it's so
open
true.
relationship, man. It's an open relationship.
Yeah. Just so see, the thing is that Donald Trump's relationships have been monogamous.
I don't know about that one, bro. That's just
That's why it's cheating.
He's not cheating, bro. Come on.
Not cheating.
How is he cheating? He's literally married. How is he
Listen,
cheating?
you understand that a criminal court actually had to prove that he cheated on his wife as a part of 34 convictions for fraud. He cheated on Melania with Stormy Daniels.
That's cap, bro. That's all lies. Stop hitting Dean. Come on, stop hitting your clock.
It's just all a
You
lie.
doing?
I think that he's trolling. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside that queue if you're following our rules, please and thank you. I think that we've had like a lot of trolls today. That don't come up here. They don't make it obvious that they're a troll, but they just say like crazy shit. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age, please.
No, I'm just kidding. I hate Trump, but I love you, Dean.
Okay, I will have to ban you for not being MAGA, but I hope you take care. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Remember having a conversation with this next guest a while back, but I don't remember what that conversation was. So, M487, I accepted your invitation. You should join up. By the way, for the 16,000 people watching on TikTok right now. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Daddy.
Jesus Christ. All right, moving on to the next guest, Trinity. Hello, Trinity. She's loading in. Hi, Trinity. Trinity did not want to be here. She left rather quickly. Goodbye, Trinity. Moving on to the next guest. Where are they Trump supporters at? Where are they? Where are you? I get it. I wouldn't want to debate me either. I'm just so much more intelligent than you are. I get it. I get it. I completely understand why all the Trump supporters aren't joining the guest request to debate. Statistically, Democrats are significantly more intelligent than Republicans. Most educated states in the country, all Democratic. Least educated states in the country, all GOP. I get it. That's why they won't debate me. I wonder if that'll make a couple of them hop in the queue. Let's see if the rage bait works. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Dang, it did work. Fire. I just got to call you all dumb. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're flooding my queue. That's great. Levi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, well, you just said yes. Okay. Just going to slow down here. How old are you?
I'm 22. June 6, 2003.
June 6, 2003. Cool, man. Give me one moment here so I could thank a couple people. Lord, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. Super Chat who says, hey, Dean, big fan. My mother found you on TikTok. I found you on YouTube. Love the logic and charisma. Blessing to your brother. Well, Lord Remy, shout out to you and your mom. Hell yes. And thank you for the $10. Same thing to you, Ivy, over on Venmo, who sent 67 cents. Appreciate that, Ivy. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen over here. If you want to support me, that's the best way. You could even attach a message, and I'll try my best to read it out loud. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
The reason why I support him mainly is because I agree with most of the policies he's put in place recently.
Okay.
Starting with if I remember correctly, it was something about abortions and how the fetus would have human rights. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, you're wrong. So Donald Trump's never, I guess, signed any federal abortion policy into law. He just gave the right back to the states to ban it if they want to.
Well, thank you for telling me that. That's my fault for not,
I think that Trump has a lot of very controversial and disagreeable policies that you probably shouldn't be on board with.
Can you give me a few examples?
Yeah, I could give you a few examples, most definitely. One of the policies of his that you really shouldn't support would be the big, beautiful bill that gutted funding for essential social programs, took from the poor and middle class just to give to the rich, and cost us $5 trillion.
It cost us $5K?
No, not 5K, 5 trillion.
Oh.
Big
Can you tell me your source on
that? The Congressional Budget Office.
Is that something anyone can access?
Yes.
Okay. Also, huge fan. Just saying. Keep up your debates, man.
Well, thank you, Levi. Would you like to respond?
I mean, I don't think I know enough political things to really debate you and even have a chance of winning.
Okay. Are you saying that you want me to move on to the next guest?
Yes, please.
Okay. You take care, Levi. This guy's name is Dean Cooker. I feel like this might be a Screaming Fetus account.
I love Epstein, and you.
It's not the Screaming Fetus. It's just a random weirdo. Hello, Salty Sergeant. Do you support Trump?
You said what?
Do you support Trump?
Who that?
You don't know who Trump is?
My keys are...
Okay, if you don't know who Trump is, you're definitely in the wrong live, my friend. Moving on to real advice. I really hope that this is one of those alt-right red pillars that's going to come up here and give me some real advice. Real advice, welcome in. Can you give me real advice? What advice do you have for me? Stage fright? I could hear you. You're like clearly like on your phone. You're like brushing up against a blanket or a sheet or something. Are you here? Dude, real advice isn't here, man. Fuck, dude. I really wanted some real advice. I really wanted it. Really badly. Oh my god. Really wanted it. Hi, welcome in, Annie. Okay, Annie's bored. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Follow the rules. They're very simple. You guys know what they are. Looking for Trump supporters. Can't find them. Very unfortunate. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Gapley, appreciate you for that well diving. Are you here, Frederick? No, he's not here. Oh my god. Gee, thank you for that galaxy. Everyone is like, oh my goodness. What do we do? What do we do in this scenario when we just can't find a singular Trump supporter out of a crowd of 16,000? Hello.
Hello.
So you're a Trump supporter, so I hear.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Well, it's nice. It's nice to meet you. I'm gonna thank a couple people. Then I'm gonna pass that mic off to you so you can tell us why. Sound good?
Why you sound good?
No, I said, does that sound good? I'm just gonna thank a couple people for their donations real quick, and then I'll give you the mic so you could tell us why you're MAGA.
All right.
Okay, sounds good. Mason, this came in 3 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo, man. I appreciate you for supporting what we do. Mason with the 20 says, celebrated my birthday this weekend, but still made time for the VODs. Glad to be watching your live again. Well, Mason, happy late birthday, man. I'd really appreciate it if everybody watching could please show some love to Mason, not just for the $20 donation of the kind words, but also for the late birthday. Same thing to Nick. Thank you so much for the $25, who says, cheers to your next anxiety pen from the DHS. The DHS is funding my anxiety pens. Thank you so much. Show some love to Nick down below, as well as Rebecca. Thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for what you do. What's your advice on how to approach a parent who's MAGA? Oh, man, it depends on how MAGA they are. This is going to sound wild, but I promise it'll work. If you approach her and make it seem like you understand where she's coming from, even though you don't, she'll be significantly more open and receptive to hearing why you might disagree, and she might be in the wrong. That would be my very best advice. You know, kind of blindside her the disagreement, start talking about politics, you know. I get where you're coming from, but what about this? And then, you know, kind of lay on the disagreement in a way that doesn't seem combative. That's really worked for me. That's really worked for me. Thank you for the $10, Rebecca. Same thing to you over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Spice of Life, for the $25, who says, you are a Trump MAGA deprogramming superhero. Reversing troll brainwashing is not easy, but somebody has to do it. Listen, it's what I love to do. I've always been so pissed about the level of brainwashing we see in this country downstream from the GOP predominantly. Just convincing people of mask-off, bold-faced lies. And I'm happy that I'm able to do something about it, at least in my power. Thank you for the $25, Spice of Life. Show some love to Spice of Life down below. And then one more here. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. She says, I've learned and changed my mind since we spoke a few months ago. I've apologized to my children and let them know that I've changed my mind and I'm truly on the Democratic side, from Just Jen. Just Jen, I will never forget my conversation with you. I love to hear that, and I'm so proud of you. Please show some love to Jen. And then Seb and Nick, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat for the expo markers to go with that new rolling whiteboard. Seb and Nick, you've probably sent me like well over like $100 in the last 6 months for this whiteboard fund. I just need to go and get it. I need to actually do it. So thank you for the $20. Now, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen. Let's go and pass the mic to Dr. DR, to tell us why they're MAGA. The mic and the floor are yours, man. Take it away.
Why I'm MAGA?
Yes.
Because that's what you're supposed to be, right?
No, you're not supposed to be a member of a cult hell-bent on the destruction of America and the compromisation of our checks and balances and law.
If you're not for making America great, then who are you for? Making Russia great? Making China great? Who are you for?
Wow. You know what? Great point. Could have said it better myself. Okay, I think it's time that we come to terms with the fact that just because a person labels a movement with an idealistic phrase like making America great again doesn't mean that that movement nor that person are actually making America great again.
Yeah,
just because we label a urinal cake a cake doesn't mean you take a bite.
You know, Reagan's the one that came up with that, not Trump.
Oh wow! So I guess Trump's truly a conniving thief, truly within every sense of the word. Now, are you going to tell us why you support Trump, or how you think he's making America great again?
For one, he went and got that dude Maduro.
He
and
did
we're
get
fixing to
Maduro.
Fuck up Iran, if I can say fuck up.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has actually said in the past that if we're forced into a war with Iran, then it's because of our own incompetence in relation to diplomacy. When he said that Obama might do it, so it seems like he's really demonstrating his own incompetence as it would relate to diplomacy.
Yeah, fuck Iran, dude.
Okay,
You support Iran, yeah, American.
Well, listen, I agree. Their leadership's like absolutely terrible. You know that we actually share blame for the rise of this, authoritarian regime in Iran, though.
Authoritarian regime. If anything, we are, what do you call it? Whatever you said, where the people coming up uprising. You know, they've never done that before, and now they're starting to come uprising.
They've never done an uprising in Iran? You don't know your history.
Yeah, but not to this level, no.
Well, I mean, I just hope that this time the uprising actually puts good people in power, and it's not compromised by another group of authoritarians. Now, can you tell us anything that Donald Trump is doing positive for our country?
All kinds of stuff, man.
Like what?
Pissing y'all off, for one.
Okay, so he pisses me off, therefore he's a good president. No, listen, man. He pisses me off because he's hell-bent on the destruction and the erosion of our checks and balances and Constitution. It should piss any true American patriot off when our president calls for the execution of his political opponents, says it's illegal to criticize him in the media, or thinks he's above the Constitution, and is...
where do you get all this stuff? Like, where do you get all this basis for your what do you call it? Where do you get this stuff from?
So the basis for my claim that he thinks he's above the Constitution would be his attack on it, like the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160. Or, after SCOTUS ruled that his tariffs were unconstitutional, he lashed out, basically said they're funded by foreign countries, got mad, then took that anger out on the American people by turning around and basically imposing 15% tariffs on every other country in the world. He's also said that it should...
You got to get that money somewhere.
But that wasn't driven by any genuine macroeconomic data. It was driven by anger and rage.
Well, so what? Wouldn't you be pissed off if you just got your money cut off?
I don't really think that really angry wannabe dictators that get pissed off really easily should have the access to the Oval Office to take that anger out on 345 million Americans.
The Supreme Court decision was bullshit. Our country was founded on tariffs. We had tariffs all the way up until we started having income tax, which is the 1900s. So from 18 to 1776, we had tariffs. We didn't have income tax.
So what was the Supreme Court decision?
The Supreme Court decision was you can't do the tariff shit.
Okay, so you're obviously very uneducated. Hopefully this will help you out. So the Supreme Court decision merely ruled that the president cannot impose tariffs without the authorization from Congress, specifically in relation to the IEEPA. So you are wrong, and falsely labeling their decision as bullshit, because they never said that our country doesn't have the ability to impose tariffs. They merely said that our country needs congressional approval to impose tariffs.
They didn't need congressional before.
well, actually, the thing is they did. We just simply haven't seen a president hold to, unitary executive theory to the extent that Trump does, and cross the line with weaponizing IEEPA to impose tariffs on every other country in the world, including the Penguins.
Well, whatever you're saying he's doing. He's the first president ever stood up to China.
Because he imposed tariffs on them?
No, because he's not scared of them.
He's not scared of China. Yeah, really,
That's right.
truly. Listen, okay. So would you argue that Biden didn't stand up to China and they destroyed us?
No, he rolled over for him. Basically, his little lapdog.
How so?
Chi was Biden's master.
I mean, well, what did Biden do for old Chi? What did he do for him? Can you give me an example of like Biden clearly selling out to China?
Just because you hear this shit on the news, you don't know about the shit that's going under the table.
Well, then help inform me, dude. What did Biden do for China that demonstrated him to be an obvious sellout?
He let them do whatever they wanted to do.
Can you give me an example?
Shitload of fentanyl in, like bring the precursor chemicals and the.
Ah, man, I gotta ban you because you can't say the names of any DRUGS on TikTok. I'm sorry, man. You take care. Oh, Barker's in the queue. Let's go. Yo, welcome in.
What's up?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you. How have your debates been today, man?
It's terrible. Like, I feel like we're getting a very bad group of Trump supporters today. Like, they all.
I hope it gets better.
Right?
I hope it gets better.
Yeah, me too. Right? Like, so far, the people today have just kind of sucked.
King Grift and Prince Grift.
Wait, I'm the prince? Why am I a prince?
Oh my
bro?
God. Okay, yeah, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right. Tell me,
Dean,
why do you think I'm a grifter?
literally got that to happen. That was all your fault.
I know.
Just
Why do you think
you're laughing?
So true. Why do you think we're grifters?
You're completely disingenuous.
So I disingenuously purport views that demonstrate the Trump administration to be terrible, and I make money from people donating to me. Therefore, I'm a grifter.
No, the views you hold are disingenuous. You think it's okay to have sex with your cousin?
No, fuck no, I don't. I don't think it's okay to have sex with your cousin. No, I actually never said that.
Oh, me and Parker had a debate about this where I brought it up. So why don't you take that back? You did say when you're a liberal, right, Parker?
I actually said the same thing as Dean, and he just continued to keep lying about it and saying it.
Yeah, I've literally never said that I think it's okay to have sex with somebody's cousin.
Hold on, let me. But I would bring up the clip.
But I would like to clarify. I know what clip you're talking about. I was a novice debater. Somebody was pressing me when I was running a live insofar as why it's not wrong to be gay. And then I shared my perspective that it's not wrong to be gay. And then they're like, do you think that incest should be legal? I go, no. And then they were like, Dean, well, actually, from my perspective as this homophobic sophist, there's no good reason to hold to the position that incest should be illegal while believing that being gay is not wrong. And I was a shitty little debater at the time because I was new to the scene. And instead of conceding that I think it's wrong to be gay, I was like, all right, man, incest should be legal, to get him off my live. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. And I'm happy that I'm a significantly better debater 3 years later.
Then why did Parker say you changed your views on it?
Because he doesn't know this. It's probably the first time he's hearing this.
He just doesn't. Yeah, it's his first time hearing it. It doesn't sound like that.
It is, right? I'm telling you, like, if there's a clip like that, that wouldn't be the view that he would have then. So what I clarified to the guest is that not only does Dean not hold that view then, or I don't think that he said that, but also, like, even if he has said that when he was a bad debater in the past, right, he wouldn't think that now.
Yeah, like,
right?
admittedly, 3 years ago, a very homophobic person was much better at debating than I was at the time, and was able to get me in a corner, given the arguments I held at the time, that I either had to accept that being gay was wrong, or I had to accept that incest should be legal. And I didn't want to accept that being gay was wrong. But once again, didn't believe it then, don't believe it now.
I mean, you were just making jokes about gay sex, weren't you? What was so funny about it?
What was funny about gay sex? I was saying that this isn't alive to discuss gay sex. This is alive to discuss politics.
That's what was funny about it?
There wasn't anything. No, man, there wasn't anything funny. This just isn't alive to discuss gay sex.
So much?
Because he kept on bringing up gay sex when I'm trying to debate politics.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Yeah, holy fuck, dude.
Why was it so funny?
I guess it is a little bit funny and ironic when a member of the movement that is hell-bent on the destruction of the LGBTQ plus community can't spend more than 5 minutes debating politics without mentioning gay sex a billion times. That's pretty funny, admittedly, it is.
Oh, really? Yeah,
because
how bad? So we should move the.
Wait 1 second. I gotta thank some people for the grift.
Can I get a concession from this guy real quick that he's a grifter and doesn't actually care about anything that he purports to care about on the stream and just does this for our attention?
What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, Parker. Like, I'm trying to have a
No
debate
response,
with
just a no, by the way.
So should we move the FIFA World Cup to Mexico, right?
Yo, one second. I actually got to thank some people for the grift. I'm not going to read your name because it's kind of crazy. I'm just going to call you Guy. Guy, thank you so much for the $150 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so fucking much for that love, Guy. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want every single person watching to show some love to Guy down below in that comment section. That is so insanely kind of you. Their message literally just says, I love you, Guy. I love you too. Thank you so much for the insane level of support. I do not deserve that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your generosity, dude. Let's get 2,000 Guy W's and then 500 DK W's for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. DK with the 50 says, as somebody from rural Missouri, I urge him to consider how healthcare cuts hit us. Hospitals are major employers. What happens when the nearest hospital or OB is 50 plus miles away? Job losses ripple outwards, weakening EMS and our entire local community. Yes, there is 250 rural hospitals at risk of shutdown because of the big beautiful bill, and seemingly not a single Trump supporter gives a fuck. DK, that is definitely something we should be talking about more. Guy and DK, appreciate y'all so much for the love. Show some love to Guy and DK, as well as Lauren. Thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo to go towards therapy after today's debates. I know I'm gonna need it, bro. And then Sharon, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo to support the grift. Show some love to Lauren and Sharon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Rebecca, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Reagan with the $5 for the grift. And we're all caught up over on Venmo. To catch up on PayPal, Marlene with the $10, who says, can you debate John Barron? Oh, I would love to debate John Barron. Thank you so much for that love, Marlene. Anonymous, thank you for the 5. John, thank you for the 5. And then, dude, Colleen, thank you so much for the $50. Holy cow. Colleen with a 50 says, thank you for all that you do. Brainwashed grown woman here. Yes, I've swindled you into the grift. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. On a real note, Colleen, that is very, very kind of you. Show some love to Colleen for the 50 down below. All right.
You gonna let Prince Grift go? We got the monarchy here.
I don't have any grifting donations. The DNC didn't send anything to me yet.
Oh, not yet.
Yeah, the DNC.
So we should move the FIFA World Cup to Guadalajara, right?
Well, I think we should move the conversation to Trump because that's the topic of the live.
Well, you were talking about how it's so bad here. We should just move it to Guadalajara.
Well, I mean, hey, listen, from my perspective, I'm not talking about moving it anywhere. I'm talking about protesting not coming to America.
Yeah, so they would have to move it, you idiot.
But that's not in the scope of my of my worries. I don't care where they move it to, but it would be cool to see them not do it here.
Yeah, so we should just move it to Guadalajara, where
Dude,
everything's so much better, right?
I have zero ideas or thoughts about where it would be moved to. The only idea or thought that I have indexed and relevant to the World Cup is that they shouldn't do it here.
Okay. I mean, do you want to talk about how, the tariffs were just reimposed under Section 122 for 150 days so he can figure out how to, keep them in?
Oh, yeah, just punishing the American people even more. Got it. You actually mind if I ask you a question?
So you going to protest all those days?
Yeah, Dean, that's going to be great for the economy. I mean, after basically every other metric has been harmed because of tariffs, him imposing new tariffs will be so much better for the already doing worse economy compared to 2024.
You can go ahead and explain to his audience why targeted tariffs are good too, if you want.
These aren't targeted.
I mean, but, just so they can understand. Do you like targeted tariffs? Because you guys say all tariffs are bad.
Yeah, I don't think that all tariffs are bad. I think that in some circumstances, targeted tariffs can be beneficial. But I mean, that conversation is a non-starter because these aren't targeted. They weren't even implemented predicated on any macroeconomic evaluation. They're implemented predicated on like spite and anger.
Sure. Yeah. That's why we got all those deals with the Middle East, right?
What deal have we gotten from the Middle East in the last 48 hours since the imposition of the tariffs that I said were implemented because of spite and anger?
Well, I
Oh,
thought you were just
dang, that's
insinuating
crazy.
all of them. Were
I mean, I would,
eating-
yes, I would hold that position for many of the other tariffs as well,
Exactly.
especially
Yeah, okay,
Liberation
so
Day.
shut up.
But the point that I'm making, that I want you to respond to, is that we see SCOTUS rule what he was doing was unconstitutional. He turns around and calls them sellout hacks getting paid by foreign countries, and then basically imposes foreign tariffs on every other country in the world at 15%. Like, clearly, this is not a sane man who should be running a country. And I feel like he re-demonstrates that he's not a sane man that should be running the country every day with calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, turning around, concealing the release of the Epstein files, saying that the DOJ is done when they still have 3 million more to go to abide by the law, having his own name redacted 950,000 times, disrespecting the victims, protecting the identities of the other co-conspirators, to crazy comments about Muslims, Somali people, women, gay people, trans people, queer people, posting black people depicted as gorillas on Truth Social, to calling it an act of treason, to question his mental health. Clearly, this insane lunatic should not be in any position of power.
They're saying
right?
I'm 15. I've debated you or Parker many times, but I mean to say that it's gross what he's doing. It's gross for you to depict him as a Hitler. Like, that's gross and demeaning to the survivors of the Holocaust. Honestly.
I didn't call him Hitler. I called him a deranged lunatic.
Well, you call him Hitler all the time. I'm just saying your semantics really hurt the country.
So first and foremost, I've never
honestly, your
called Trump
credibility,
Hitler.
that's why you
And
have
second
all
of
these
all, why are
trolls.
you dodging the argument so hard? Respond to my argument that clearly depicts Donald Trump as a deranged lunatic.
I mean, can you say that the tariffs are legal at least?
He can't respond. He can't do it. He knows he's cooked. I get it.
I'd
be trying to find a way to dodge if I was you too, bro. Don't worry.
I would say a lot of politicians are deranged lunatics. So
you actually just accept that he's a deranged lunatic.
It doesn't mean he's a bad politician.
So you think that a deranged lunatic would be good to run the country?
Was Edgar Allan Poe a deranged lunatic?
Was Edgar Allan Poe the president?
Was he a good poet?
Was Edgar Allan Poe the president? It's like, fuck. Okay, so you think that Trump should get impeached, then go write a book?
Well, I'm trying to say, are you terrible at everything just because you're a deranged lunatic?
Yeah, I don't think that a deranged lunatic would be good at the job of the president of the most powerful.
Wait, I have a question. Do you want a deranged lunatic to be your kid's babysitter or teacher?
I don't have a kid.
When you have kids in the future, if you're going to have them.
I mean, I probably want to get a babysitter. I don't trust them.
So, like, you wouldn't let them be your kid's babysitter or teacher?
Well, I mean, we'll have to find out what's going on when I have a kid. I mean, I don't like to answer this kind of hypothetical
So you're totally okay
questions.
with deranged lunatics in positions of power?
Yeah, that's MAGA.
I mean, I didn't say I could have sex with my cousin. That kind of sounds like a deranged lunatic.
You've already been proven false. That is a claim that's not true, and it's already been proven. So nice attempt at a pivot, though.
Can you explain to me why it's morally wrong for us to steal oil from Venezuela?
Can you answer and respond to the argument clearly demonstrating that Donald Trump is a bad president because he's a deranged lunatic, and deranged lunatic should not be in positions of power?
That's your only argument. That's
it's
how
the
you're
one
gonna.
I'm starting with.
That's how you're gonna dismantle an argument.
I'm trying to
against
be.
it,
I'm trying to be
trying
a
say
kind,
he's a
good faith
deranged lunatic.
debater by giving you one argument at a time.
That's
and
the
yes,
least thing you are. You've never been a kind, good faith debater, dude.
I know, because I'm king.
You're a
grifter,
libertarian,
according
and
to
then you switched in like 4 months, right?
Yeah, the switch from libertarianism to liberalism was really quick. In fact, Parker convinced me. I was a libertarian doing the debates. I believed in anarcho-libertarianism, but then Parker just convinced me.
Yeah, you said in the clip
that social democracy would lead to better outcomes.
So how did you get to that moral understanding?
I'll answer your question after you answer mine.
That Trump is a lunatic? I already agree.
That he is so deranged that he should not be in a position of power.
I mean, you're trying to make me concede off of a stupid point.
No, it's not stupid to say that people who want their
It's
political opponents
semantics.
to die
I mean, that
should be
could
president.
be.
It's not stupid to say that people who think that a sexual exploitation is funny should be president. It's not stupid to say that people who think that victims of rape should be thrown in jail would not be a good president. It's not stupid to say that people who want to like invade their allies with the military should not be president. It's not stupid to say that people who want to depict black people as monkeys and think that SCOTUS is funded by foreign countries and that the last president was killed that replaced with a robotic clone should not be president. The only thing that's stupid would in fact be you arguing that those things are irrelevant to the presidency.
What was racist about him making Joe Biden a monkey?
Okay. I said black people, so Joe Biden's not black.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying I don't think it was the main goal to make them monkeys, but I think he was trying to say they act like animals. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard anybody say that?
So you don't think that it's always racist to depict black people as apes?
I believe that somebody would depict that as racist. I can understand that, yes, but
so do you agree with it? Is it racist to depict black people as literal gorillas?
Sure, yes. I mean I can concede on that point. Good. But I don't
Thank
think
you for
I don't
conceding.
believe Trump did that.
Well, I mean, Caroline Levitt says that everything that's posted on Truth Social is coming from Trump, so was she lying?
She could have been misinformed now.
Yeah, could have been misinformed. I guess just another example.
I mean, you
of
think
the
they're all misinformed?
chaos and nonsense from the Trump administration. I sure do. And I think that the administration is super misinformed. I mean, they're out here calling murderers patriots and victims of murder domestic terrorists. Oh, hell yeah, they're very misinformed.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think they want what's happening in, Guadalajara to happen here.
Well,
I mean,
the
the UK
something
just
that
had a
you, like,
huge protest
Guadalajara?
against immigration, too. You think they're wrong?
Well, I mean, check this out, dude. It's very simple. Our state is sanctioning murder. Is this
right?
not something bad that is happening here?
So you're trying to say our problems here trump what's happening on our border?
Yes. Yes.
Even though
yes.
that
yes,
what's happening on our border
I do
can
think
cause problems.
I do think that Donald Trump, okay, like defending the broad daylight execution of American citizens at the hands of agents of the state by labeling the American citizens domestic terrorists is worse than committing a victimless federal misdemeanor. Now, do you agree that a person shouldn't be president if they defend the baseless execution of innocent people?
Yeah, if it was a baseless execution, yeah.
Okay. So they baselessly executed
So
Alex Preddy
what do you consider to baseless?
without good reason.
Okay, so not without any reason.
I mean, there's always like a reason, like the reason why Alex Preddy was executed could have been the fact that the murderer wanted to execute him because he's a piece of shit.
Do you think
it has to be without good reason? Yeah, like what?
Do you think you're allowed to call out a system for bad doings while also supporting the whole system in its entirety? Like I can call out bad cops, but I'm not a cop. Because you're trying to
tell us that you don't think that a red
police force,
line for Donald Trump being president is Donald Trump supporting murder.
I would say a red line. No, I wouldn't say that he did that, but I would say yes, that would be a red line.
Because Alex Preddy was murdered and his administration has supported it.
Okay. Has it gone through trial all the way yet?
No,
it hasn't.
And it doesn't need to for us to know that it's murder.
Wait, you act like you accept. Wait, do you accept the determinations from courts and trials?
Do you accept the determination for Kyle Rittenhouse? I bet you don't.
Dude, am I ever going to get an answer to a question? Is Dean going to ever get
I do, but you don't. You want
this guy asks questions to every single question that we ask. Can you answer a question?
I accept it, but you guys don't. So I mean, it's kind of
So
hypocritical.
you do accept the determinations of these courts, correct?
Yeah, yes, I do, and
So let
I
me
also
clarify
would
real
expect you to as well.
Wait,
if you
wait,
hold
let me
your word
clarify
to
real
it.
quick. You accept the determination against Donald Trump as well, and not only in the criminal court but in the civil court as well.
I do, yeah.
So wait. So then, why do you support a guy that sexually abused a woman?
And what year was it?
1995 to 1996.
I mean, honestly, I don't support him, but I would argue that people
So he
can
doesn't
change.
support
I
him,
mean,
so you
just
wouldn't
like
vote for Trump.
Dean supports Tupac. I've seen him.
Wait, so you
rep
wouldn't vote
his
for
shit.
Trump? Wait, pause. You wouldn't vote for Trump?
I mean, if you want to base your consensus on your debate on dismantling my argument on why I wouldn't support Trump, other than dismantling my actual arguments,
Wait,
then
no.
you can do
I'm
that.
just asking. Would you
But
still vote for
we
Trump?
don't have
Is
to
that
do
a,
that.
Is that a
Like,
question?
if you want
that
to
can be
say
answered?
all of my arguments don't make sense because I wouldn't vote for Trump, you can do that. But that's
Wait,
not how
wait.
it works in the real world, you idiot.
No, that's just like the live stream. What we're talking about.
Oh, that's just like I want to be
Like,
as
is that a
easy as
complicated thing for you to
possible, and I don't
understand?
want to actually,
Wait, hold on, hold on.
change
Here,
people's
let
minds.
me bring out the crayons or get like let me maybe I should call Miss Rachel.
Did you
because
guys
we need to
FaceTime
explain
about
to
how
him
you would make
that
money
the
off of this
background of the
beforehand?
live stream is how do you still support Trump? So like just to clarify, if you don't support Trump, we will like go on to the next person because like you're not someone who supports Trump. Crazy concept, right?
Oh,
Like just people who just come up here and want to talk to us about random stuff. They might have a point, but that's not what this live stream is about. You know? Like what are you talking
You might get
about?
some more donations if you cry. Okay, so
Okay, wait. So, do you want me to grift? Do you want me to grift, buddy?
Parker, cry.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
Make us more money, Parker.
As Prince Grift, you
make
should
us
already know.
make us more money, Parker. Start crying right now, so you and
King
me make a
Grift
bunch
and
of money.
Prince Grift, guys. Come on. Where's your crowns? Where's your crowns?
Give me like 3 really good ones. Yeah. Wait. 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh my fucking god. You guys are so disingenuous.
Oh, Annie, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal.
Oh my
thank
god,
you so much, Anna. Annie,
Wait,
give me some W's for Annie in the comment
this
section.
shit is out of tune, so don't expect this to
Annie,
be good.
thank you so much. Emma with the $2. Angie, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Angie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You got the female gaze over here, guys.
Stop baking and start crying!
Ivan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Dude, it works. Like, whenever I cry, money just comes in. Titus, thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you so much.
This shit's really out of tune. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that would have been a good bit if I could
guys
start
are
playing
so
some sad
stupid.
music, but it's just so out of tune. Listen to this great F chord. I need a tune. Unfortunate, man. That really could have profit maxed and made us I don't know, like what?
Yeah, your empathy max.
Another $5 trillion.
Empathy max right now.
Yeah, Dean, you need a grift max, bro.
I know. Fuck, dude. I just need to.
I'm like grift mogging everyone right now, dude.
I know, so real. Grift.
So do you accept the court determination for Kyle Rittenhouse?
Wait, one second. Hey, Marlene. Let's see. Marcelio, thank you so much for the $1 on PayPal. Jillian, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo for the grift as well. And then over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Lady Sorella, for the $20 who says, please don't cry. Well, I might just have to. Rent's coming up. Christ. Thank you so much for the love, Lady Sorella. Show some love to Lady Sorella down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $20. And then Dork Magician, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat for the grift. Thank you so very much. Okay, but so just to clarify, you're not a Trump supporter? Like we defeated you? You changed your mind?
You defeated me.
Yeah,
so
wait,
so
Dean,
this is how you try to dismantle people's arguments. It's ridiculous.
Yesterday, I proved that he was actually the grifter because he comes up on the live and he says that he's a Trump supporter, even though he's not a Trump supporter, so that he can debate us and get our attention. So he's unironically a grifter.
Well, I didn't know that he wasn't a Trump supporter. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here. What do we do?
I forgot about it. Like I couldn't remember until now.
Well, when we get that next Trump supporter up in here, I'm gonna go take a moment to use the restroom. Welcome into Sport Trump 0.
Hey, how you living, man?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
It could be worse.
Do you support Trump?
I support him as the alternative to what was provided.
Okay, so like knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November of 24, you'd still vote for Trump.
24, I voted for Trump. 20, I did not.
But would you like still vote for him, knowing everything that you do now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and tell us why. I'm going to pass the mic to Parker real quick while I just take a moment to use the restroom.
I feel like the Democratic Party just didn't have the right push. When you had somebody who wasn't brought into the Democratic Party as the forerunner, and they ran as the forerunner, it felt like an usurper, basically, and it didn't feel right. And like I understand that Biden wasn't exactly of the capacity to run again, but it just feels like it could have been done better.
Okay, so like, what could they have done better?
They could have gone through the correct process and actually democratically put her in there instead of just saying, "Okay, well, he's out, she's in." Like that just didn't feel right. And then,
Can I tell you something? We voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. If Biden steps down, Harris steps up because the vice president steps up when the president steps down. That is the democratic process that exists. Plus, 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee, and no one decided to run against her. So that's another thing. Plus, in the primaries that are coming up, she's likely going to be a front runner. So I just don't see this as a good argument, especially when Donald Trump himself literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and sent false slates of electors to Electoral College cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, and got 70% of his Republican Party to believe that the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence, when 60+ courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, many of which had conservative or Trump-appointed judges.
Okay. I understand that. I don't agree with the viewing of the J6 thing, but that is what it is. But
which side is more anti-democratic there? Because that doesn't seem anti-democratic to me on behalf of what the Democrats did. But clearly Trump, what he did there was vehemently anti-democratic.
Well, him complaining about it, yeah, sure. But he also told everybody to come out and be peaceful about it. Like, okay, stereotypically speaking, what do you see when you picture a Republican or a conservative or however you want to put the red team? Like you picture a redneck gun-toting, America, blah, 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 right? So if that's the case, why did they show up unarmed and were actually protesting?
Wait, many were armed. That's just not true at all. And Donald Trump pardoned all of them, including the people who assaulted police officers and were convicted of it. So why did Donald Trump pardon the people who assaulted police officers and call them patriots if he didn't want violence to happen on that day?
Yeah, they're like literally trying to kill the cops, dude. Officer Fanon's story is probably the craziest. He was protecting one of the entries. He was beaten to the ground by a mob of these peaceful MAGA protesters. And then they started beating him over his back with metal rods that they found from the fences surrounding the Capitol that they destroyed. And then the crowd, while beating him, started to chant, "Grab his gun." So then, a couple of the peaceful MAGA protesters went up to his service belt, tried to get his gun. It was locked in there, and he prevented them from getting it. But simultaneously, we had a DJ, a man named by the name of DJ, go up to the other side of his service belt, get his taser, whip it out, drive it into Officer Fanon's neck. He gave Officer Fanon a heart attack. Then Officer Fanon was saved by other LEOs, rushed to the hospital. That's the only reason he's still alive today. But then, of course, DJ Rodriguez and the other people that beat him and tried to kill him all pled guilty, were found guilty, then sentenced to jail for what they did to Officer Fanon.
Correct. And some of those who were pardoned said they denied the pardon for that.
And then 4 years later, Donald Trump gave every single one of them a pardon and called them patriots.
Because the majority of them were out there protesting and not armed mobs, like you were saying.
If I have a group of 1,000 people and 501 people in this group are elementary school teachers, sweet as candy, and great productive members of society, meanwhile, the other 499 are child raping pedophiles, would it be fair for me to turn around and say that this group of 100 people are great patriots and to give every single member of this group of 1,000 people $1 million?
No, that's stupid.
Exactly. Okay, so you can't use this self-described stupid logic in relation to Donald Trump's pardon of the 1600. I agree, a vast majority of the 1600 were not found guilty of violent assault on cops, but this doesn't change the fact that he did give pardons to the minority of 174 people that were convicted of violent assault on cops and then called them patriots.
Because they weren't all assaulting.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Every single member of the 174 people that he gave pardons to that were found guilty of assault on cops did assault cops.
Okay. If that's what you said.
I mean, they were domestic terrorists, dude.
So what separates them from Democratic protesters?
Well,
they were pardoned by the president.
That's a legitimate question.
They were pardoned by the president, and they were trying to overthrow our country's democracy and literally raiding the Capitol.
Yeah, like if you go try to find like a Democratic protester from like the BLM riots that like broke into a Target and stole something, like sure, vandalism is wrong, broke the door, theft is wrong, stole something.
That's more to my point.
They're not a domestic terrorist like the people who tried to end the American democracy and kill our congressmen and women. And they also were not defended by Democratic politicians, labeled patriots, and then given a get-out-of-jail-free card.
If hundreds of angry, stereotypical Republicans were to show up as they're assumed to be, it would have been ugly.
It was ugly. Our congressmen and women had to flee. A woman lost her life because she was trying to kill them. Like, I mean, cops were assaulted, attacked. A handful of them later died from like self-unaliving because of the PTSD that they took away from that day after being beat and nearly killed on the day of. Like, that was very ugly. One of the ugliest days in American history, truly. J6 was terrible. A stain on the legacy of the presidency. As a whole for anyone now. It's just like there's no respect for that position anymore, and a stain on the history of this great country. And that is exactly what Mike Pence had to say, Donald Trump's vice president.
Now, I do have two questions. Number one is, do you really feel like Harris was the correct choice?
I think for the moment of absolutely. But listen, here's what I have to say about Harris, because I heard the argument that you gave Parker about no primary. We don't need a primary to find a better candidate than Donald Trump. You just roll the dice. Pick a random American. They're going to make a better president than Trump. So yes, of course, the accredited lawyer that served as a DA of a city, AG of a state, and then a senator of a state, then vice president of the country for 4 years, was clearly a better option than the adjudicated rapist, admitted sexual exploiter that wants rape victims to go to jail, wants to invade our allies with our military, and doesn't want to pay out food stamps even when there's 16 million children that are starving that need them, and there's a court order forcing him to do so. And then whenever his authority is checked, including by the Supreme Court limiting his ability to impose tariffs, he screams and whines about how much they suck, how they're taking money from foreign countries, then turns around and takes his anger out on the American people by imposing baseless 15% tariffs on every other country in the world. This guy's a lunatic. He shouldn't be president. He's bad for you. He's bad for me. He's bad for the American people. He's bad for immigrants. He's literally sending people to be tortured in another country without due process. Why does that light ring a bell in your head or flip a switch to turn on a light, scream, maybe this guy shouldn't be president? I don't know. It's just like he's unhinged, and I think that you're unhinged for supporting him, knowing what he's done. Imagine if we were having this conversation 30 years ago. You know, politicians would have their careers ended for using a plane for personal services. Like there's actually a politician from my state that did use a plane for the purpose of like flying his car to another state, and that was funded by the taxpayer, and that ended his political career. He was done. But that's like an everyday occurrence for the Trump administration. You know, like literally, for instance, right now, Kash Patel lied about not going to the Olympics to party with the USA people on the taxpayers' dollars. And now we're getting videos of him slamming and chugging beers with the men's hockey team. That should be a career ender. I mean, Kristi Noem lied about Alex Preddy being a domestic terrorist. That should be a career ender. Donald Trump lied about the election in 2020 and about 30,000 other things. That should be a career ender. Stephen Miller lied about Alex Preddy being a gunman that showed up to cause maximum damage. That should be a career ender. But these things aren't career enders. They're barely even talking points, dude.
It's because there's so many.
Exactly. Which represents how they're so bad.
But I think my big thing is like, and again, like I said, my whole reason for leaning Trump in 24 was the fact that I didn't feel comfortable with how the Kamala thing happened. And yes, Parker did explain his point, so we don't have to recycle that.
But what were Kamala Harris's 1,001 career enders?
1,001 career enders? Probably spending $1 billion in 8 months and still taking the L.
That's not a career. Listen, that's not a career ender. It's a failed campaign, but it's not a career ender. Like
So
politicians fail
and
campaigns
she still has
all
a
the time.
career because of it.
Was Trump losing in 2020 a career ender?
Obviously not, because he ended up back in.
Right. It's like the worst thing that you could say about Kamala Harris is that she lost an election. The worst thing I could say about Trump is that he's in the Epstein files and has been lying about it for the last 20 years and actively having the Department of Justice violate the law to keep that fact private.
Okay, but those files have been in existence for multiple presidencies, and nobody else has released them either.
What does that tell us? Absolutely nothing. Like what?
It tells us a lot. It tells us that there's a lot more than just the figurehead at the quote-unquote top of the...
You're saying that there's other people in the files too. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, 100%.
So you accept that Trump's in them?
I don't know. I haven't read them.
Oh, you haven't read them. Okay.
I will not
I could help
deny
clarify
that he's
here.
not in them.
I could help clarify here.
I won't deny that he's not
From
in
the
them,
files,
'cause
we
I'm
already
pretty
know
sure
that he's
he
been
is.
lying about never knowing what Epstein was doing, because after Epstein was arrested in 06 for sex trafficking a minor, he called the local sheriff and said, "Thank you so much for catching him. We've known what he's been doing all along." Okay, keep in mind that all along time he was still partying with Jeffrey Epstein. He was still on his plane. He was still going to his house. He still considered him his best friend, but he knew he was sex trafficking minors? Hello?
Like I said, I don't disagree with that. And I haven't bothered going into those files because everything that I've seen coming out of them so far is just so disheartening, to say the least. Like, there are atrocities in there that are compared to things that still haven't really been spoken out about World War II.
But can you agree people who are best friends with other people who sex traffic minors and know about it shouldn't be president?
I think the people should unite and get rid of all of them.
Okay, but can you agree?
Anybody who had any...
Can you agree? Well, actually, I'm not even going to ask you the question. I'll allow that deflection because it's meaningful. I agree. The people should unite and should get rid of all of them. So let's start with Trump.
If we start with Trump, are we going to stop with Trump?
No.
Because that's the big concern that I've had with a lot of my Democratic
Be the
friends
change you want to
is-
see. Be the change you want to see. Start with Trump and don't stop. What's holding you back?
I would like to know where the accountability is being held. Like, I would love to know why there are no charges filed for anybody yet.
Yeah.
Whether it be Trump,
right?
whether it be anybody. I would love to know why nothing is being done. Why other countries are doing stuff about what has been released.
But why won't you start with Trump? That's a reason, by the way. The reason why there's no accountability is because there's a couple million Americans who don't care and still support him as president. You want to see accountability, you should care, and you should stop supporting him. It's at least a step in the right direction, right?
But I need a valid alternative.
No, you don't. Actually,
That's what I want to.
No,
That's
no,
what I want to
actually-
see.
Actually, no, you clearly don't. You actually clearly don't. By the way, that's not true. Okay, there are about 1,000,001 communists that do not see any Democrat as a valid alternative to Trump as president, and they fucking despise him. There is about 1,000,001 Republicans that do not see any Democrat as a relevant alternative to Donald Trump, and they fucking despise him. There's about 1,000,001 independents that do not see any any viable alternative to Trump, but they don't support him. All right. The goal and purpose of this live is just to get you to stop supporting Trump.
I would love to see the Democratic Party be able to throw forth a candidate that's respectable enough to do so.
Bro, they're not going to do that until the next general election. So are you telling us that there's just no possible way that you could stop supporting Trump until the next general election when his term is already over?
I'm not going to support him when his term's over, but I'm going to respect the office that he holds.
If he respects the office that he holds, then you certainly shouldn't support him because he's in that office dirtying it.
They're all dirty. That's what the whole files thing was about.
Okay,
like
that just means that you wouldn't support any of them. Not that you would support him.
Correct. We do not disagree there.
Okay, so you're not a supporter of Trump.
Not really. Like, okay. I felt like in 2020 when he was there, and this would probably be the only thing that I could say in support of what he was doing, and what he was doing still got lost in the sauce, so to speak. Yeah. Was basically going out there and being a whole fool to try and get people coming out into the limelight and basically say, oh, no, this is not right. And pay attention to those other offices, those other members of Congress, those other positions that nobody pays attention to.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm happy that I was.
Thank you for your time. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, and you have a good one. Parker, do you remember Blown?
No. My memory is atrocious, though, so.
Bro, you don't remember Blown?
Oh wait, no, I remember.
Yeah, he was like a more like notable person like on the stream.
Sorry, it took me a second to like connect the dots.
He was in the queue just literally 3 seconds ago, but he backed out rather quickly.
He stopped supporting Trump a while ago, didn't he?
He did, but I have like these vague remnants of a memory that is leading me to believe that he may support him again. Like, I think that he stopped fucking with you and me, and he started not liking us. Let's go to try to get the next guest loaded up in the box.
What for, though?
What for? I don't know. I don't remember that. We got the next guest Sean loading up in. All right, real quick. Yo, dude, the Archangel. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat on the YouTube stream, dude. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for that support, Archangel. Archangel with 100 says, amazing stream with Parker crying. Love you both. Oh, shit, is that $100 I get because Parker cried and we're grifting? Let's go, dude. Show some love to Archangel for supporting the peen grift down in the comment section.
The DNC picks up on that, dude.
I know, yeah, man. That guy told you to cry and told you to make more money, and then you did. You started shedding some tears, and the next thing you know, you're a multimillionaire, man. Thank you so much for the $100, Archangel. Show some love to Archangel down below. Then I'd also like to thank Lady Sorella. Thank you for another $20 on Super Chat, who says, Trump put a banner of his face in front of the DOJ. You know what that does? You know who does that? Dictators. He's showing the world that he owns the DOJ. With him in office, he'll never be prosecuted, and if he isn't, no one will be. Right, Lady S? Like, I mean, they're really pushing this unitary executive theory to the fullest extent of what that means. It's definitely leading towards, just clear authoritarianism. Please do show some love to our donors down below. Thank you guys. Let's go and try to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of that queue. If you're MAGA, please and thank you. Please do try to follow our rules. I don't know what it is. I'm feeling pretty restless today. I wonder why. Oh, I don't think I'm drinking enough water. That's maybe it. Should probably get a drink of water. Hey, Luna, thank you for the 12 euros on Super Chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
August.
Okay, give me a moment here. I'm going to thank a couple more people. Miss Maggie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Maggie says, keep cooking them, Dean. I love it when they crash out. Also, today's my 29th birthday. Well, happy birthday, Maggie. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Very happy birthday to you. Thank you for the 15. Ellen, thank you so much for the 5. And then Jillian, thank you for the 1. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's catch up on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $15. Caroline, who says, as a German, don't stop fighting because if they win, they will win if you don't. If you do stop, this is way too familiar for us. Even our right agrees on that, at least partly the ones acting out on it still. And that is saying something. Stay safe over there. Well, thank you so much for the $15, Caroline. And we hear that from a lot of Germans. And I think that is definitely ringing an alarm bell. Cully, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for that love, man. I appreciate you. Show some love to Cully. Show some love to all the donors. And then Timothy, dude, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal, Timothy. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Timothy with the 50 says, continue to educate these people. We need more people like you. Well, thank you so much, man. That is very kind of you, bro. $50 is a shit ton of money. That goes a long way here. I live in a small town, so I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you for supporting me and what we do here. Show some love to Timothy down below in that comment section for the 50. Take it away, James. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian Trump.
I support Trump because I think he would be a better candidate than Kamala Harris because of the fact that I think, in the eyes of the American people, we need a male leader because I think male leaders are inherently better at leading positions because of just human nature and human biology.
Obviously. Yeah, just obviously. You have a penis and then all of a sudden you're just great at leading. No, that's so true. Honestly, so true. Just kidding. Completely false. You know, I used to run live specifically on this topic, so I'm going to have fun frying your bitch ass. So take it away. Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Whoa. Why are you cussing at me?
Why did I call you a bitch ass? Because, well, you are a bitch ass. So would your bitch ass like to tell me why you think men are better at leading than women? What's the argument?
All right, here we go. All right, I think men are better leaders because of the fact that at the core of human nature and human behavior, which humans do represent in everyday behavior, it's people want to see someone who can protect them, someone who will stand up for them and actually be able to fight. And I think that in any scenario is a man compared to a woman.
And why is that?
Because men are biologically stronger and are better in physical combat.
Okay, for sure. So we're talking about biological strength. Sure, I agree that men on average are biologically stronger than women on average.
No, not on average. Men are biologically strong. That's a fact.
So it's not a fact that's true in 100% of scenarios. On average, it's true. It's not always true.
If you were to take...
Also, Dean, I have a point that I wanted to see him respond to real quick. James, if Kamala Harris were in Donald Trump's body and Donald Trump were in Kamala Harris's body, who would you rather vote for?
Wait, can you repeat that?
If Kamala Harris were in Donald Trump's body and Donald Trump were in Kamala Harris's body, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, I can't say give you a definitive answer because of the fact that I think their values and policies would change based on how they.
No, let me just clarify. It's Kamala Harris, right? But Donald Trump's consciousness is put in Kamala Harris's body, right? Or Kamala Harris's consciousness put in Donald Trump's body, or Donald Trump's consciousness put in Kamala Harris's body. Does that make sense?
So as if the only thing that swapped was their body.
It's just the consciousness.
But the respective minds were.
Yeah. Have you ever watched Freaky Friday?
No, I have not.
Okay. Just the point is that their consciousness swaps bodies.
Okay. I think that if Kamala Harris were able to carry herself in the way that Donald Trump does, and give all of her points in the same way, then I think maybe I would lean towards Kamala Harris.
But she's not. But under your view, she's still a woman, right? Like Donald Trump is in the body of a woman. Under your view, if the reason why you didn't vote for a woman is because of literally biologically who she is, then wouldn't you just say that you wouldn't vote for Trump in that scenario, and instead you'd rather vote for Harris in Trump's body?
No, because I think the way that she carries herself and the way that her values would be reflected would be different if she was a male instead of a female.
No. We're assuming in this hypothetical no change in their values at all. They stay the exact same. All you do is you swap consciousness.
Then I would probably say so because I feel that policy-wise, even though I may agree with, let's say, Trump's consciousness, the way that he portrays them, I feel like the general public, including myself, would not be attracted to that or drawn towards that. So that I guess then in that scenario, even though I would maybe not as much agree with Kamala Harris's, let's say, consciousness, the policies that her consciousness carries, I would still lean towards that because of the way that she's able to carry herself in a way that's more affirmative, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't track any of that mumbo jumbo. Parker, if you want to respond, feel free. And then when you're done, I want to finish running my argument.
I got you. So the point I was just making is that literally there's no particular trait that is different about them. And you're saying that you would answer differently. So it's not specifically
I actually disagree with the
biologically
fact
as
that
an
there is
individual
no
that's relevant to
trait,
you.
because
It's
there
literally
actually,
simply
there
just
actually
the
are a lot
fact
of
that.
traits that are different about men and women. And,
What's up?
I said that the fact that you said that there's actually no different traits is actually false, because of the fact that there are different traits, in how they carry themselves and how they speak.
Yeah, you didn't understand what I was saying. If you swap consciousness, you're putting that person's consciousness in a different body.
I
right?
understand that, but in that body comes with different ways of different ways you carry oneself. Like a man does not carry themselves the same way as a woman does.
So you're basically just saying, like, in this hypothetical, like, if it was the case that all traits were swapped, you would vote for Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body. But in the real world, it would be impossible for all traits to be swapped, since in the real world, one's biology would drive those traits.
No, I just said that I would vote for Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body.
Okay, what an idiot. Yeah. Okay, well, there's a first, like, obvious, like, gotcha. Okay, your logic sucks. Can I ask you a question now?
No, can I ask you a question?
No, I was trying to ask you this question, but Parker said that he wanted to ask you one first. So now it's my turn.
Okay, well, I got interrupted, so can I ask you a question now?
James, no, let him speak.
Just whatever.
Okay.
Whatever.
So, do you agree with the fact that a leader should portray qualities of strength, of confidence, of just like strength,
I think that they should portray
those sort of things.
Characteristics of reasonable strength and reasonable confidence.
Okay. Now, then, would you also agree with the fact that male humans are more displayative, or more show more of those characteristics?
No. I can get into why here in a bit. That's fine. Don't worry. I got you. But before I do it, trust me, I will. I like talking about this a whole lot. I want to ask you the question that I had intended to earlier, because you told me that ultimately the reason why
you're just gonna disregard what I just said, or
I answered your question. I said no.
Okay, but what's your reasoning? Or you're just gonna say no?
I will get into the reasoning later, because I want to go back to the first thing I tried to ask you the moment you joined the live stream and gave us your view. I asked you if I could ask you a question. You said, no, you want to ask me a question, and I gave in. You asked me your question. Now, I want to go back to what I was trying to say earlier, unless you're a little beta male that's so scared.
Okay, go ask your question.
All I got to do is call you scared, and then the ego gets in the way. It's great. I love exploiting that fact with people like you. But anyways, all right, sounds good. Perfect. All right. Earlier, I asked you why you think that men are better at leading than women. You said it's because they're physically stronger on average. Here's the question. Who are you taking? A 15-year-old high schooler on steroids that can bench press 375 pounds, or Trump to be president?
Well, that's actually not what I said.
No, it is what you said. You very specifically said the reason why you think that men are better at leading than women is because they're physically stronger on average.
I did not say. I never said that the reason why I would prefer a man to lead is just because of the fact that they're physically strong. That's not what I said.
But the matter of the fact is that's the first argument that you gave. Sure, you could have multiple arguments for this conclusion. I'll happily go over them all, but I'm just simply disputing them one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. Sure, we can do one at a time. I agree with you. Okay.
So you said that physical strength is one of the reasons why men are better at leading than women.
Yeah.
So therefore, would you take a roided out 15-year-old that can bench press 350 pounds over Trump?
No.
Okay, perfect. So what's the next reason? Disputed, debunked.
How is that debunked?
Yeah, because you'd be picking the less physically stronger candidate out of the two to be president, meaning that you do not think that physical strength would be relevant to his leadership abilities.
But are you able to? Okay, so I'm trying to think of a good example of this. But I said that physical strength was one of the reasons, meaning that there are other influences impacting that, right? So if you say that, okay, if you just take two people that are identically the same, but one person is stronger than the other, then I would choose the one that's stronger. Well, that's false, because I said there's other influences influencing it. So just because one person is stronger does not necessarily
it's okay, little bro. You don't need to get all angry and emotional. Okay, just
I'm not angry.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. Just tell us what those other traits are. Just tell us what those other traits are, please.
Okay, I think that confidence, right? Maybe not just confidence, but I think just by human nature, right? I think males are just better leaders because of the way they carry themselves.
Because of the way, but what is that way? Because that's very vague and mystic. So tell me, what is the specific way men carry themselves compared to women that makes them better at leading? Tell us.
I mean, I don't know if I can define certain like specific characteristics,
Oh,
but
so in
one
other
thing
words,
I
you don't
do
have an
want
argument?
one thing I do want to point out is the social construct we have of men and women. We typically see men more as leadership roles, as moneymakers, breadwinners, that sort of stuff, while we see women more as housekeepers, carers, that more stuff. And when you look in the eyes of a leadership role, you would rather someone who is more, let's say, affirmative or decisive with their actions, rather than someone who is always trying to care and nurture for another group of people, let's say.
Okay, so it's also like a load of mumbo jumbo. The words that you said literally made no sense. But you said that you think that a good quality of leadership would be like more affirmative and decisive under stress, right?
Yes.
So obviously, like, you think that men are better at dealing with stress on average compared to women because that's what would make them more affirmative and decisive when under stress.
You're
Right?
just contorting my words, but
Well, basically, that would reduce down to being good at dealing with stress, right?
Sure. I can.
Okay. Well, this is a non-starter for you because women are biologically predisposed to be better at dealing with stress on average when compared to men. And that's because of evolution primarily. Evolution gave women thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy to better equip them with higher stress and pain tolerances because of childbirth. I'm not saying that women have to give birth. I'm just merely saying that because women can give birth, evolution gave them a better ability to deal with pain and stress. And so this is biologically true. We see that proven in study after study after study. I could reference you a handful off of the National Institute on Health. But I don't just have evidence rooted within biology to prove my point here. I also have evidence rooted within empirical outcomes to prove my point here. Women outperform men in fields that necessitate a high level of stress management. A good example of this would be surgery. Surgeons. 85% of surgeons are men. 15% of surgeons are women. The journal, the JMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, in conjunct with the American Medical Association, did a study on 1.4 million patients worldwide in 6 continents over 15 years. And what they determined is that the patients who were operated on by women compared to men were significantly less likely to die as a result of their surgery, and they were significantly less likely to experience any and all negative post-operative outcomes. And this isn't the only empirical field that kind of proves that women are more rational thinkers and deal better with stress, pain, and emotion than men. We also see this in crime rates. 92% of violent crimes are committed by men, not women. Well, that's an incredibly emotional and irrational thing to do. Same thing with self-unaliving statistics. Men account for 74% of those. Men are also 3 to 4 times more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism in response to erratic emotions compared to women who are more likely to go to therapy. And when we look at fields that are more contingent upon a higher level of rationale and time, stress, pain management, like school, for instance, women outperform men. They get more degrees, better degrees, and better grades at all levels.
Okay, that was a lot, but 2 things.
I know, it was a lot for your small little man brain. If I was talking to a woman, they'd been able to understand it all. But I gotta work with what I have, right?
I mean, you have to insult me every 5 seconds.
Well, as long as you're insulting every woman alive, I'll definitely insult you every 5 seconds for sure.
Okay,
you can count on that.
Feelings. He's a little bit sensitive. Don't hurt his feelings.
Okay.
Oh, wait, sensitivity? I thought that you were a man. Aren't you supposed to be confident and strong?
Dude, God. Okay, anything. 2 things that really stood out to me was your fact on suicide, and I think
you have to say self-unaliving for TikTok terms of service.
Okay, I'm sorry. Self-unaliving and just men's mental health in general. I think that statistic is actually just really skewed because of the fact that I feel like you as a male should know that the social idea or thinking around men's revealing their emotions or like opening up their emotions is just, I mean, it's really constricted. It's looked down upon.
Oh yeah, there's a negative system in place in which frowns upon men maturely and healthily expressing their emotions. Question: who set that system up?
Who set that system up? I mean, I feel like that system's been in place for a while.
yeah. By the men that have been leading society because they've told women that they can't do it. Yeah, that's who set the system up. Come on, dude. That was the most obvious like counter argument of all time, and you didn't prepare for it. Very embarrassing.
What? Okay, but can you
oh my god! Now you're whining about how bad men are at setting social systems up
when they
hold on to positions of power.
Can you agree to the fact that the idea that there is a social construct restricting men from opening themselves up is like affects that statistic of men unaliving themselves?
Absolutely. Which demonstrates not only men's emotional thinking, but also their irrational leadership skills. Because when they've held on to power for like billion years, they still like are in creating these systems in which lead to their own self-demise and suicide, right? Like you would think after 1,000 years of the patriarchy, we'd figure it out that maybe we should promote men's mental health and realize that a good way to reduce suicide would not be to tell other men to bottle up their emotions and keep it inside of them until they die, right? Like clearly the women have figured this out. We already went over that. Right? They go to therapy more. They're more open and outspoken about their emotions. They actually have a higher EQ on average, which would be the emotional intelligence quota, which leads them to a better dealing with their emotions. Yeah. And that's driven by social systems that are disproportionately promoted by women, and that underlying biological fact that they're just better equipped to deal with stress on average.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I want to go back to that. Right. So you say women are better equipped to deal with stress than men on average, and one of the examples you used was a surgeon, right? That women surgeons, you said, perform better than male surgeons. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Okay. But then I want to give the example of a battlefield, a war round. If you were to throw a male and a female with like equal counterparts, both with guns, into a battlefield, do you think that a woman would perform better?
Yeah, equal counterparts, the woman absolutely would perform better.
So that's where I disagree, because I think that's pretty absurd that you think a woman who, like both in the military, if they were both thrown into the battleground with open fire,
identical training, identical traits, identical characteristics, yes, the woman would outperform the men for the same reason that women outperform men in surgery. But go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, James, I have a question. Like, if you were thrown into a battlefield with me, right, and let's say that I won in that battlefield, would that make me a better leader?
Say it again.
Yeah, let's say we were thrown in a battlefield and I beat you in that battlefield. Would that make me a better leader?
I don't think that would definitively make you a better leader, but I think that would give you like qualities over me, maybe, that would make you a better leader. Yes.
Okay, so like, by the way, I just want to let you know, this is like the most archaic fucking caveman type of mentality of, oh, if you beat person in combat, you are better leader.
Okay.
Obviously. Do you mind if I ask you a question? How much can you bench?
Dude, we're not doing this.
Oh, yes,
we're not. We're just not doing this.
How much can you bench?
Okay, I like for 1 rep PR.
Yes.
I PR'd at 200.
Okay, I did chest day yesterday, and I PR'd at 255. So I'm a better leader than you.
You're him. Oh, okay. You guys are taking my characteristics.
So
like
you're telling me that compared to me, you are a beta soy boy loser.
This guy better
who
than
couldn't
this
lead
guy.
shit.
This one thing.
So just to clarify, can you say it? Can you, Dean? I want to hear you say, Dean. When I compare myself to you, I am a beta soy boy loser, chud maxing incel, and you are a true alpha male born for leadership because I could bench press more than you do.
No.
Oh, by the way, you're also getting very emotional right now. I think that you need to calm down.
Who's getting emotional? I'm not getting emotional.
You are. Aren't like good leaders supposed to like manage stress and act with confidence? That's clearly not what you're doing right now. Well, I mean, actually, to be fair, everybody, he is saying that men are better at leading than women, and with everything we just went over, we know that on average, men don't deal with stress as better. Men don't deal with pain as well. Men aren't as rational on average. Men are more likely to drive their decision-making processes with. So actually, no, I guess he is exuberating his great leadership skills. If you give me 3 more tiers, 1 ukulele, and maybe a soliloquy about how much you hate me because I'm cooking you in this argument, you will solidify yourself as a true alpha Chad.
Okay, I'm trying to give an example. Okay, say we are equal counterparts, but I am... Actually, no, not equal counterparts, sorry. But say you versus me, say I'm better at math than you. Does that mean I'm smarter than you?
It can mean that you're smarter than me. It would depend on why.
It
would depend on why you're better at math.
Is it definitive to say that just because I am better at math than you, that I am, or let's just say I'm better at multiplication than you, that I am smarter than you? No, because there's other influence to being called smart. Same thing for my argument. To be a leader, there are multiple influences.
Like I said, it would depend on why you're better at multiplication than me, but it wouldn't be a definitive answer to say that you are smarter than me because you're better at multiplication.
Right. Why? Because there are other influences to what smart entails.
I mean, and maybe you could be better at multiplication for me because you learned it and I didn't, right? But I think that intelligence would be...
You're proving my point that just because I'm better at one multiplication skill than you, that doesn't mean that I'm already smarter than you.
So there's there's like a list of traits that men possess that women don't that make them better at leading. I'm gonna open up a Google
That
Doc.
all cohesively work together.
Okay,
to then make them better
let's
leaders.
go over the list of traits. What's the first trait?
I mean, I don't think that I can specifically label.
So
and
you can't
pinpoint
tell
traits.
us what the traits are, but you know the traits exist.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's just go. All right. One trait. I think that they are physically strong. They are physically strong. I think that is one trait.
What's the next?
I think that society is more inclined to see them as a leadership role
So society thinks they're better at leading?
The way society views men and women. Can I put that as one?
So society thinks men are better at leading than women.
No, the way society views men and women.
I know,
How
which
about
would be
that?
them thinking men is better at leading than women, right? Men are better at leading than women, right?
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So the next point is society.
I'm just trying to be
thinks they're
careful
better
with
at
my
leading.
wording because you're gonna try and do some like weird shit.
Okay. What's the third point?
I feel like that last point kind of encompasses a lot of things, but
The last
trying to
society
think.
thinks they're better at leading. That's like your fucking.
I mean, I feel like
that's the.
Okay, how about
big-
this one? How about this one? How about
That's
this one?
the big
How about this
show.
one?
is-
At
okay.
core,
One second.
core,
So like 500 years ago, when society thought that 12-year-old girls could consent, could 12-year-old girls actually consent?
What? No,
You
that's
heard
not
me.
what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so just because society thinks something doesn't mean it's true. Just to clarify.
No, I'm just saying that there's also a lot of influences.
I mean,
that go
you
into
literally
why
said
society
you
thinks
think
men
men are better at leading than women because society holds that as a belief in
right.
general.
And I think there's another like variety of influences that go into thinking.
Oh,
that,
okay, okay. So what are they? Because I'm asking you for a list here, and you can't tell me.
Okay, another one I would say, I just had it. What was it? It was the societal roles that men and women play in today's society. The rules.
Doesn't that just go back to what society thinks? Like 12-year-olds played a societal role as wives, therefore they could.
Now you're just like
consent to
talking.
sex?
I can't remember it. Dude.
Wow, you're really.
All right, let's start with these two.
Well, I mean, we've already defeated them both.
No, you haven't defeated the society one.
Yes. Just because society thinks something doesn't mean that it's true. A good example
then
of
tell
this
me
would be
why
the
people
general
are
societal
more-
consensus. Okay, that 12-year-old girls can consent to sex, or the general societal consensus that the Earth is flat, or the general societal consensus that we live in a geocentric solar system, or the general societal consensus that 12-year-old boys should be shipped off to war. I mean, these are all general societal consensus that have
because I
existed
think-
historically,
I think
but
at
just
the
because
base,
they were general
human
societal
nature-
consensuses
human nature-
did not make them true. In fact, this is described as an ad populist fallacy, where you're hinging your argument on a consensus of a majority.
I think at the base human nature, I think people are more attracted to men to be leaders than women.
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. You also definitely don't have an argument for that.
I mean, how can you argue human nature?
So you admit that you don't have an argument for that.
I mean, I admit, but I also don't think you have a counter argument.
Okay, all right. So do you agree that the definition of the word misogyny would be an unfounded bias against women?
Yes.
Okay. And you just agreed that you possess an unfounded bias against women, believing that due to your human nature, you are more likely to think that a man is better at leading, but then you couldn't give a corroborating argument for that claim, and you admitted that you couldn't give a corroborating argument for that claim. So you self-identify as misogynistic, correct?
Wait, give me the definition of misogyny again.
Unfounded prejudice against women.
Is human nature unfounded?
You didn't have an argument that was human nature. That's the unfounded prejudice.
No, I said it was human nature.
Yeah, but then when I asked for the argument, you said I don't have one.
I said you can't argue
Right,
human nature.
which amounts to I don't have one, right?
No, it means that you can't argue like a basic instinct.
Wait,
Like,
so
that's just like
if
asking,
you
like-
can't
No, that's
argue
just
it,
like
then you
asking-
don't
no, that's
have an
like asking-
argument.
That's like
Well,
asking, like,
dude,
if
come
you're in a
on.
life or death
If you
situation,
can't
how do you
argue
try to
it,
survive?
then you don't have an argument.
No,
what you're
that's like
confusing
saying-
here, what you're
that's like
confusing
saying
here, by
if
the way,
there's a
what you're
gun to your
confusing
head,
here, what
you
you're
don't try
confusing
and,
here,
like-
wait one moment, shut up, thank you. What you're confusing here is your own prejudice for human nature.
My own prejudice for human nature. No.
Okay, how would you distinguish between a white supremacist claiming that it's human nature to hate black people and you claiming that it's human nature to think men are better at leading than women.
Can you repeat that?
How can you distinguish between a white supremacist claiming that it's human nature to hate black people and you claiming that it is human nature to think men are better at leading than women?
Because it's not human nature for a person to hate a black person. It is human nature for people
Right,
to
but
be
the white supremacist is arguing that it is human nature for the same reason that you're arguing misogyny is human nature.
I think because you could find a counterexample of someone who isn't naturally or has a natural tendency to hate black people, where it would be much harder to find someone
I don't have
who
a
doesn't
natural
have
tendency to think that men are
But you
better at
do.
leading than women.
But you do. But
so
you
you're
do.
telling me more. You're telling me something that I don't know about myself.
Yes.
Really?
I'm saying okay. I mean,
so I just want to clarify.
I mean, is it fair to say?
So I just want to
that
clarify. Your argument that men are better at leading than women hinges on it being true that I agree with you. Well, this is like the easiest argument to debunk of all time. Listen, man, I think that it's time that we cut to the chase, little bro. You are a puny nobody who probably...
puny. Okay.
I thought that real men don't interrupt.
When did I ever say that?
I mean, confidence, poise.
Right, because confidence
so
means
how about you just calm down?
Okay,
how about you just like calm down and
guys, you're
allow
confident, you don't
me
interrupt.
to finish
Guys,
speaking?
You're confident, you don't...
Yes, just allow me to finish speaking. I'll pass you the mic to do whatever the hell you want as soon as I'm done. Listen, I'm trying to make a point here. It's your time to listen. Sit down. Good boy. All right? We're going to cut to the chase here. You are just a puny little man, okay, that is an incel. You've been rejected by every woman in your life. You are not wanted because of your...
I have a girlfriend.
Okay, really? Because what am I looking at on my computer screen right now? What is this? What is this, may I ask? 20-year-old male, please tell me what to fix. 0 likes on Tinder. That you? Yeah, I don't know if I just have 0 game or what the issue is. Do I need a better haircut because I cut it short? That doesn't seem to have helped.
Can you look when that was posted?
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to what I was saying. Shut up, be quiet, and let me finish speaking. I appreciate it. To go back to what I was saying, your issue is your lack of self-confidence, your lack of a positive self-image, okay, and your lack of an ability to attract any woman ever. But instead of processing these emotions rationally with maturity, working on yourself, becoming the best possible version of yourself to have a positive self-image, to be able to find somebody that will love you the way your mother did when you were born, but not after, okay? You project those insecurities onto the women around you. You say, I hate myself, but as long as I hate 51% of the society more than I hate myself, then in definition and in virtue of that fact, I am better than 51% of the society. This is the problem with modern masculinity. The fake depiction that for whatever reason, if you have a penis, you are better. It is the ultimate cope for your terrible self-image. Now, just because you have a penis doesn't make you better, okay? I'm sorry that you've been failed by everyone in society and you choose to continue to fail yourself. That is not the fault of the women and girls watching the stream, so stop acting like it is.
What do you want me to say? Like, I disagree with you.
Then tell us why you disagree. Seemingly, he can't do that. He can't explain why he disagrees. He just happens to disagree. Literally one simple question silenced him, and he's like not even responding.
I mean, it's just what we see like all the time. It's a very unhealthy alt-right pipeline. It truly is. And by the way,
I'm back.
It's a very unhealthy alt-right pipeline.
All right, so can we move on to my next point?
Yeah, just move on.
Okay, another reason why I support Trump is because of his LGBTQ policies.
Yeah, so true. LGBTQ policies. So gay bad?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
why
no,
gay
no.
bad?
Whoa. No. I think being like taking to the extreme is bad.
Being gay to the extreme?
No, just like
It's like gay
making it like
orgies
your whole
bad?
personality, making like your whole personality and all that stuff.
What does it mean? They're making their entire personality being gay.
It's like, dude, it's like when I
It sounds to me like
accidentally
your entire personality is being straight, because you have to make it so that no one else can just recognize the fact that they're gay, right, when they're specifically doing this. But if you recognize that you're straight and say that you should be straight, well, then that's not going to be something that's designated as trying to push it upon other people. That makes no sense.
No. I mean, like when I accidentally misgender someone and they fucking like try to fucking nuke me because of that shit. Like, bro, I'm sorry, and I'll try to do better next time,
bro. If you accidentally do something, you can apologize, acknowledge, and then change your behavior.
So what Trump
there's
policy
literally
prevents?
there's literally like this.
I have a question. What Trump policy prevents trans people from nuking you when you misgender them?
What?
I mean, this is in relation to why you support Trump. Okay, you said it bad when trans people get mad at me for misgendering them, and that's why I support Trump, because it's LGBTQ plus policy. So what Trump policy prevents trans people from getting mad at you when you misgender them?
Actually, I wanna reframe my argument. I think that it's bad because there's no social construct or no social restraints or boundaries to the LGBT community. And I think that the freedom to freely switch your gender opens up a door, opens up basically
So you
Pandora's
think that
box
Trump is making it illegal to be trans? Because that's you're saying that Trump is criminalizing being trans?
Democratic institutions that we have.
So just to clarify, your argument is that Trump is making it illegal to be trans.
No, I'm saying that I think Trump has a better policy.
Like what policies? What policies are we talking about?
I think his opinion, his outlook on.
Okay. So you support
more restraints.
So you support the rapist as president because the rapist says trans women aren't women.
I know. I think that he has a more common sense approach towards putting boundaries on the LGBT
There's nothing
community.
common. Okay, so what's this common sense approach? Let's just get clear.
That you can't wake up one day and just say that.
Okay. So once again, your argument is that you do support the rapist as president because the rapist does not think trans women are women.
No. I mean, I don't think that he explicitly thinks that trans women are women. I just think that there has to be steps to reach an identification of a woman if you're born biologically as a male.
By the way, no one understands what you're saying.
Oh my. Okay. All right. I'm gonna talk really slow so you can understand me.
Like no one understands what the hell you're fucking saying.
I think that Donald Trump.
By the way, just because you say stupid things slower doesn't make the stupid thing a smart thing. But
well, maybe it needs to be slower so your stupid brain can understand what the stupid things I'm saying.
Yeah, it's coming. That's really quick-witted and intelligent, coming from the guy that told us that because your biceps are bigger, you'll be able to better lead a country. No, for sure, man. Take it away.
Okay, so I don't think that Trump is a better president because he says trans women aren't women. I think he has the ability to recognize that trans women are women, but I also think that he has the ability to recognize that there has to be steps taken for biological males to then transition to be identified as females.
So what policy? Okay, by the way, he doesn't think trans women are women, but like this all goes back to policy that that you support. So let's just be specific. What policy of Trump's do you support in relation to the LGBT?
He hasn't enacted any actual legislation or any policies.
But you said you support it because of LGBT.
His general outlook, compared to Democrats like Kamala Harris, is that anyone can be whatever they want whenever they please.
So no. By the way, that's just completely not true.
Okay, I have a question.
A complete misrepresentation of what it means to think trans women are women.
I have a question for you. So, say I was just like in my bed, right? Just like jerking my shit one night. And then like the next morning I wake up and it's like, dude, that was weird. I feel like a woman now. So would you like identify me as a woman? Like, would you like recognize me as a woman? Like, would you recognize me as a woman?
I would not recognize you as a woman because you don't possess the gender identity of a woman. And you made it clear that you possess the gender identity of a man.
Huh?
That was very clear.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't really think that anybody's understanding what you're saying. You just talked about
No,
jerking your
I
shit
just said that
in front of
if I wake up
20,000
tomorrow,
people.
No, I just said that if I wake up tomorrow and say that I feel like a
Why
woman,
was
would you
jerking your
recognize me
shit?
as
Where
a
did
woman?
jerking your shit come in?
I know. I know that was a bit much. I'm just saying, if I woke up tomorrow and said that I feel like a woman, would you recognize me as a woman?
If you possess the gender identity of a woman, would I recognize you as a woman?
No, if I personally felt that I wanted to be a woman, would you recognize me as a woman?
Does this mean that you possess the gender identity of a woman or not? I'm confused because that's like
What do you mean gender identity?
That's like
What do you mean by
that's
gender
like the
identity?
necessary fact that I need to know here. Okay,
Like
in
if
this hypothetical like version of reality, do you possess the gender identity that of a woman?
What do you mean by
'Cause
gender
if you
identity?
do, okay, what do you mean by gender identity? Okay, I'm not gonna have a conversation with you about what gender identity is. I feel like it would all go right above your head.
Okay.
Also, for everyone in the chat saying that he supports DV on Reddit, I haven't been able to find it. So if you have a link, feel free to send it to me in DMs. I haven't been able to find it.
So can you answer my question? Would you or would you not recognize me as a woman?
The answer to your question is something that you don't understand because you don't know what gender identity is.
Okay.
And I'm
okay.
not
Let me
going to
give
describe
you
to
what I think what gender identity
is.
is. So by gender identity, do you think? Let's say I think gender identity is aligning yourself with the morals or social constructs that the term or label male or female hold in society today. Would you agree with that?
Okay, listen. If you're just saying if I were to like identify with the gender identity that of a woman, would I recognize you as a woman? The answer to your question is yes, I would. Okay. Now, here's what I want to ask you. It seems like you legitimately have no good argument insofar as why Donald Trump is a president that you support. You spent the first 30 minutes of your time on this live stream trying to tell us that you support Trump as president because he's a man, and men are more like reasonable, more confident, more respectable leaders. Meanwhile, the argument that you provided for that claim reduced down to you admitting that you had no argument. And Donald Trump does not represent any of the traits that you described, like emotional control. Yeah, this guy crashed out when SCOTUS ruled his policies unconstitutional, so he turned around, said SCOTUS was funded by other countries, and punished 340 million Americans, okay, by imposing 15% tariffs in every other country in the world. He crashed out when the woman he raped held him accountable in a court of law, so he called for her to be thrown in jail. He crashed out when he lost the election, so he had his followers try to kill cops and smear their shit on the walls inside of the Capitol. He crashed out
going away from my argument.
I'm not running away from anything. Your argument is incoherent gibberish. I answered your question. You said, Dean, if I was a trans woman, would you recognize that I'm a trans woman? Yes, I would recognize that you're a trans woman.
Do you not see
now
the
address the
insanity in that?
position that I'm trying to that I'm trying to report to you. I mean, I'd really appreciate it. It just seems like you're running away from the facts and that you have no good reason to support Trump as president, and that this conversation, if you want to even call it that, is just a complete waste of air and space on my channel, and you'd probably be better off going back to a third grade classroom to learn the basics.
Do you not see the insanity in the fact that you would recognize me as a woman?
Yeah, I'd be so insane for recognizing a trans woman as a trans woman. The reason why you think it sounds insane is because you're not actually a trans woman.
No, it's because
think about it this way. Think about it this way. This is like me asking you, if I woke up tomorrow and I was black, would you recognize me as being black? Like, yes, the answer to that question would be yes. If I was black, you would recognize me as being black. That just follows. Necessarily and logically speaking, it follows that if I was black, you would recognize me as being black. But it sounds insane for you to say that you'd recognize me as being black because in the real world, I'm not black, I'm white. So when you ask me that question, Dean, if I was a trans woman, would you recognize me as being a trans woman? And I say, yes, I would recognize you as a trans woman. You're hinging on that sounding crazy, but in all reality, the only reason why that sounds a little bit insane is because you're not actually a trans woman. All right?
Guess
it's
what,
just like,
Dean,
it's
guess
a
what?
very bad faith, like F tier argument to attempt to demonstrate an absurdity in the view.
It's
when
not.
in all reality,
It's not.
it's not the view that's absurd. It's the fact that you're asking me if I'd recognize you as a trans woman, hypothetically, when in the real world, you're not a trans woman, you're actually a cis man.
Right, but in the real world, in no possible scenario, it's impossible for you to wake up tomorrow and be black. Yet it's a very real possibility that I could wake up and become trans woman.
If it's a real possibility that tomorrow you could wake up and possess the gender identity of a woman, there's something that I think I got to share with you.
Which is?
You may not be a cis man.
No, but I'm saying,
because I would never say it's a real possibility that tomorrow you can wake up with the gender identity of a woman.
So,
because I don't believe that you could change your gender identity. I don't. I
but
think
how would
that
you know that?
We have
how would you
one
know that?
gender
How would you
identity.
know that I'm lying?
Well,
about that?
the question that you asked me didn't hinge on me knowing that you were telling the truth. The question that you asked me hinged on you actually possessing the gender identity of a woman.
But how do you know if I do?
But the question that you asked me didn't hinge on me knowing that you were telling the truth or not. The question that you asked me hinged on that actually being the case.
Okay, but how? Okay, fine. Yes.
Like the question of me knowing if you were telling the truth or not hinges on like something completely different, right? Than it actually being true. And if it actually was true, would I recognize your gender identity?
Right, but then in a real world scenario, how would you be able to know that I would be telling the truth or not?
The question of how do I know that a trans woman is being honest when they say they're a trans woman is completely irrelevant to why you'd support Trump as president. What are we doing?
But is it? But no, it's not, because it
I'm
leads back
not
to my
going to
point,
answer
where
your
I
question
think-
because of irrelevance.
But it's not irrelevant, because I think.
Dude,
that's one
okay,
of the main
explain to me how
reasons
it's
why
relevant. Explain to me how it's relevant. Like I'm
Because
5. Like I'm 5 years old. Explain to me why it is relevant. Insofar as me describing to you how if I know a trans woman is telling the truth when they say they're a trans woman.
Because I think Kamala Harris would allow for the fact that any given person to wake up on any given day and identify as a trans woman, whether or not they identify with the gender identity, as you say.
Wait, allow. So like legally permit. So is Donald Trump not legally permitting people from labeling
No, I don't mean legally
permit.
permit. I mean,
So then what do you
I mean
mean?
socially accept. I mean socially accept.
So you're saying that you support Trump as president because he doesn't accept some trans women or all trans women?
No, because he doesn't. I don't think he.
Because he doesn't affirm the
fact.
gender identity of trans women. That's what you're saying. You're like, right? You're reducing your argument down to saying that you think Trump's a good president because he doesn't affirm the gender identity of 0.5% of our population. Right? And this is exactly the issue with the GOP. Okay? Right? You guys know that Donald Trump is a shitty fucking ass president. You know it. You know that he's terrible because he spent $5 trillion on a bill that is now destroying the working class and eroding the low class. You know that Donald Trump is terrible because he's asking our military to draft a plan to invade one of our allies. You know that Donald Trump is terrible because a court determined he raped a woman. Okay. He has 8 accusations in the e-files. And we now know that he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and he knew that Jeffrey Epstein was sex trafficking minors. You know that Donald Trump is terrible because he's destroying this country, eroding our social safety nets, eroding our checks and balances, and attacking our Constitution, and in consideration to his attack on the first article, the second article, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment. And you know that Donald Trump is terrible for about 1 billion reasons on top of that. But at the end of the day, you still defend this presidency because you also know that he doesn't affirm the gender identity of 0.5% of our population. It is weak. It is pathetic. It is small-minded and thin-spined. And it's a terrible prospect for the future of this country. It's very embarrassing.
Okay, you're tying in a big picture idea to the main focus of our topic, which I think is that...
Dude, it's a big picture idea that matters. Yes, it does result back to the big picture about what is the impact of the Trump presidency on the United States of America, and is this a president that you support? And you're saying, yes, you support him because he doesn't affirm the gender identity of trans women, irrespective of the fact that he's destroying this country's constitution, eroding law and order, and having immigrants tortured in another country. Like, yes,
so are you seeing,
that's the big picture that matters.
So are you seeing the fact that Donald Trump has a better social outlook on the ideas of LGBTQ?
No, I'm not conceding the fact that Donald Trump has a better social outlook on LGBTQ+. No, absolutely not. Okay, but all that I'm clarifying here is that your position entails that you think Donald Trump denying the gender identity of trans women is more important then giving the purchasing power to the working class, preventing, okay, the literal torture of over 1 million immigrants in another country, or fighting for law and order, better relationships with our allies, or against the authoritarianism that we see to be true of the Trump administration today.
But then why? But why won't you argue me on my one point that I want to argue on? I'm so confused.
Bro, okay, imagine this. Imagine, like, did you like Biden?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what if I told you that I actually think that Biden was a really good president because, I don't know, like, what's something like really fucking small? I think that Biden's a really good president because in his debate with Trump, he didn't interrupt Trump. And I think that that is a very good, okay, social prospect to hold on to, that when engaging in conversation with other people, we shouldn't be interrupting them. How would you respond to that?
How would I respond to the fact that you solely picked Trump to be president because of the fact that he didn't interrupt Trump during his debate?
Yeah.
I would say that's an inconsequential reason to support a president.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fucking inconsequential to support the wannabe dictator that is destroying this country, throwing our constitution out the window, having people tortured, and defending the murder of citizens because they don't affirm the gender identity of 0.5% of our population, you dumbass.
But I mean, I don't think so because I think that
It's so consequential. Sure. So do you think? So do you think that overall Donald Trump is more beneficial to the country than detrimental?
It reflects a larger view on his society.
I'd say that it's like very negatively consequential, not only to trans people, but to like the eudaimonia and future flourishment of this country, because it somehow convinced assholes like you to ignore the destruction of this country because he doesn't affirm the gender identity of trans people. How about this? Name one policy. Come back to the live. Come back to the live. Don't run. Don't run, little boy. Oh, he's running away because he's terrified. He's so scared. Where'd he go? I guess while he's running, I'll thank a couple people real quick. He's running. Oh yeah, he did leave. What a little idiot.
Wow, bro, surprising. That's like the fourth Trump supporter that's ran today.
I know, man. They just keep on running. All day, every day. They just keep on
Well,
running.
Dean, I am about to go live myself. Just letting you know. I'm about to hop on right now.
Okay, for sure. I hope you have a good rest of your day and hope you have a good live stream.
Before you do, what the fuck is this profile picture?
Yo, it worked. It got me up. There we go. That's marketing right there. Dean, by the way, I do support Trump, but let me ask you a question, Dean.
Did you like ask AI to make a picture of us kissing?
No, actually, I crafted it myself. I'm an artist. Do you like
I don't
it?
believe you.
I don't believe you either.
Yeah, no, it's AI. I wouldn't spend that much time with you guys. So, Dean, let me ask you a question.
That's so crazy. You typed in a prompt to literally generate.
I'm obsessed. It is what it is. I'm obsessed. I can't
AI
listen.
to tell it to post a picture of Dean and Parker kissing.
Listen, I can't help myself. You guys are just so appealing. What am I going to do? It is what it is. Let me ask you something, Dean, right? Why would you lie about benching 255? Bro, you're like, how much do you weigh? Let's go through this. How much do you weigh?
155.
Wait,
okay, you weigh 155. Do you understand the odds?
Is this that one guy that sends money on YouTube that hates us?
Bro, I'm not on YouTube. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm
never
just over
mind.
here. I'm watching over here. No, I heard that, bro, because I'm in the gym all the time, bro. You're talking about... I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up. Because if you say that, then I know you're lying about everything. You'll just like make up a number. You think it sounds good, 255. Okay, Dean, let me ask you, how much weight is on each side when you did 255?
So, I mean, you have the two plates on each side. Then that's 225. So then you'd have a remainder of...
Oh, bro, you got to think about it. You have to, bro, anybody that goes to the gym, they know the... Bro, if that's your personal best, you would know.
13,
you got to tell me
10
45
and 5 on each side.
Oh, okay, how much does a bar weigh?
45.
Oh, very good. Perfect. Okay, so you got that one. Good on you. Okay, Dean, so you think you could really... Bro, if you could bench 255, in proper form, I'm not talking about, listen, I don't know if you're doing some kind of weird form. If you're doing proper form, not assisted, that's impossible for 155. I mean, that's like 1 in 1,000 people could do that at your weight.
It's not impossible. I do have like a pretty good body weight to strength ratio. I mean, I was benching 225 like a couple years back out of high school at like 135 body weight. Like I've always had like a pretty impressive strength to weight ratio.
All right, I'm gonna get going.
You know what? That weight, that's easy to
just,
prove.
Like caught off guard by the weird profile picture that they decided to type into AI.
Have a good rest of your day, Parker. I appreciate you for coming.
I'll see you, bro. You as well.
I like listen, dude. I agree that it's like pretty impressive. Dean, okay, pretty impressive strength to weight ratio.
No, Dean, you're lying
but
about it.
It's not like a 1 in 1,000. It's
When
like
I
a
called
top
you out
like
on it-
5%, but it's not a 1 in 1,000.
Yeah, you're not a top 5% guy, bro. I'm sorry to break
Specifically
it
for
to you.
bench. Specifically for bench, I am. Bench is my strongest workout.
Buddy, we've seen videos of you. You're a twig. I'm not even trying to be rude. Like, you're mad skinny, bro.
I'm
We've seen videos of you. Bro, all
definitely
those
not a
fraud
twig.
pictures, you take in lighting and you try to pose a certain way. Bro, we've
Yeah.
seen videos of you in the street interviewing people. You're fucking
Yeah,
skinny,
so
bro.
are you, the last big street interview thing that I have, where you could clearly see my arms, would be like the Unfuck America tour last April. That's before I started going to the gym again. So my story, going out of high school and in high school, I worked out like every day for a handful of years, but then I stopped going to the gym to focus on that, lost a lot of my weight. And then in the last 7-8 months, I've put it all back on plus some. And I'm looking pretty good, dude. I understand that, you really like to peddle this
I'm
myth.
jealous.
One moment. They like to peddle this myth that men on the left are the soy boys, men on the left are the unathletic, men on the left are the weak. And it really threatens your masculinity that this man on the left happens to be significantly stronger than you. But I don't know what to tell you either than suck it up or get in the gym.
Yo, you know what, Dean? If you say you're stronger than me, right? I don't want to dox myself. I'll wear a face mask, right? Full covering, which is a disadvantage, harder to breathe in. We'll get in the gym for 25 grand. Whoever wins, box. We'll box for 25 grand. If you're so confident, take that bet right now.
Box you for 25 grand?
I know you got the money. Your subscribers, your people.
An hour of my time is $50K minimum.
No problem. Let's bet 50K. We could go up to 100.
Well, I mean,
whatever you want.
You can't
Any
bet
amount.
something that you don't have in the bank, buddy.
Buddy, yo, you think like, bro, I'm in business for years. You think 100 grand is like
Then
real,
why do
real
you
money
live in your
the real
mom's
world?
basement?
Okay, I live in my yeah. Bro, if you can try to be if you're gonna insult,
Yeah, I'm
why don't you
actually
be a little more creative?
yes, no, dude, I am absolutely gonna insult you. Come on. You came up here insulting me, of course I'm gonna throw a couple
Yo, take
jabs
the
back.
bet. Take the
Here,
bet. Let's go
I'm gonna-
100 grand.
Okay.
Me and you in the gym. Let's see.
Okay, so first and foremost, you obviously know nothing about boxing, because boxing isn't like singularly reliant upon one's physical strength. I'd actually argue that it has a lot more to do with
take the bet.
cardiovascular health and overall weight compared to muscle on arm. So clearly you don't know that. And you said that you wanted to bet me a bunch of money that you were stronger than me. Why would I bet you $100,000 that I'm stronger than you when I don't know what you look like and I don't know how strong you are? Like, sure, I could use like general inductive reasoning to conclude that you're likely not as strong as me, which would be relying on the fact that typically people, don't punch down, they only punch up. And, you see my big biceps and you get intimidated when you haven't touched a weight in 5 years. But, I mean, I want to argue that level of likelihood is high enough for me to bet $100,000 on it. Well, I'm actually just going to thank some people real quick. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, boy spent time out of his day to get an AI picture and are super obsessed with you weightlifting. I know, I feel like he's trying to bait me into showing a picture of my physique. Is anyone else getting that? I feel like he's trying to bait me into showing a picture of my physique. I don't know, dude. He already has one picture on his phone of me kissing Parker. Tom, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, says here in Flow State during this debate, man. I appreciate you for that $10 to Tom. And then Bid, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ben.
The privileged white guy, guys.
Let's get 250 Ben W's down below in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $25, Ben. Abby, thank you for the $5. Then Ivy, thank you so much for the $60 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ivy. Let's get 600 IVWs down below in that chat.
Richer.
Says, I can't stand willful ignorance. I can't either, Ivy. Thank you so much for the $60. Then Bag of Spinach, thank you so much for the $45. Thank you so much for the love, bag of spinach. Let's get 450 bag of spinach W's down below in that comment section. Then same thing to Kathleen. Thank you for the $20. Who says, love you guys. Patriarchy is about 10K years old. Started with agriculture and food competition. Yes, absolutely, Kathleen. Thank you so much for the $20. Then Ivy, thank you so much for another $15. Who says, these fragile male egos stuck in the heteronormative binary. They're scared of losing access to women, and most can't accept that they're sexually attracted to masculinity. Thank you for the $15. Same thing to you, Jennifer. Thank you for the $10. And then Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. And Ben, thank you for the $10 as well. And then, hey, Ashley, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for all that you do. We love you, Dean. Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Ashley. Show some love to Ashley down below. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $50. Leah, who says, transphobes are such idiots, honestly. As seen here, they pretend that being trans is like an overnight thing. Like you wake up and say, oh, okay, suddenly I'm trans now. Now it happens gradually. You're uneducated. This is why MAGA wants to defund the Department of Education. And I know, I feel like that same message could apply to this next guest coming up here whining that I bench a lot. Holy fucking shit, his masculinity is threatened. Thank you for the $50, Leah. And then TE, thank you so much for another 100 Dolly donation on Super Chat. Oh my god, you guys. What the fuck? TE with the $100 says, where is bro finding these idiots? Dude, I don't know. They come to me. I guess I attract the idiots, right? And then same thing to Randy with $100 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Randy and TE, my God. On a real note, I'm so appreciative to both of y'all. Please do show some love to Randy and TE down below in that comment section for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Randy W's, 1,000 TWs. Thank you so much for the kindness. In fact, real quick, Mr. Joe, can you thank Randy and TE for the $100 on Super Chat?
Wait a sec. Are you going to take the bet or not? Are you gonna run?
No,
Bro,
I'm not going to bet you $1,000.
You said you're probably,
I'm smarter than you.
Oh, you're not?
Sorry,
okay,
I'm
so
stronger than you.
Admit you're a bitch. Admit you're a bitch. You're talking all the shit. I say let's get it on, man to man. Let's go. I'll take the bet right now. You're
listen,
telling me.
I don't concede that I'm probably stronger than you, but that probability threshold is not high enough to bet 6 figures.
Okay, well, I'm confident enough. You say you could bench 255, you could do all this and that.
Listen,
I'm confident
I'm
enough.
operating
any
under,
form of fighting.
Listen,
we could get in the ring, we could get in the octagon.
Yeah, you really want to fight
Any form of fighting, we could get it on.
Okay, okay. I'll bet you $100,000 on a fight if you could beat me in a debate about why you support Trump.
Oh, see, bro, you go into what you actually do all day, bro. I don't sit on TikTok all day debating this shit. All right, and you wouldn't pay up anyway.
Wait, how about
regardless,
this?
you wouldn't pay up.
I'll give you $100,000 if you could just give me one good reason to support Trump. What about that?
I like how you're trying to deflect because you know you look like a bitch. You don't want to get in the ring.
Bro, I know nothing about you. 1 second.
But you said
I'm so sorry. You're hinging on my brain being like yours. Yes, I understand that you possess the very typical male brain that generates this narcissistic ego and which is undying to anyone or anything, which is exactly what has gotten us in 2 world wars and a failed president that is now, advocating for the woman he raped to be thrown in jail because she was able to hold him accountable. But I don't share that brain. I don't know you. I acknowledge that it is statistically probable that there are millions of men out there that are physically stronger than me and would be better at fighting than me. And because of that statistical acknowledgement, comprised and combined to the fact that I know nothing about you, your background, your proportions, your height, your weight, okay, your strength, your like history or skill in fighting, that I'd be unwilling to bet $100,000 and put it on the line. Now, what I would be willing to bet $100,000 and
that's a long way of saying you're a bitch.
What I do know about you is that this bitch, Mr. Joe down here, maybe has 3 brain cells, which is still less than the amount of failed relationships he's had. That's probably over 10. And can't provide a single reason why you think that Donald Trump is a good president. I come on live every day. I host these debates to change the mind of people like you. That threatens you. It pisses you off because I'm able to sweep the rug out from under your legs and point out the hypocrisy and idiocracy with supporting such a terrible president. And I'm also very sorry that you are triggered, upset, and flustered by the fact that all while I'm doing it, I can bench 255. So what is it, Joe? Are you going to give a good reason insofar as why you support Trump as president? Or are you going to crash out like a petulant child because I go to the gym and you don't?
Again, you say I don't, so let's find out in the ring, but you don't want to. I got it. You don't want to. I get it.
Dude,
you're scared.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Problem.
Wait 1 second. Who are you?
What does it matter? It's 100 grand.
Oh, of course it matters. You expect to be able to walk up to somebody that runs daily live streams with thousands of people with close to 10 million followers across his social media accounts and like say that you want to fight me and expect him to accept? Bro, you're a fucking
Buddy,
nobody.
I would rearrange your face. Like, you would go to Turkey after me, bro.
Dude, the only thing that you'd be rearranging here,
you would be in Turkey getting nose jobs after I bust your fucking face open.
Yeah, I know. I get it, dude. You're very mad because I'm a threat. I get it. I'm a threat to you. Do you want to continue to crash out and whine like a good little boy? Give me more tears, dude. They're what drives me to do this every day.
Keep muting, buddy.
I love the fact that petulant man children cry at the mention of my name or the sight of my face. Now, are you going to continue to voice your insecurities?
Buddy, nobody's threatened by a little scrawny white boy like you,
Then you
bro.
wouldn't be acting the way you are. I made you fucking go to Sora AI, make a photo of me and Parker kissing, and have now made you spend the last 30 minutes of your life perpetually crashing out on roid rage, all at the side of my face and my bench of 255. I'm a threat to you.
Buddy, you told me I'm in the basement. You're so fucking pale. You haven't seen the sun in like 5 years, bro. You got to start tanning. Bro, you got to...
Oh, yeah, so exactly. No, I like it, dude. Exactly. Ignore everything I said and hop to a new insult because you know it's true. You know it's true. Listen, I could talk about your intelligence. I could talk about
you keep muting. You want to keep
I could talk about your insecurity. I could talk about your ego. I could talk about your lack of an education. I could talk about your failed relationships. So if all you could talk about is my pale skin, I think I'm doing all right.
No, I could talk about your thing.
Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Andrew down below in the comment section who says he just wants some one-on-one time with you, Dean. Apparently so. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Says he just wants to box you so he can see you shirtless. I know he wants me to take the top off, apparently. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5. And Cassandra, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for that love. Over on PayPal, Caroline, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you. Oh my God, Jessica! Thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal.
Yeah, guys, keep donating. He's gonna need that 100 grand. Help him get that 100 grand because he knows he's getting ass whooped. Yo, Dean, let me ask you this, right?
Yo, shut the fuck up while I thank Jessica. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the $200 donation. Who says better than the dumb brain. Love you. Dude, I love you too, Jessica. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is literally insane. That is so much fucking money. Thank you so much for the kindness. Please do show some love to Jessica down below in that comment section for the $200. And then Fernando, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much for the love, Fernando. Who says, should I mention Andrew Paul Johnson, J6 Rider, who's convicted of child molestation after he was pardoned? He told a 12-year-old child that if you tell me, the president will pardon again and I'll be back for you, end of quote. Man, I saw that. That is so fucking insane, dude.
Listen,
yet
Dean,
another reason why you should support Trump. Thank you,
bro. If you
good boy, got me. Thank you so much for the $40 and for sharing that with me, Fernando. Please do show some love to Fernando down below in that comment section. Yeah, because a real man is speaking. I'm like, shut up, Bibsqueak. Hello, like, come on. But seriously, dude, thank you so much for the $40. And then, dude,
bro,
this
you
also
think
came
you
in.
come across
Jessica,
like a real man?
Holy shit, dude. Oh, 1 second, impulse control, please. Jessica actually sent another $100 through, so that's for a total of $300. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the love, Jessica. For everybody watching, please, 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 please show some extra special love to Jessica down below in that comment section for the $300. That is so fucking kind of you. Same thing to Amber. Thank you for the $40, who says, hey, a woman leader in a male-dominated field here. I would argue that my more feminine characteristics like caring for others and empathy make me a better leader. Leaders should care about those they lead. No, abso-fucking-lutely, Amber. The guest beforehand had just lost his mind. Thank you so much. Then Jessica with another $50. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. I just read that. Dude, I love you too, Jessica. That is such a kind message. Please show some love to like the MVP of the stream, Jessica, down below in that chat. Thank you so much, dude. 5,000 Jessica W's. And we're all caught up. If you do want to support me to help fund, the 100,000 I'm going to need when this guy, I guess, punches my face and, my Venmo and PayPal could be found in the link tree in the bio. Go ahead.
Yo, Parker, can I give you one tip if we ever get in the ring? Just make sure you call an ambulance like 15 minutes. I'm sorry, Dean. Call an ambulance like 15 minutes in advance because you're going to need it. And the response time might take a while.
I have a question.
Buddy, if me and you got in the ring, bro, I put you in airplane mode. Quick.
Yeah. So are you going to spend the whole time you're up here talking about all the things you want to do with my body, or are you going to debate me on why you support Trump?
Buddy, the only thing I'll do to you, bro, is whoop your ass. But I don't want to get near that. But you look like you smell. All right, let me, bro. You look like you got to wash your hair. It's fucking greasy. All right, let me ask you something else, right? I'm being serious.
So I'm going to ask it again. Are you going to continue to talk about all the ways you want to touch me, or are you going to tell us why you support Trump?
I support Trump. I'll tell you why. No problem.
Oh, good boy.
But real quick. Oh, that's not overused. Yeah, keep so. Yeah, Dean. You know you're so creative and original. But let me ask you this, right? If you could bench 255, a little twerp like you, post a video of it, and then I'll send you, buddy. You'll make some money. Easy money, bro. I know you need the money. I know you love the donations, bro. I'll send you easy 100 if you could do it.
Oh, $100?
Proper form. Bro, I'll send you $100 easy.
Yeah, if you
next time you're at the gym, bro, it's easy money.
Of me benching 255, sure.
No. You're gonna have to go, bro. You're gonna go to the gym next time.
No, you'd have to send me the video. First.
Bro, why the hell would I fund your grift?
Oh,
first
because
do it.
You're
but if you don't, then you owe it to me.
No, I you could send me $100 and then I'll give you a video of me benching 255. I mean, $300, but I'm definitely not gonna do it for you first. No, absolutely not. So you were still talking about my bench.
That's easy.
It's impressive,
money.
right?
It's easy money.
Well, I don't expect.
Listen, I could tell the way when I asked you the question. I could see that like the way you had to think about it. Like you're a liar. The fact is, you're a liar.
Right.
All right. You don't want to talk about it. You say you're stronger. You say I'm in my basement, but you don't want to get in the ring. All these things. Right.
Listen, can I be honest? Thank you for the compliment. Like, do you know how big of a compliment this all is? My bench is so good that you can't believe it.
No, I know you're a liar. Like, there's nothing about
thank you for the compliment.
No, I just know you're a liar, and that's the same way you lie about everything else.
Wow, it's Valentine's Day, apparently. He's really buttering me up here.
Yeah. Listen, Dean, you can make it easy $100. I know you love the money. I know that's what you're looking for, but you don't want to do it.
$100 and I'll post a video of me benching 255, sure.
Is that how a bet works? No, a bet works. First you prove what the bet is, then you get paid. Are you fucking stupid?
You're like an unhinged
bro, now you're a scammer too?
One second. You are an unhinged, violent, petulant man-child. I have zero confidence that if I were to post a video of me benching 255, you would send me $100. Now, if the unhinged, violent, petulant man-child wants to send me $100 first,
and you owe me $100 if you can.
Post that video.
It's a bet. Yes, I'm trying to make it easy $100, bro. Every extra dollar helps. Listen, you love the grift too. Don't talk. By the way, I just want to let all your fans know. I want to let all your fans know.
Actually, 1 second. You let them know in a second because I have more people to thank for the grift. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat, Claire Bear. Yeah, run away, Beta Male. Thank you so much for the run away, Beta Male. Claire, thank you. Just run away, Beta Male. Claire, thank you so much for the $50 over at Yes. The Beta Male ran away. The Beta Male ran away. What a small little Beta Male. Oh, he just wanted to come up here and tell me how he wants to touch my body for 30 minutes and then he left. Y'all are weird. Y'all are fucking weird, okay? But anyways, Claire with the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat says, has yet to give one compelling argument, just wants to duke it out with you in the gym. I know, Claire. I must be so popular. I don't know. It's insane to me, right? Thank you so much for the $50, Claire. Please do show some love to Claire down below in the comment section for the $50. I appreciate you so much. Also, Fuzzy, thank you so much for the $50 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, I think he's in love with you. I mean, why else would he spend 30 minutes talking about how much he wants to touch my body? Thank you so much for the $50, Fuzzy, and thank you so much for the $50, Claire. Show some love to Fuzzy and Claire down below in that comment section. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. That little guy was really mad, so thank you guys so much for the love. And then Ivy, thank you so much for the $45 over on Venmo. Let's go. Let's get 500 IVWs. Y'all are going crazy right now. Thank you. Please do show some love to Ivy down below. And then Kate, thank you for the $5. And Phoebe with the $15 who says, thank you for all that you do. Please never stop doing these live streams. Oh yeah, no man. It's like every day there's something new. How could I ever stop these live streams? I love them too much. And then Andrew, thank you for the $10 who says he just wants some one-on-one time with you, Dean. Like I said, fucking hell. Apparently, dude. Apparently. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. He says, tell that little boy that I will happily take him up on that bet of 50K. Come see me. Man, if he was still here, I'd absolutely be telling him that. But he ran away. He ran away. He was too scared. He felt your presence, Michael, and he said, I got to leave. Thank you so much for the $50, man. Show some love to Michael down below. And then Jennifer with the $20 says, can we stop now? I love you and your debates, but two dudes talking about their muscles being big. Respect for talking. Take it up for yourself, though. I appreciate you for the $20, Jennifer. Here's my thoughts on the subject matter. We are bound to run into people like the last two guests because of who we're talking to. Okay, every stereotype of men talking about their muscles and going to the gym, every stereotype about the roided out asshole punching his wall, every stereotype about the let me get in the ring so I could pummel your ass is MAGA. Those are so right coded. When I think of a MAGA man below the age of 25, I am thinking of the sketch dude that's probably texting minors on steroids so he could bench 2 plates and post a video of it on a Snapchat story. So we it's something we'd expect. And then Cleo, thank you for the $10 as well. And Fussy, thank you for the $5. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We're looking for debates, y'all. Just on the opposite side of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Okay, who's next? Oh my God. It's another guy with the same profile picture. Who's this? Who are you? Are you the replacement? Are you the replacement for the last guy?
Nigger.
Oh, it's just a very small child screaming the N-word. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. On the up inside of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules of the stream. We got D Donut loading up into the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you sport Trump?
Yes.
Echo?
Very much.
Echo?
Yes.
Echo?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can. You have a very noticeable echo, so unfortunately I'm going to have to disconnect you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Hey, Zara, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. He says, thank you for all that you're doing from the UK. Also had to say that gym bum is super creepy. Yeah, man, I'd be scared to learn more about that last guest and what he does to the people he knows in real life, because that crash out's probably not a unique event for him. Hi, welcome in. Do you sport Trump?
Yeah, I do, mate. Yes, I do.
And what time is it?
It is 9:50.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually, yeah.
Yeah, really. I have a question. What do you call those thinly sliced? What do you call those thin slices of potatoes that you put in a fryer? What do you call those?
Fried potatoes.
Buddy, use your fucking brain.
Like potato chips.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Next question.
Yeah.
What do you call a small circular disc that consists of chocolate chips and a bready type? I've never tried to fuck it. I give up. I don't know how the hell to describe a chocolate chip cookie without calling it a chocolate chip cookie. Yeah, they call it biscuits over there in the UK. You guys get the bit. But
yeah,
anyways,
I don't.
All right, what state are you in?
I'm not from the UK. What you say?
What state are you in?
New York.
Okay, and what's the capital of New York?
Brooklyn.
Fucking, you're wrong. It's Albany. Get out of here. Scram.
Damn. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Damn, bro. He should have known that one. He lost.
Hi, Dean. I love you. Can you flex for us?
No. Moving on to the next guest. We got the next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right, man. This profile picture is really spread like wildfire.
Oh,
I don't like that. I'm going to kick you. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest now. Okay, everyone just give us a moment here. We got T-Dot loading up into the box. Also, Brooklyn's like not even a city. That's just like a borough of NYC, right? Welcome to Sport Trump.
No.
Based. But we're just gonna go to move on to the next guest because we're just looking for MAGA. Just looking for MAGA. Hey, dude. Oh my God. Jessica. Thank you so much for another $100 donation. What's up, man? Give me one moment. For another $100 donation on PayPal. Bro, Jessica, thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Jessica with $100 says, dude, you are the best. Bro, Jessica, you are the best. Like, oh my God. It was okay. You can stop. I don't need any more. You've been so kind today. Genuinely, just thank you. Thank you so much for the kindness. I'm so very grateful and appreciative of your kindness and your support today, Jessica. I would really appreciate it if we could just, dude, be showing some love to Jess in those chats before we end. Genuinely and sincerely. Like, that is way too much money. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jessica. Show some fucking love to Jessica. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
I go to the gym.
Okay. Does that mean that you're a Trump supporter? I don't know. I mean, doesn't necessarily make you a Trump supporter, but
wait, if I answer your question, can you answer mine?
I suppose.
Oh, okay. I guess.
You guess you're a Trump supporter. Okay. I'd say that's not enough for me. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Hi, do you support Trump, Marco?
No, fuck Trump. Go Dean. Dean 2028.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest, Moss. Here we go.
I was trying to get my grandmother on here. She's a supporter with some really absolutely wild things that she's claimed to hear, but she won't come over here. She believes that Trump has... Sorry, I'm nervous. She believes that Trump has harnessed the sun in a government property facility and is using our actual sun as a hologram to distract us somehow.
Really?
So I was trying to get her here. Sorry. Yes, no, like genuinely.
And you're with her right now?
Yeah, but she fucking ran outside.
You should tell her that I don't want to debate her or anything. I just want to talk.
I tried. Sorry for taking up your time. You're great.
That's crazy.
It's insane. It is insane.
You know, if there ever comes a day where you could convince her to talk to me. Like I said, I don't even want to debate her. I just want to I need to hear the argument for that. But
I know.
Have a good rest of your day, Moss.
You too.
Like, sincerely. Like, if Moss was able to get her grandma on, I wouldn't even tell her that she's wrong. Like, I don't need to do that. I'm not too worried about her grandma convincing anybody that the sun is a hologram and the United States of America has actually harnessed the power of the real sun. I wouldn't even need to tell her she's wrong. I just want to hear her out. How does one come to that conclusion? What's up, Hunter? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
23.
And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's done so many good things for my economy.
Really? Okay. All right. So do you think that the economy is really booming right now?
I don't think it's really booming, but there's,
do you think it's doing better?
I think it's doing better.
Okay, then explain why last year we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies and worst job report since 2003 if we ignore recessions.
I don't think that's true, dude.
It is true.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because the Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us that last year we added a little bit less than 200,000 jobs to the economy. And if we isolate out for recessions, that's the smallest amount of jobs we've added in any given year since 2003.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Now you do. So, I mean, clearly, the economy's not doing too well. I mean, we also see for the first time in a long time a declining amount of investment into American manufacturers, most layoffs since the peak of the pandemic, highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic. Like recession indicators are blaring loudly. We seem to be heading in a very negative direction.
Oh, rats.
You're not a Trump supporter.
No,
Or you
I'm just
okay.
playing, dude. I'm a classical libertarian. I don't believe in any government, so.
Well, ANCAP. Okay. Well, sorry, not ANCAP. Anarcho-libertarianism. What do you do about the starving children that need food?
Not my problem.
Not your problem. So the view of anarcho-libertarianism is just complete apathy?
Yeah, I just, not my problem.
So what kind of like moral framework do you hold to? Because like if you were at operate under like a moral framework of utilitarianism, for instance, okay, it would be a net benefit to society to like, I don't know, tax, like take a little bit of money from everybody so we could ensure that like 10,000 children per year do not starve to death, literally. So it's
No,
like,
I don't like the taxes.
What moral framework do you operate under to like just completely hold to a position of
each your
apathy
own.
directed towards starving children?
To each your own.
What do we do about like rapists?
Burn them, hang them, do whatever.
Well, I mean, we don't have any like system in place to ensure that, though, right? Like, there'd be no government body, therefore there'd be like no LEOs, there'd
It'd
be
be up
no
to the people.
jails, there'd be no prisons.
It'd be up to the people.
But do you think that the people could effectively organize to an extent of intelligently preventing
I do believe
things like
so,
rape?
actually. I do believe so.
Okay, so if we just had complete anarchy, the people would be more effective than LEOs in preventing crime.
I believe so, yeah.
And what's your
I
evidence
think
for
it would be
that?
up towards the people.
But why do
and
you,
everything will be able to live.
why do you find that to be the case? Like, what's the argument? That
The
no
argument
governmental
behind that
structures-
is
and which would more effectively prevent crime than the existence of limited governmental structures.
I just find it to be easier as a whole. It's like most of the policies through classical libertarianism. It's more of just, if someone isn't doing as well in like America, that's their fault, not on me. I shouldn't have to pay money to make your life better because mine's better than yours. That doesn't make any sense.
You're not answering my question.
I don't know what your question is.
Oh yeah, what do we do for like streets? What do we do for roads? What do we do for traffic lights? What do we do for the roads?
Just drive, dude. I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
Just drive? Well, I mean, like clearly when you have like a metropolitan area where like millions of people are living, you can't just quote unquote drive. That'd be a mess.
I don't know, dude. I'm rage baiting you.
So you're not actually a classical libertarian?
No,
either?
dude. I don't care at all. You're just a little twink. You're just a twink, dude.
I'm a twink. Is this
You're
like
a little lavender twink, dude. It's
is
funny.
this like a term of like endearment or affection? Like
No,
like
dude,
I have a
you're like a
girlfriend.
loser. Dude,
I'm
you do
I'm a
not.
loser.
Lavender marriage, bro.
I'm a loser, says the man laying shirtless in bed to the man streaming to 20,000 people.
I'm with my lady. I'm with my girlfriend.
But that makes you more of a loser because instead of giving time to your girlfriend, you're calling some random guy on the internet a twink.
Dude, it was her idea.
That's her idea. Well, it seems like maybe that makes you even more of a loser because it's her idea for you to be spending less time with her. Damn, bro. Yo, 3-time loser, dude. Holy shit. It only got worse. It was like, it became more of a loser when it became clear it was her idea. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. All right. That's funny. That's really funny. Man, all right, who's next? God, what's going on with the with the very upset men tonight? Like, why are there so many just very upset men? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Shauna R connected into the live stream. I'm going to start focusing on the women in the queue. All right, listen, I've added up to my wits end with the men, okay? Only join the queue if you're a MAGA woman, please. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hi. I've had a different, I guess, situation, or not situation, but back and forth of trying to figure out why I should or should not. So after watching your lives, I'm trying to figure out more why I should not. And so I've been, I think, sitting on here for like 2 hours listening to you, and I think, like, I see why I should, I guess, like, not understand you more, but follow your, like, what you're saying.
Can I be clear?
So
I'm confused. I don't know what the hell you're saying. I'm sorry if that comes off rude. I'm just being direct.
okay, that's fine. I think you've cleared enough things up where I completely understand where you're coming from and everything that you support.
Nice. That's awesome. I hope you have a good rest of your night, all right? Based. Super cool. All right, guys, I might be up to my wits' end for the evening. One too many very emotional men for me. One too many very emotional men for me. It might be time for me to send y'all on a raid over to Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker. Listen, he's going to be talking to the emotional men for the next, 4 to 6 hours straight. So, I mean, no lack of debates. Just a lack of me. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. All right. For everybody watching on TikTok, we're going to end after one moment. Dude, after I thank one person. Jessica, again, with another $100 on PayPal. Let's take a moment here. Show some love to Jessica down below in that chat. You have, dude, Jessica, I don't deserve it. And I never have. And I will always be so surprised when people like you just show such an unreal level of love. You know, it's always surprised me because I started doing these debates literally for fun. Out of the bedroom in my mom's house, I would just stay up until literally 7 a.m. some nights debating people because it's something that I enjoyed. And I thought it would be useful to society to change minds. And now it's just I don't know. It's hard to put into words. Long story short, I'm grateful for you, Jessica. I never understand why, but I'm grateful. Please do show some love to Jessica down below in that comment section for another $100 donation. Jessica says, no, just one more to show you that you inspire me. I love you so much. Well, Jessica, I'm happy that what we do here inspires you. You know, it's that positive takeaway that keeps me going. You know, clearly, if there's no positive takeaway here, you know, people weren't having their minds changed. People didn't feel inspired to some extent in many scenarios, or didn't take away good information and change the minds of those in their lives, I wouldn't be doing these streams. You know, it's actually not too fun to listen to petulant man children through tantrums for 4.5 hours straight. You know, but what makes it worth it is you guys. So thank you. Thank you so much for the support, Jessica. Alongside Caroline, thank you so much for another $20. Saying, completely off topic, fun reminder, the German chancellor showed up to his first America visit with a birth certificate of Trump's grandpa, who's German. By Trump's logic, Trump needs to leave the States too. Yeah, apparently, right? Thank you so much for the support. Head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok. Head over to @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. He's going to be doing debates for the next 4 hours straight. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on your way out on YouTube. And a like and a comment on the VOD. Peace and love, guys. See y'all tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye-bye.